Hello friends, we are Soul Fiction. Welcome to our channel. In today's video, we'll explore an exciting video on what if Naruto summoned the Asgoroth dragon. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's dive into the story. Deep inside a dark forest holding back a gigantic brown snake was Naruto Uzumaki, and he was standing in front of his teammate Sasuke Uchiha. On the top of the snake was a man with long smooth black hair and black eyes, and he was dressed in plain gray garbs with a black polo and pants underneath, a thick purple rope belt tied in a large knot behind his back, blue tomo-shaped earrings, and shinobi sandals with bandages around his calves. So he's still alive, but, the man thought before his tuff shot out of his mouth and around Naruto. Now this will not do, the man said around his tongue as he formed a hand seal. Now then, let's look at you, he said as his tongue moved Naruto's jacket with his tongue, along with a tattoo that was on it. What the when did Naruto get that? Naruto's female Sakura teammate asked herself in thought as she looked at the tattoo. The man looked at the tattoo. Now, this is fascinating. When this seal sends a minuscule amount of the Kyuubi's chakra into you, and when you feel range, that amount of chakra increases, and you become nothing more than a mindless beast, he said as he moved his hand behind his back as purple chakra formed with 5 symbols. Sakura watched as the man moved his hand over Naruto's tattoo before he rammed his hand into Naruto's chest. Gogyo Fuin, the man called out. The blonde's eyes shot wide before they locked on to Sakura, who saw that something had happened to Naruto's eyes. They gained crosshairs, and Sakura felt something on her hand, but the man threw Naruto over his shoulder before she could look. Sakura quickly pulled out a kunai and threw it at Naruto, hoping it would pin him to a tree, but the man saw kunai fly and throw one of his own. Both kunai hit just before Sakura's could pin Naruto to a tree, and Sakura could do was watch as Naruto fell into the darkness of the forest below. Naruto, she called out, don't worry. We'll find Yo, she was calling to Naruto, but he became dead to the world as he fell. Naruto's body fell thou a great distance before his body rag-dolled over branches as they broke, and it was not just the branches that broke. As Naruto landed, most of his body was broken, with his arms and legs broken with blood seeping out of his hands and legs along with his mouth. After a few hours of lying on the ground, a tiger walked up to Naruto, thinking he was an easy snack but was blindsided by 3 bears that seemed to guard the young ninja. But that was not all that was guarding him. Wolves and foxes joined the bears in fighting the tiger, and knowing that it would not win, it ran as the bears started to huddle around Naruto along with the wolves and a fox. But they did not know that they were being watched by something. It was a small and slim reptile with a wolf-like body shape, light green scales with blue and reddish stripes covering its body, and a blue-colored underbelly. It kept out of the forest as the animals looked ready to fight it, but it shook its head. I'm not here to fight, it said, showing that it had a male as it walked over to Naruto before taking a sniff of him. Could he be the one we need? He asked himself in thought before he turned to the animals. I can take him to a place that can heal him if you let me, he told them as the animals looked at each other before one bear carefully lifted Naruto onto the back of another as all the animals that were there turned to the reptile. You all want to come with me? He asked them as they nodded. He sighed before nodding. Fine now, then form a circle around me, he told them as they all did as asked, and then the next thing that they knew was that a large technique formula formed beneath them and then they were replaced with a large puff of smoke. Summoning Realm. Shinki Sakai the reptile, along with the animals and the knocked-out Naruto, was transported to a massive forest which is also comprised of clearings close to the coast and a combination of cliffs and giant trees that create a vast vertical space. Around their feet was thick and lush with greenery high in the cliffs and branches of massive trees, with a large lace with rivers branching out of it. The reptile led the troop of animals in the forest as other reptile-like animals looked at them, leading them to a colossal mountain in the middle of the woods. The small troop followed before they came before a great beast. It was a reptilian as well, but it was more significant than the one that led them in, and it looked to be the same size as a biju, if not bigger than them. It had 6 large, muscular legs, and its body was primarily covered in lime green scales with yellow scales around its long neck. Its face was covered in a very light shade of red scales with the same color scales covering its tail with a spiked club. Spikes ran down its head to the tail club with spikes running up its legs. It was a mighty dragon. A Jagras. What is your name? little one, the dragon said with a deep wail as its white eye looked down at the Jagras. I'm Shosan, the Sout you sent out, Asgoroth-sama, the now named Shosan called out, and even though I have brought animals here, the human that is with them, I believe that he could be our summoner, Shosan said as Asgoroth turned his gaze to the knocked out Naruto. A Jinchuriki and a demigod, Asgoroth muttered as he moved his head closer to Naruto, but before he can be tested, he needs healing. Call Grandini so that she may heal this boy, Asgoroth said to a small dragon next to him who nodded and flew off. As they waited, Asgoroth watched the animals guard Naruto, and he could tell that they knew they could defeat them, but they would go down fighting. And after, a small white another dragon joined them. It was a large, four-legged dragon whose appearance differed considerably from Asgoroth's. Its white body appears covered in tissue similar to bird feathers rather than scales, and its feet also resemble bird talons. The head of this dragon looked covered in what appeared to be fur, and the skull was somewhat broad and flat, with the fur extending down the neck into the upper chest region. You summoned me, Asgoroth-sama, the dragon asked with a gentle female voice. Yes, Grandini heal this human so that I must speak with him, Asgoroth said as the now named Grandini nodded, moved closer to Naruto, and held out her claw, showing that her front claws were also her wings. Hiru, Grandini called out as her claw let out a sky-blue glow, and Naruto also gained a sky-blue glow as his broken bones started to heal and the blood leaking out started to be drawn back into him. After a couple of minutes, Grandini put her claw down, but Naruto still did not wake up, but Asgoroth nodded to her. Thank you, I'll take it from here, he said as he moved one of his claws over to Naruto and moved his jacket out of the way. So I was right, his chakra is being stoked and disturbed by another seal. He thought as looked at the seal before moving his claw away and looked to the bear who was carrying Naruto. Can you set him down and get his jacket off so that I can remove the seal that is disturbing him? Asgoroth asked the bear, who nodded and slowly, with the help of the other animals, set Naruto on the ground in front of the dragon with the wolf and the fox working together. They got his jacket off. Thank you, now then, he said before he moved his claw back over Naruto and placed it gently on the Uzumaki's seal. Ryu Funpo. Fu Hakai, Asgoroth called out. The top of his claw gave off a dark green flow as the seal that was recently added to Naruto is starting to glow the same green before it began to vanish, and when he moved his claw away it was gone. Asgoroth turned to Shosan. Return to your brood while we wait for him to awaken, he told the Jagras, who bowed his head and then walked over to the cave, and Grandini also left, leaving Asgoroth, Naruto and the small troop of animals in the cave. When Asgoroth turned back to Naruto, he saw his head resting on a woman's lap. She was a fair-skinned and slender woman of feminine build with silver-violet eyes and long crimson hair that was tied back into a ponytail. She wore a white shirt with an open silver jacket, black form-fitting pants that reached her calf, and black boots. Asgoroth narrowed his eyes at her, and as he was about to speak, she beat him to the punch. Thank you for helping my son, she told the dragon, but she did not look at him. Asgoroth lay down as his head moved to that it was level with both the woman. What is your name, goddess? He asked her as he studied her. And the animals that were around her as well. The 3 bears were sleeping around her, with the wolves curled at her side, and the fox curled on Naruto's chest. I am Artemis, she said as she looked up at the dragon. And do you think that he will be a good summer for the dragons? Artemis asked him. I do not know, and only if he passes the tests of mind, body and soul, Asgoroth said before he looked down at Naruto, but for some strange reason, I believe that he is going to pass each test with flying colors, he told Artemis, who nodded. Both of them talked some more as Artemis set Naruto to rest next to one of the bears, and after about an hour, Naruto started to wake up, and he looked around, seeing the strange area that was around him. What the where the hell am I? He asked as Asgoroth looked down at Naruto, who looked shocked at the giant dragon in front of him. Are you with that snake freak? Naruto asked him, shaking slightly. Snake freak? Asgoroth asked as he looked at Naruto. I do not know who you speak of, but I know of the snake summoning clan, if that helps, he told Naruto, who looked confused for a second before nodding. Oh, I get it, like my sensei's dogs, Naruto said before looking around. Where am I? Naruto asked as he looked. You are on Shinki Sakai, the home of the dragon summoning clan, Asgoroth said as Naruto turned back to him. One of the many dragons under me found you and brought you here to heal and to see if you were the person that we have been waiting for to sign our summoning scroll. The giant dragon told Naruto, who nodded before his eyes shot wide, but Artemis cut him off before he could speak. This realm and yours have different time zones, with this realm moving faster than yours, she told him as Naruto turned to her, his eyes shooting wide. You're the woman in my dreams, Naruto muttered as she smiled. She is your mother, young demigod, Asgoroth said as Naruto headshot him. My mother, demigod, Naruto asked as he looked between the two of them. Demigod means a child born from a mortal and a god, in your case, your father and I, Artemis said as she walked over, and you look so much like your father, she said as she looked at his face. Then why could you not? Naruto started but stopped when he saw her sad face. Raise you, she finished for him as he nodded. It all started around 2,000 years ago with my half-brother Hermes who fell in love with a mortal woman and had a daughter with her, she told her son, who nodded along as Asgoroth listened in. He was so in love with her that he forgot his duties as a god, but Hermes did not care. Not long after that, he soon wished it as Hermes soon watched the woman he loved and daughter grow old and die before his very eyes, she said as she looked at Naruto and he could see that behind her youthful looks her eyes looked old. He shut down and was close to fading from the word, so the leaders of the different pantheons came together and decreed that no god or goddess shall raise their child, Artemis told him as Naruto nodded. If you do not mind me asking, I have heard the name Artemis before, and they say that you're a virgin goddess, Asgoroth said as Artemis nodded. You're right. I am, and technically, I still am, but it's slightly weird, Artemis said as Naruto cracked his head to the side. He had still not released the animals around him. What do you mean? Naruto asked her. Well, my immortal father, who I do not see as my father, was being an absolute fucking stupid, so his wife, my stepmother, came up with a plan as she was tired of the tyranny of Zeus, so she went to me, and my twin brother, Artemis said as both dragon and demigod nodded. Both of us agreed, with my reason because of one of my half-brothers and Apollo. Well, he wanted to stop being blamed for every time a prophecy comes around, and he gets blamed if it's not what he wants, Artemis said as Naruto shook his head at that. Then we split up to gather more help, so I went to my uncle Poseidon who agreed to do it as Zeus was being unreasonable. Hera went to my favorite half-brother Hephaestus who made robes that would bind him to his chair, and my twin gave the word to our half-sister Athena, Artemis said as Naruto nodded. And it almost worked as was getting him to promise to rule fairly, but then a being known as a hundred-hander and ruined it, and so he punished most of us, Artemis said as Naruto looked shocked. Punished for wanting him to rule as fair, Naruto asked, but Asgoroth sighed. It happens, young fox, as with the best intentions can lead to good, but if the one that sees it does not like it, he can do as he wishes, and if that someone is a ruler, Asgoroth said with a shake of his giant head. While Athena and I were not punished, I was being watched closer than normal, but then 39 years ago, one of my hunters did something terrible, Artemis said as both Naruto and Asgoroth listened carefully. She, while hunting down a monster, slaughtered a small group of men that was neither in her way or helping the beast, and the fates along with Zeus was furious with both her and myself, and I was not the happy with her as well, Artemis told them as Naruto's jaw dropped open. Why would she do that? Naruto asked as Asgoroth nodded. I asked her the same question before the Fates and Zeus, and her response was that she was ridding the world of filthy pigs without any sign of guilt, as I knew that I did not help with how I am, Artemis said as Naruto looked questionably at his mother. I hated men as when I grew up in a place where men would happily take advantage of women, and that sadly has not changed, as so I have a strong dislike for men, but that has lighted slightly, Artemis explained. Oh, Naruto said, stroking the fox on his stoosh. Anyway, I banished her from my hunt and turned her into a pig herself, and then I gave her a head start before releasing my wolves on her, but that did not stop my punishment, Artemis said as both males nodded. The Fates told me that they have given out a prophecy and that I had a part to play in it, and all I needed to do was have a child, Artemis said as Naruto looked at his mother. Me right? Naruto asked her as Artemis nodded. Yes, anyway, when I was told this, I was beyond pleased and did not like it, but I went to Mount Olympus and had my soul moved to a mortal body, Artemis said as a smile started to crawl onto her face. Before I was fully put in the mortal body I was told the prophecy, and it goes a mischievous blue-eyed boy who can name all the tailed beasts and frolic amongst them and change the world, she said as Artemis smiled at Naruto. Before he could speak, she continued, I was then born to the head of the Uzumaki clan, Daisuke and Hikari Uzumaki, and was named Kushina, but I still kept the goddess part of myself as I grew up, and one day, Daisuke asked me to follow him before we overlooked the sea and asked one question, Artemis said as Asgoroth raised a brow. And what question was that? He asked her. Tell me, Kushina, what do you see? I told him the sea, but he shook his head before he pointed into the sea. I looked closer and saw a whirlpool, so I told him. Artemis said, "W your face." He nodded and told me that the land of whirlpools has been the home of the Uzumaki clan for a long time, but I already knew that. He then turned to me and said the whirlpool has also represented the Uzumaki in our lives, and then he asked me my name when I said Kushina. He asked me my real name, so I told him, and we talked, and then I slowly started to let my walls down around him before I one day call him dad instead of sir or father, Artemis said as Noro smiled. Her smile soon vanished. Soon the second great ninja war happened. And our home was being targeted by Kiri, Kumo and Iwa, so my siblings and I had to split up, with my brother going to AIM and my sister going to Kusa, while I went to Konoha and was made when you are, Artemis said as Naruto looked shocked, but it was a duty that I trained for with my father and me. After Mito-sama transferred the Kyuubi, I then went to the Ninja Academy where I met your father, Artemis said as her smile returned, this time a loving smile as Naruto's smile also returned. A namikaze if I'm right, judging by the little fox's smell, Asgoroth said as Naruto's eyes shot wide. You mean? Naruto asked as Artemis nodded. Yes, your father was Minato Namikaze, but when I met him, I thought that he didn't have the physical attributes and was far too polite and nice as well as too quiet, and when he said that he wanted to become Hokage, I scoffed, but after a few days of living in the village Kumo tried to kidnap me and take me to their village, Artemis told her son, who looked angry. So they tried that back then as well, Naruto said as Artemis looked confused as well as Asgoroth. 10 years ago, Kuma tried to kidnap a Hyuga for them, but that failed. Naruto growled as his eyes turned red as Artemis nodded. That is how the Raikage is and how Kumo has always been the most power-hungry nation, Artemis told her son, who nodded. Anyway, before I tell you the rest, I have to explain something. You see, I used to hate my hair color. It was bad for hunting as it stuck out like sore thumb, Artemis explained as Naruto looked shocked. Why is that? It looks better in blonde, Naruto said as Artemis looked at him with a smile, and I think that I would have loved to have your hair. I mean, it's a beautiful color, Naruto told her as Artemis smiled at him. Really? She asked him as Naruto nodded. Well, anyway, on my way to Kumo, I started to pull strands of hair out, hoping that someone would find me, and someone did, Artemis said as Naruto gained a smile. Dad? Naruto asked her. Artemis nodded. He came thou the forest quickly barreling thou the grown Kumo nin before he picked me up and started to carry me back to Konoha. And when I asked him how he could have found me, Minato said that he saw my beautiful red hair on the floor and had to save me as he did not want to wake up the next day and not see me, and from that day I started to love my red hair as it was our red thread of fate. Artemis said as both boy and dragon smiled at the sweet moment. Anyway, years passed and I became a kunoichi of Konoha and placed on a team under Tsunade Senju, and on my team was Mebuki Haruno and Sume Inuzuka, while on your father's team, he had Makoto Uchiha and Tuchi Ichiraku, who was taught by Jiraiya, who was your father's father, Artemis said, but sat the name Jiraiya. I have heard about this Jiraiya. He is the summoner of the toads, if I am not mistaken, Asgoroth said as he gained a thoughtful look. That's right. You see, out of your 3 grandfathers, 2 are men driven by lust, and only one of them actually cares for their family, Artemis said with a wave of her hand. Anyway, your father and I started to date when we became genin, and when we became chunin I met your father's mother and found out that he was like you, Artemis said as Asgoroth's eyes shot wide along with Naruto's. He had a demigod father as well as a goddess for a mother, Asgoroth said as Artemis nodded. Naruto looked at his mother in shock. Who was his mom? Naruto asked her. My name, my little cub, is Amaterasu, a woman's voice said as the 3 turned to see a woman walking over to them. They saw a pale-skinned woman with delicate facial features who had long, sweeping black hair, the same blue eyes as Naruto, and thin eyebrows, and she wore a red shade of lipstick on her lips. She wore a high-collared white hime kimono with 2 large red circles on the leaves with a necklace of green jade tomo, and over her feet looked to be white tabi and royal sandals. Samurai armor seemed to cover her arms and shoulders, and at her waist was a round mirror. Artemis turned to her and smiled. Hello, Amaterasu. How are you? Artemis asked her as the other goddess walked over. Naruto got up off the bear and walked over to his grandmother, so, he started, now knowing what to say as Amaterasu smiled. You wish to know about me? She asked Naruto, who nodded. Very well, I'm from the same world as your mother, and my domains are the rising sun, the royal family of the country that I belong to and of creation, Amaterasu explained to Naruto. Artemis smiled at her mother-in-law before turning back to Naruto. After I met your grandmother, I told Minato who I really was, and he did not care, so I was happy, and we spent many years together, Artemis said before his eyes became sad and the smile vanished. Then that night 13 years ago when the Kyuubi was released from the seal, Artemis said as Naruto looked at his mother. What happened? Naruto asked her. The night I went into labor, Minato was there making sure that the seal did not break as I was giving birth to you, and it did not break, and you were born without a problem, Artemis said before the air around everyone chilled. But then someone came in, killed both my attendants and my midwife and held you hostage, and he ordered Minato to step away from me, or he would kill you, Artemis said as Naruto's eyes shot wide. Minato sprung into action and saved you, but as I was too weak to fight back at the time. He captured me and released the Kyuubi before they had it rampage through the village, and Minato and his toad by the name of Gamabunta fought the fox and released it on the men hold. Artemis said as Amaterasu looked sad as she knew where this was going. I used an Uzumaki technique called Kongo Fusa to make a barrier, and I originally planned to seal it back into myself. It would kill my mortal body, but it would give Konoha 5 to 6 years to prep while it reforms. But your father told me that he was going to seal it in himself. But then the Kyuubi broke the chains that were holding it back, Artemis explained to Naruto and Asgoroth, who nodded. And Minato was weakened from his fight with the man that released the Kyuubi from Artemis, so he could only do the best option at the time, Amaterasu said as Naruto looked at her. And seal the Kyuubi in me, Naruto said as both goddesses nodded. Minato used an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu called Shiki Fujin, and it summons the Shinigami to seal anything so long. And so we prepared to use another Uzumaki Fuinjutsu by the name of Hake no Fuin Shiki that would let you use a small part of the Kyuubi's chakra. But then the fox went to kill you, so both Minato and I jumped in the way of the claw, Artemis said as Naruto looked shocked. Minato started to adjust the seal while I sent my last mortal words to you before he finished the seal and sealed the Kyuubi in you, and we both died not soon after that, with me returning to my godly body more in tune with myself than ever before, and my hunters as happy to see me return, Artemis told them. But something happened, didn't it? Asgoroth said, reminding everyone that he was there. Yes, I went to Olympus to see my daughter-in-law, and I found her bawling her eyes out at the loss of her husband and the fact that she could not see her son, and I joined in grieving, and as I hardly ever have a demigod child, my grief was much stronger, and weeks passed as we grieved over Minato and that we could not be with you, but Artemis knew that if she did not do something, Zeus would find you in HD to your death, Amaterasu told him as Naruto turned to his mother. Artemis nodded. I rejoined my hunt, and over the years, I have been gathering favors from over gods so that one day I could help you, and some of the gods that knew of you said they would help none less, Artemis said as Naruto nodded. Is that why you are here? Naruto asked her. She nodded. Yes, I called in one of my favors when I felt that you were close to death, Artemis said before she smiled. And I have decided that I'm now going to call them in so that I can train you up to be a Chunin, Artemis told him, but Naruto looked shocked. I need the training to be a good genin first, Naruto said as both his goddesses and the dragon looked confused. Surely, you have had training by your sensei, Asgoroth asked him, but Naruto scoffed. All Kakashi's sensei teaches me, and my teammate Sakura is teamwork drills while he takes my other teammate and trains him in Kaden Ninjutsu, Naruto said as Artemis looked shocked. Kakashi, you said, she asked her son, and when Naruto nodded, oh, Kakashi, what are you doing, she muttered. She then gained a thoughtful look on her face. What about Hana Inuzuka, Kurenai Yuhi or Yugo Uzuki? Have any of them taught you anything? She asked her son, who shook his head. The only people that you and Dad knew that helped me are old man Ichiraku and Gigi, Naruto told his mother, who looked shocked. Asgoroth let out a growl that shook the ground. And humans wonder why Jinchuriki grow to hate their village, he growled out as Amaterasu looked angry beyond belief. Artemis then shook her head. All right. Then tell me what you know so that I can help you, Artemis said as Amaterasu shook her head along with Asgoroth. What can we do to help him? She said as she indicated to herself and the giant dragon. Artemis looked at the two of them in shock, along with Naruto, but he needs to go through the summoning test, she asked Asgoroth, who shook his giant head. The test can be done at any moment, and I can allow the young foxes training here, he told her. And it is given for a grandparent to spoil their grandchild, Amaterasu said as Artemis looked over to her before a small smile formed. Thank you, she said as all three turned to Naruto. Well, to start off with leaf concentration practice, how to throw a kunai, I was always second with that only because I was given weighted kunai, the Nawanuke no Jutsu. I can throw shuriken, be it Fuma shuriken or normal shuriken, and I was third but again was given weighted shuriken, Naruto said as a twitch formed on Artemis' left eye. Let me see the Kokorami no Jutsu, then I kind of mastered the Funyu no Jutsu and Kaifu no Jutsu. Naruto listed off as two more dragons entered the cave that they were in. They both were massive but were smaller than Asgoroth. The first dragon had platinum scales that glowed with a faint blue sheen and blue eyes. The second 5 heads, one black, one blue, one green, one red and one white and a long tail tipped with a venomous stinger, and its body was covered in dark red scales. I know how to use Kaifujutsu, Shuriken and Cage Shuriken no Jutsu as well. I make my own explosive tag and smoke bombs, Naruto said as they nodded. Senbon, I struggle along with the Bunshin no Jutsu as I just can't do that jutsu as the clones look dead. Kawarimi no Jutsu I'm sort of okay with and I'm excellent with the Henge no Jutsu, and I've made my own Justu that I call Oiroke no Jutsu where I turn into a woman, Naruto said as Artemis looked shocked. But Naruto was not done. I also know the Cage Bunshin no Jutsu and Taju Cage Bunshin no Jutsu, and I mixed the Cage Bunshin no Jutsu and my Oiroke no Jutsu to make something called Haremu no Jutsu, Naruto said before nodding. Oh, then there was the Kinobori no Shugyo, and that's it, and I can use wire strings, he said as the others looked at him. They nodded as Artemis made an internal list, and Amaterasu looked at her grandson. So no Genjutsu or Taijutsu, she asked him, but Naruto shook his head. What about his demigod powers? Asgoroth asked as Artemis looked at the dragon and then at Naruto. Alright. I want you to say yes or no as my aunt and I had to make a list for just this moment, Artemis told Naruto, who nodded. So moonlight empowerment, like making you stronger, faster, more energy, more durable and faster healing, Artemis said as Naruto closed his eyes. Yes, I felt it for the first time on the night I became a ninja, he told her as she nodded. Night vision, Artemis asked, with Naruto nodding again. A few years ago, when I was younger, he told her. Gender sopping, the moon goddess asked as Naruto nodded. Yes, last week I was having an argument with someone that I'm teaching, and before I knew it, he was changed into a girl, and both he and I were shocked before the next day happened. He turned back to normal, Naruto said before he gained a thoughtful look on his face, and for some reason when I use my Oiroke no Jutsu I turn into a girl, like a true transformation, Naruto said as Artemis smiled at him. Wild shape, the ability to fully change into an animal, Artemis asked as Naruto nodded again. Yay, when I was younger, I turned into a fox for a while, and sometimes I sleep like a fox, Naruto said as Amaterasu started to picture what Naruto looked like as a fox. True hunter, that means that you can hunt anything, she asked Naruto, who narrowed his eyes in thought. Kind of a few weeks ago when I was in Wave, I was tracking something, and it was easy, Naruto said as his mother nodded. Virginity detection, that means you can tell if a woman or girl is a virgin, Artemis explained as she looked shocked. Is that what it was? Naruto said as Asgoroth raised a brow at him. What do you mean? Asgoroth asked the blonde. Well, there is this Anbu who watches over me, and for some reason, I know that she's a virgin, he said as the dragon nodded. Beast speak, meaning you can understand all animals of the world, Artemis said as Naruto sighed. Yes, and that was annoying when I found out when I was doing D-rank missions with walking dogs, and they are all hyperactive, Naruto said as Artemis smiled at him before going over the list again in her head. Alright then, there are only 2 abilities left, but those are for when I claim you as my child, Artemis said as Naruto nodded but looked confused. Why can't you claim me now? He asked her. Artemis opened her mouth, but Amaterasu cut her off. You do know when you became Kushina. Your soul was put in the body of the stillborn, she said as Artemis looked at her with a raised brow but nodded. Your entire soul, and I mean both halves, she said as Artemis' eyes shot wide before she looked at Naruto. Diana, if you would, Artemis thought before she heard a voice that sounded like hers but had a rougher tone. I thought you would never ask, Diana said as above Naruto's head a silver glow before it started to take shape. It was a crescent moon with an arrow in the middle of it. Now then, let's start with your training, Artemis said as Naruto nodded. But first, the tests, Asgoroth said as Naruto turned to the dragon, but he pointed to the dragon with platinum scales. Tell me, son of Artemis, what would you do with our summoning contract? The dragon asked Naruto, and the voice sounded male. I would protect my village and those that I hold dear, Naruto said as the dragon's blue eyes started to glow before he let out a roar. You have passed the test of the soul, he called out as the dragons with 5 heads were next. Next is my test, and it is the test of the body, the dragon's far left head said in a sleepy voice but sounded female. Are you ready? The center head asked as she moved all her heads over to Naruto. And it shocked the goddesses and the animals when the dragon unleashed 5 beath attacks at him. As they rushed in, the dragon stopped, and they found that Naruto was not affected and looked fine, so she roared, you have passed the test of the body, or otherwise known as those with weak will would have been burnt then frozen, poisoned then shocked before melted by acid, the center head told Naruto as the goddesses sighed in relief. Asgoroth then approached Naruto, who looked up at him. The final test is known as the test of the mind, he told Naruto as he raised a claw up and touched Naruto's head, and both their eyes glowed. Asgoroth glowed white, while Naruto gave off a slight bluish-silver glow before moving his claw out of the way and letting out a roar as well. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, son of Artemis the Moon Maiden and descendant of Amaterasu the Rising Sun, you have passed the test of mind, and you may become the summoner of our dragon, he told Naruto as another dragon walked in. This dragon was serpentine with emerald green scales, a yellow underbelly, 4 legs and 2 arms, each having 3 claws. Long silver hair flowed off its head along with a tuft of silver hair on the end of its tail, growing down its back with crimson red hair as well that started at the crown of its hair then down its back and along its tail, and unlike the 3 that was in the cave already, this one was the side of a horse if this dragon walked on all 6 legs. Oh, and on its head were 2 large moose-like antlers, and it was wearing a purple vest and leather tassets with fur lining. Majira, this young man has passed the 3 tests and allow him to sign it, Asgoroth told the now named Majira, who moved something off his back. It was a black and red scroll. Before Majira started to unroll it to show where the name would go was empty. Artemis looked at him. Right, your name is in blood, and then if needs be, they will tell you to add something, Artemis said as Naruto nodded, and so he wrote his name after he bit his thumb before looking at Asgoroth. For us dragons, a chakra stamp would do for us, he told Naruto, who looked at his mother. Put some blood on your finger before sending chakra to the blood and then press it on the scroll, Artemis told him. He did as he was told, and when he pulled his finger away, it sewed his symbol. A spiral that flows into a lick of flame. Majira then rolled the scroll up before turning to Asgoroth. Is that all, Asgoroth-sama? Majira asked, showing that they were male, and at Asgoroth's nod, Majira walked out the mouth of the cave. Now, to train you up, Artemis said as she walked out of the cave with Naruto, Amaterasu, and the animals. They all walked over to a large lake that had some dragons drinking from it. As they turned to the approaching group, now let's start with Suimin Hoko no Gyo, and this is like Ki no Bori no Shugyo. But you will need a thick constant stream of chakra on the bottom of your feet as you walk across the water's surface, Artemis said as she continued walking until she reached the excellent distance away. Now it's a good idea to wear clothing that is good for swimming, so I'll be back in a moment with just what you need, Artemis said as she glowed silver before she teleported away. Realm of the gods, under the sea. Atlantis. Artemis appeared underwater before her form changed to a great white shark before she started swimming to find the god she was looking for. After an hour of swimming, she was met with a large city on par with her home Mount Olympus, with wide courtyards and columned pavilions. 20 or 30 buildings are made of abalone, white but gleaming with rainbow colors. Fish and octopi dart in and out of the windows. The gardens are full of exotic sea plants and coral colonies, with luminescent jellyfish drifting about like Christmas lights. In this center was the Palace of Atlantis, which was as big as a mansion made of pearl, sea stone, and abalone shells. The paths are lined with glowing pearls, the doorways are enormous, and the roof has a big open deck that has been set up as a command center. A merman guard turned to see Artemis approach in shark form. I seek an audience with my uncle, she told them as they nodded and let her in. She swam in and found the throne that her uncle sat upon and found that it was made out of coral. The mosaic on the floor showed an exact map of the palace grounds and the surrounding ocean, along with colored stone tiles representing different armies, and sea monsters shifted around as the forces changed position. After lazily swimming around, the god that she was waiting for turned up. He has black hair, a neatly trimmed black beard, a deep tan, and sea-green eyes surrounded by sun crinkles, and his hands are also scarred like an old-time fisherman's. He was dressed in leather sandals, khaki Bermuda shorts, a bright Hawaiian shirt, and a cap decorated with fishing lures which said Neptune's lucky fishing hat. He looked at the shark was near his throne before he sensed the power that was behind its power. "Artemis, it's good to see you," he said as he made a small air bubble in the water for her. Artemis turned back to her standard form before smiling at her uncle. "Uncle Poseidon, do you have any swimming trucks that I can have for my," she said before Poseidon cut her off. "Your son?" he asked her with a smile as she nodded. "Sure, but can I meet him?" Poseidon asked her. The moon goddess raised a brow. "Yes, but can I ask why?" she asked. Poseidon looked at her before he summoned to form a rainbow video showing a young boy that looked like a young Poseidon. "I would like to ask him a favor so that he can teach my son how to use his powers," Poseidon said as Artemis nodded. "I think he will," she said as they both glowed. "Follow me," she said as they both were teleported away. Shinki Sakai, Artemis and Poseidon appeared, and what they found shocked the sea god and made the moon goddess laugh. It was Naruto with one hand, the fingers cursed, imitating claws while he was going strikes at the air. And he was not the only one doing this, as hundreds of Kage Bunshin were doing them with Amaterasu sitting on a blanket drinking tea. Both deities walked over to the sun goddess as they looked at Naruto. "What is he doing?" Poseidon asked as each Naruto moved in sequence with a dragon in the front. The dragon was humanoid without wings with 8 horns coming out of his head, 4 per side, and with a long flowing orange mane of hair, white scales covering its body, and red face paint across its snout and on either side of its face. They wore what looked like armored pants and a flowing cape with leather wraps around their knuckles. "That is a Karikanryu, and he is showing that batch of clones some of his fighting styles, like some of the other dragons are doing," Amaterasu said as Artemis and Poseidon has a good looked around and saw that there were hundreds of Naruto clones and approximately 20 other humanoid dragons teaching. Naruto said he wanted a taijutsu that was a child and that he could pass on to his children one day, Amaterasu said as Artemis looked shocked. "So he's going to merge all the fighting styles so the Uzumaki," she said as a smile slowly formed. "And grow and be strong once more," Artemis said as Poseidon looked at his niece. He had not seen her smile like that in a long time. "What is he learning so far?" she asked her mother-in-law. "Hell, he's learning boxing from Kenryu over there," Amaterasu said as she pointed to an orange-scaled dragon wearing boxing shorts and gloves and punching the air. "Akari Kenryu is teaching Muay Thai and how to attack pressure points from Togakugiryu," she added as she then pointed to a spiked red dragon dressed in a moor with drill-like claws on the end of his fingers. Artemis looked to the left to see clones kicking. "What about that batch of clones?" she asked as Amaterasu looked over. "They're learning the startings of Jiao-kun Do from Kushintekiashiryu," Amaterasu said as shouting was heard as they looked over to see 2 humanoid dragons with a group of clones. "Over there, Kaonoryu and Yakidokwanjoryu were teaching Naruto how to tap into the Kyubi," she told them as Poseidon saw the clones gained a slight red glow around them before seeing the only non-humana with clones. It was a black dragon whose upper body stood vertically while the lower body ran parallel to the ground with a plated light silver underbelly and had fins instead of legs and dark gray eyes. It was wearing a mask, red fin pads with small white spikes, 2 on the front fins and 1 on the back fins, along with a red rope tied around its lower half with a red harness held together with a silver cross. Its mask is black with a silver lining, and it juts out past the back of its head to form a crest with the 2 black spikes jutting out of the sides of its head. 2 sharp-bladed shurikens stick out of the back of its neck and back. These shurikens have 3 blades each, and their tail ends in a sharp diamond point. "Who is that?" he asked as he indicated to the black dragon. Amaterasu looked over. "That is Shinobu-ryu, and she is teaching then the silent killing, while over there is the original Naruto with Bahamut and Tiamat, the 2 sages of the Dragon Clan, who is teaching Naruto Haki, and then finally, that group of clones over there is being taught the Rokushiki by Fuma," Amaterasu told them as they nodded. Speaking of real Naruto, he was sitting cross-legged in front of the 2 dragons that tested him before the Platinum Dragon looked up and saw that Artemis had returned. "Naruto, summon another clone so that I can take over while you train with your mother," he told Naruto, who nodded and called forth another clone before walking over to his mother and saw that new person next to her. Naruto, I would like you to meet my favorite uncle Poseidon, who I asked if he could have some suitable swimwear for you. As the god of the sea, he has access to materials that would be good for a ninja to use when he needs it, Artemis said as Naruto nodded, who then looked at Poseidon. Hello, Poseidon-sama, Naruto said to the sea god, who waved him off. Please call me Poseidon when not in a formal setting, he told Naruto, who nodded. Now I need to ask you something, Poseidon said to Naruto, who nodded. I have a son who will need help using his powers, and with how my brother is, I will be unable to help him like Artemis is helping you, he told Naruto, who nodded. So I wanted to ask the favor if you could train my son until he can use his powers, he asked Naruto, who nodded. I would be happy, Poseidon, Naruto said as he turned to his mother but stopped and turned back to the sea god. What is his name? Naruto asked the god, who chuckled. His name is Perseus Jackson, Poseidon said as they both turned to Artemis. Now then, as I said earlier, I am going to train you in the Suimin Hoko no Gyo, so if you would. Uncle Poseidon, Artemis said as she nodded to the sea god. He raised his hand as a cyclone of water formed around Naruto, and before his clothes were washed off him, and then when the cyclone died down, it showed Naruto in orange swimming trunks and bright red. Who was the woman in the war water just then? Naruto asked the god, who looked confused for a second before sighing. I'm sorry about that, my boy, as when your mother came to me for them, I had to tell the Naiads about you and what was needed, and when they found out that you're Artemis' son, they went into a frenzy making swimwear for you, and well I used that cyclone of water to just change your cloths, but it seemed that some wanted to help you, he told his grandnephew. Naruto nodded before looking at his mother, who shook her head. Anyway, do you remember what I told you earlier? Artemis asked Naruto, who nodded. Then you do that while I go and shout at my former teammate and students for not helping you and get the scrolls that I left with Sarutobi, Artemis said before she teleported out as Naruto started to slowly walk onto the water with Amaterasu and Poseidon watching him. The stram is too thin, Amaterasu said to her grandson, who nodded before turning to Poseidon. Would you like some tea? She asked him. Yes, please, he told her. Konohagakure, Inuzuka clan compound. Artemis appeared in the middle of the compound, and all the ninken started to shake as they felt the anger she was sending out that her son was not helped by her former teammate and student. To say she was angry at them was an understatement. She was living as she walked as the ninken bowed to her as she passed them, and the Inuzuka looked shocked and frightened at the woman that was heading for the house of the head of their clan. And they knew that they could do nothing about it with how the ninken were and how they reacted to her. Mom, what's happening? She heard the voice of her former student Hana Inuzuka as she got closer. I don't know, the voice of Artemis's former teammate Sume Inuzuka said as Artemis walked closer until she saw them. That was when Artemis saw them and growled, Sune, Hana, how nice it is to see you. Both women turned and froze at who was in front of them. Sume has an animalistic look and has long, spiky, untamed brown hair, vertical slit-like pupils, elongated canine teeth and nails. She also has the clan fang markings on her cheeks as well as markings over her eyes and a dark shade of purple lipstick. She wore the standard outfit of a Konoha shinobi consisting of a flak jacket and a black suit underneath with the sleeves rolled up and bandages around her legs. Then there was Hana, who had long brown hair, which she wore in a ponytail with 2 locks of hair framing her face over her large, black eyes. She also wears a light shade of lipstick and has the traditional fang-like tattoos of the Inuzuka clan on both cheeks and a tattoo on her upper right arm resembling a flower. She wore a brace on her left wrist, bracelets on her right hand, and bandages and usually was dressed in the beige Konoha medic uniform. Around them was 4 ninken who walked out bowed down to Artemis, 3 of them the same gray fur with white undersides and short pointed ears that mostly resemble huskies. The other is an adult canine with a wolfish appearance, black fur, and a white underside that most closely resembles a northern Rocky Mountain wolf. This ninken is missing his left ear and wears an eye patch over his right eye. Kuchi, Sume started, but when Artemis looked at her, her words were a chord in her thought. Yes, Inuzuka, Artemis said, her tone as cold as ice. Sensei, how are you here? You died, Hana said more, showing that she was braver than her mother, but froze all the same when the goddess's eyes moved to her. And before both women knew it all, the ninken that was a part of the Inuzuka clan had joined them and stood behind Artemis, and the hounds that belonged to both Hana and Sume stood by Artemis' side. "To think that I saw you as a friend," the moon goddess said as the ninkin started to growl at both Hana and Sume. The entirety of the clan was shocked. Is she using a jutsu on them or something? An Inuzuka clan member asked, but Sume's partner cut in. "You fool, this is Artemis, goddess of the hunt, and all hounds obey her," he growled out as they looked shocked. "May I ask why you are here, my lady?" he asked Artemis, who looked down at the one-eyed hound. "I have come seeking answers from my supposed friend and student and why they did nothing to help my son," she said as the other hounds started to bare their fangs at the two Inuzuka women. "Now Kushina, let's talk about this," Sume tried to say, but a chin shot out and wrapped around her neck. "Beatings, burns, broken ribs, shattered bones, electrocuted, buried under a stone, starved, hunted," Artemis said. Each word dropped the temperature as each ninkin moved forward slowly as they were ready to tear both women lib from lib. "And that is only the shortlist, so my friend, why did you do fuck all?" she asked Sume as she spat the word friend at her. "Please, Sume tried to say, but she knew that nothing she said would appease the goddess. The ninkin moved closer as Artemis raised her chains up, lifting Sume off the ground as she choked her. "I should make it so that your clan would never hunt again. Have your ninkin turn on you. Yes, showed the power that frightened both Kunoichi. Turn your clan into pig for me and my son to hunt until we grow bored of you, then feed you to your ninkin," she added as the cold look in her eyes became frigid. Hana said nothing as she felt like an academy student once more, and it also felt like the Shinigami was creeping into her, and Sume was no better. "So give me one good fucking reason why I shouldn't," she asked as she looked Sume in the eye. "Konoha," Sume tried, but she felt a hound bite at her. "Can always add a new clan of new hunters that my son is going to bring," Artemis said as Sume. "I can teach," Sume tried again but was cut off again. "You should have done that when he joined the academy as you promised me," Artemis said as her chain tightened around Sume's neck as tears started to flow from her eyes. "Nothing then. I best be rid of," Artemis was saying before Hana fell to her knees. "I'll marry your son and become nothing more than his property and will just be used for breeding," she cried as Artemis looked over to her. Sume looked at her daughter in shock. Is she thinking straight? She asked herself. Artemis narrowed her eyes at her. "The woman. What would my son and I gain out of this? It seems your mother would make it so that you would never follow that pledge," Artemis said as Sume's eyes widened as she looked at Artemis. "I am a goddess. Did you really think that I could not read your mind?" Artemis asked Sume, who shocked before the moon goddess turned to Hana. "Swear on the river Styx that you will do as you said, and if you fail to marry my son or do as you have said, then your soul shall be drowned in the Styx for all eternity," Artemis said as Sume looked shocked as she looked at her daughter. "Hana, I'll do it as I can take the pain of child," Sume tried to say, but the chain around her neck tightened once more to shut the woman up. Hana looked at her mother before looking at her former sensei and saw only hate directed at her, and she knew that she deserved it. "I, Hana Inuzuka, swear on the river Styx that I shall marry Naruto Uzumaki if he wishes and, if not, to just be used for breeding and birthing new Uzumaki clan members," Hana said to Artemis before all of Konoha felt the earth beneath their feet shake slightly. "Styx has accepted your oath. If you break it, well, I will wish you luck," Artemis said as she dropped Sume on the ground as looked down at the woman. "You failed your mother and father, and they would have killed you for what you have done," Artemis said as she turned and started to walk away. But stopped when Sume started to speak. "I, Sume Inuzuka, swear on the river Styx that I shall aid Naruto Uzumaki if he wishes and, if not, to just be used for breeding and birthing new Uzumaki clan members," she said as Artemis turned to Sume, who just faced the ground as the ground shook once more. "I will make it up you and work to help where I should have," Sume said as she raised her head up to look Artemis in the eyes. "We shall see," Artemis said as she turned to the black-furred ninkin. "I'm putting you in charge, and if she fails, you would be the one to kill her," Artemis said as the ninkin nodded as she walked off. The ninkin looked at Sume and Hana before they all walked off into their partners as Hana and Sume left there alone with their ninkin. They stayed quiet for a while before Hana looked at her mother. "What's going to happen now?" she asked. "Me, Kushina, Mebuki and Makoto promised each other that we would look out for each other's kid if anything happened to us, and I know that Makoto was the only one that had followed thou," Sume said as she looked at her hand, not recognizing them. "I saw him as the Kyubi, told Kiba to make fun of him and aided in the hunting of him," she muttered as her ninkin scoffed at her. Here is what you two are going to do, and that is finding a way to fix the mess that you have made, or I will follow Milade's orders, he said as he walked away with Hana's Ninken following him. Hana thought back to everything that she had done to Naruto, and she realized that she was no better than her mother, and so Hana stood up as her Ninken stopped and turned to her, but she said nothing to them as she walked into her home, leaving her mother alone outside. Sume, still looking at her hands, thought back to her genin days, her teammates, and Hana getting taught by Kushina. No Artemis, her brain corrected before tears started to fall from her eyes again. What have I done? She asked quietly as the tears dripped. She was a student of Tsunade, a quarter Uzumaki and a teammate to one, so she should have known seals. But the fear got to her. Not anymore, Sume thought as she picked herself off the ground. I'll fix this, she said before she walked into her home after her daughter. Artemis walked through the building, making her way over to the main office of the building. She slowly approached a door that led her to someone who had failed her like her old teammates had. She opened the door, and she spotted the man, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen had tan skin with short spiked gray hair and a small goatee. His face was gaunt with wrinkles and liver spots with a single line running vertically under the outer corners of each eye, which stretched down into his face as he aged until they reached his cheeks, and he was dressed in a red, full-length kimono that is tied using a white sash. Hiruzen looked up in shock at seeing Artemis. How? He started to say, but she cut him off. Where are the scrolls and I left you? Artemis asked him as he looked at her confused. The scrolls that we wanted Naruto to have so that he could know who he was and be ready to fight for Konoha, she explained with narrowed eyes as Hiruzen looked at her. He said nothing to her before slightly moving his hand as Anbu jumped out to try and restrain her. The keyword would try. As the Anbu got close to her, chains shot out of her and slammed the Anbu into the walls around the office. Hiruzen looked shocked. It really is you, he muttered as he looked at her. The scrolls, Artemis said as if she was not holding back Anbu. Hand them over to me so that I can teach my son who he is, you lying pig, she told Hiruzen as the Hokage looked at her. How are you alive? He asked her, not moving from the desk. I saw you after you were run thou by the claw of the Kyuubi, he said as Artemis growled at him. Answer the fucking question, she told him as Hiruzen looked at her. He was not ready, he told her before he was wrapped up in chains, squeezing his life out. So, like the rest of this village, you decide to spit on Minato's memory, she said as Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at her. What about you staying away from your son then? He told her as her eyes drilled into him. My mortal body got turned into the moonlight as well as gods can't raise their children, Artemis said as Hiruzen's eyes when he heard her. That's right, I'm a goddess, she told him as the elderly Hokage looked frightened by her. Now then, I wonder should tell my brother about my son, and he can kill you and stop all medicine from working in Konoha except on a select few, Artemis asked, and Hiruzen saw the truth in her eyes. Have we really done anything to deserve punishment? He asked her as her eyes started to glow angrily. Beatings, burns, stabbings, broken bones, poisoning, electrocuted, drowned, hunted like an animal and starved, Artemis listed as Hiruzen knew Naruto's medical history. So do you think that Konoha deserves punishment from an angry goddess for the torment that her son has had to be under? Artemis growled out as Hiruzen looked down. I could do nothing to stop them, he told her, but she scoffed at him. You, the Hokage, your world in Konoha is law, and those that go against that word should no longer be living, Artemis said as Hiruzen looked down. You're a failure of a man. No, calling you a man would be an insult to men. You are nothing but filth, she told him as Hiruzen looked at her and he saw the spirit of his wife looking at him with the same hate Artemis was looking at. Then moved to the picture of his predecessors and successor, and for some reason, they looked like they were frowning at him. Left side third draw, he told Artemis, who walked over to the draw and saw the scrolls she was looking for. One was black with red stripes and the Uzumaki clan symbol over it, while the other was white with a red flame patterning across the top and bottom. She picked up both scrolls and released her chains, and everyone that was being held by them fell to the floor. She then started to glow as Hiruzen's voice stopped her form from teleporting for a moment. Is Naruto all right? He asked her as she looked at him and she saw the face of her mortal grandfather. The dragon summoning clan has taken him, and he has gained them as a summon while I'm teaching him what was supposed to be taught to those at the academy, Artemis said as Hiruzen looked confused. What do you mean? He asked her as Artemis stopped growling. He had weighted kunai and shuriken while he only really knows the standard 3 and the leaf concentration practice for chakra control, which would never help him, both the Funyu no Jutsu and Kaifu no Jutsu and finally the Bunshin, Kawarimi and the Henge while from what Naruto has told me, Kakashi has only taught him the Ki Nobori no Shugyo which should have been taught to him in the academy, Artemis said as Hiruzen's eyes shot wide. That is all they teach there, he asked her as his eyes slowly started to show deep anger. That explains so much, he growled as he began to stand up. What do you mean? Artemis asked him as Hiruzen turned to her. The year before Naruto's, they had a boy who had hardly any chakra, but I saw failure reports that talk about this boy. The same as Naruto, Hiruzen said as Artemis narrowed her eyes. It seems that I cannot hold all the blame on you then, Artemis told him as Hiruzen started to walk out the door before he stopped but headed for the bookshelf he had and pulled something off it before handing it to Artemis. Give this to Naruto and tell him that I can only hope that I fix the problem that I let build, he told her before he walked out, and most of the Anbu followed him, leaving Artemis in the room with a female Anbu with a cat mask. They both sat in silence before Artemis turned to the Anbu. What do you want, Azuki? She asked them. The Anbu flinched before taking off her mask as she looked at Artemis. Sensei, she said before Artemis looked at her with a burning hatred. Don't fucking call me that. As you no longer deserve to be called my student, Artemis spat out. I'm only here to aid my son and show him his other half of the world before rejoining my hunt, she said before she teleported out as the Anbu then fell to her knees sobbing. Summoning Realm, Shinki Sakai. It had been 3.5 days since Artemis teleported to Konoha. Time difference. 3 hours element nations equals half a day summoning realm. After he learned how to properly swim in Hoko no Gyo while after he had made done that, his granduncle told him that an easy way to master it would be to fight his clones on the water. And he did as water walking became second nature to him as he was not even thinking about it as he and his clone fought. The next day Naruto was taught how to move fast enough to make an afterimage, how to hit nerves in the body as well as how to block the tenketsu and how to let his body react with his instinct, and it helped that he was a demigod when he was training with this as his body was moving better by learning this. On the third day, Naruto was taught how to use the Kanshi no Jutsu, which would fit into his Jinchuriki ability to sense negative emotions. On the fourth day is when something strange happened when Artemis returned. She appeared near the cave holding the leader of the dragon's summon before making her way down to where she could sense her son before she heard a scream that belonged to him, so she started running at full speed to find out what had happened to him. And when she found him, she saw him looking into the water at his reflection. Naruto, what the matter? Artemis asked him as Naruto turned to her, and Artemis dropped the scrolls in her hand to look into Naruto's eyes. They were purple with concentric circles that looked to be covering eyes. Rinnegan, Artemis muttered as she looked at her son. What? Naruto asked her. Those eyes belong to the Rakudo Sennin, Artemis said as she walked over to her son examining his eyes. The dragon also came out to look and join in on the shock. How did you? Artemis asked as she looked at her son. I think that I can answer that, a voice said as everyone turned to see a man who was dressed in a white, full-length kimono with a pattern of 6 black magatama around a high collar. The strange thing was that he was floating above 6 black orbs. He was a tall and pale-skinned man who had deep wrinkles and a strong jawline in his elderly age with spiky, shoulder-length, pale brown hair with a chin-length, braided lock hanging in front of his left ear. He sported a goatee that tapered down to his waist. He had a pair of horn-like protrusions extending from either side of his forehead and the rinnegan, a red rinnegan-like marking in the center of his forehead. It's good to see you, old friend, Asgoroth said as Artemis and Naruto fell to their knees, as Naruto was following what his mother was doing. Naruto, Artemis, meet Hagoromo Otsutsuki, or as you know him as the Rakudo Sennin, the leader of the Dragon Clan started. Rakudo Sennin-sama, Artemis said as he turned to her with a slight smile. Arise, Artemis, he told her as Artemis slowly stooped up before he turned to Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, I am guessing you are wondering why you have the Rinnegan, the Rakudo Sennin asked Naruto, who nodded. Yes, Naruto said as he looked up at the man. I am fixing a mistake that I made all those years ago, he told Naruto, who looked confused. Let me tell you a story, Hagoromo asked the blonde, who nodded. Many years ago, before this time, I had 2 children, Indra, my eldest, and Asura, my youngest, the Rakudo Sennin told Naruto, who nodded but was confused by the information that he was given. When it was time to pass on to the next plane, I asked my children to do a task and sent each one to different towns, and the one that done the best job would be named my successor, Hagoromo said as Artemis narrowed her eyes. While Asura gained allies like I once did, Indra slaughtered his town, so I named Asura my heir, the Rakudo Sennin told them as they absorbed this information. Indra and Asura fought. From that day onward they fought, but the fighting did not stop with them. Their children got involved, as Indra had a son and a daughter while Asura has 2 sons, he explained to them as Artemis' eyes shot wide. Our clan's story, she said as Naruto looked over to her along with the dragon, Hagoromo and a recently turned up Amaterasu. What story, Mom? Naruto asked her. The story goes that the sage has 2 children, he who is hate and he who is compassion. During the years, both had children. He who is hate had 2 children, the son of hate and the daughter of passion. While he who is compassion had 2 sons, the son of compassion and the son of affection. Artemis said as Hagoromo nodded. It was said that the son of affection and daughter of passion fell in love with one another and wanted no part of their father's fighting, but he who is hate banished his daughter to a distant island so that she can spend the rest of her day there alone. But he who is compassion allowed his son to go there, and then both passion and affection used their chakra to form the whirlpools around that island to form the land of whirlpools, Artemis said as the Rakudo Sennin nodded. The one your clan calls he who is hate was my son Indra, and the one they called he who is compassion was Asura, Hagoromo said as Artemis nodded. And while I watched my grandchildren fight, I should have awakened something that their child should have had. He told everyone that was there. Yudo said as the Rakudo Sennin nodded once more. So why didn't you? Naruto asked him. The 2 other clans that come from Indra and Asura had caught my attention over the years, but now, with you, I see that it was wrong for me to do that, so I have awakened it for you, Hagoromo said as Naruto nodded, and I have made it slightly better than the original Rinnegan, Hagoromo told Naruto, who looked confused. The first is that, while they will always have the concentric circles, you can turn them from purple to your normal eye color. Yours can also evolve like the Sharingan, Hagoromo said as Naruto nodded. You will have every possible ability the Rinnegan and Sharingan could give, and it can use the power of the eyes that came after it, Hagoromo said before he floated over to Naruto and infected for him to stand. You will also have all of their abilities as well in a given when you are ready, the Rakudo Sennin told him as he held out both his hand. Connect your chakra with mine, and I can awaken these abilities, he said to Naruto, who nodded as he raised his hands, and for a moment he felt his hands get the form for a moment before he lowered his hands. Hagoromo nodded as he started to fade away. You will be able to pass on the Rinnegan to your children, and the Uzumaki shall be the ones that can balance the worlds, he said before he faded. No one said anything as Naruto started to slowly turn to his mother. You're going to train me even harder, aren't you? Naruto asked her as she nodded. Artemis picked up the scrolls she dropped before walking over to her son. Here are the things that your father and I left for you, she told him as Artemis handed him the scrolls. Naruto looked at the scrolls before setting them down and unrolling them with the Uzumaki clan symbols. He first saw that there was a note from his mother, then he moved past then and found that there were storage seals over it. As he looked up at his mother, all of those things were from either me or from our clan, Artemis told him as Naruto nodded as started at the first seal before releasing what was within it. A plume of smoke formed, and once the wind blew it away, it showed a katana with a black blade and a bandage-wrapped hilt. That sword belonged to your grandfather, Artemis said as she looked at the sword. He got it from his father, she informed Naruto, who nodded as he picked up the sword. What's her name? Naruto asked as he looked at the katana. Artemis looked confused. I don't know why, but I know that this sword is female, Naruto said as he looked over the sword. From what Oto-san told me, her name is Yoto, she told him as Naruto nodded before placing Yoto next to him and then unsealing a scroll. Naruto then opened it. Kongo Fusa, he read. That was one of my own trump cards where your father had his Hiraishin no Jutsu, Artemis said as Naruto nodded before moving to the next. It was another scroll, but with his newly awakened sensory skills, he saw something different. That is our family tree, and it hold every Uzumaki like and will grow with each one born, Artemis explained as Naruto put the before he moved onto the next storage seal and unsealed the next scroll. Shisho Fuin, Naruto glanced at the scroll before unsealing the next scroll. Hake no Fuin Shiki, Naruto said as he looked over the scroll. The next thing that was unsealed was bags that looked filled to the brim with money. All of those bags hold the entirety of the Uzumaki clan fortune, Artemis said as Naruto's eyes shot wide open. Before he could dwell on the cash right in front of him, he moved on to the next and final item, a mask. A mask that covered his mouth, to be exact, and it looked like it came from an Oni. "What's this?" Naruto asked his mother. "That was my mortal mother's mask, but I do not have a clue what it is," Artemis said as Naruto nodded. "Mom, like me, was better known by another name, and while I was the Akashi, she was the Shihohei," Artemis said as a smile formed on her face. "Now then, you're training," Artemis said with a smile, but for some reason Naruto saw the face of the Shinigami behind her laughing. 4 days later Naruto stood ready to return to his team as his mother, grandmother, bears, wolves, and dragons stood around him. "You ready, Naruto?" Artemis asked her son, who nodded. Over a few days, a day and 12 hours, Naruto had grown a little bit, and he had hand-changed his clothes. He had an orange camp shirt that was under a black kasode with black hakama that had his shuriken holster on his right and an orange hakama himo. Black sandals coved his feet, and the blue fabric of his hitei was now orange, and the yodo was on his back. He had also grown his hair out somehow, as his hair had grown to become waist-long with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye, and for some reason that is unknown to all is that it is natural for his hair when gown out to turn from blonde slowly into crimson. "Yeah, I'll be Chunin soon," Naruto said with a smile as he pulled the mask that used to belong to his mortal grandmother onto his face, hiding his mouth. "Then I'll visit that camp you told me about," Naruto said as Artemis nodded. "Kuno, you watch over him, all right," Amaterasu said to the fox at Naruto's feet, who nodded at the sun goddess. The fox named Kuno looked like a mixture of fennec and arctic fox with golden fur and an old Uzumaki hitei weed around her neck. Shosan walked up to Naruto as he looked the Jagras in the eyes. "I'm going to send you back to where you were. Are you ready?" he asked the blonde, who nodded before he was covered in smoke. Konohagakure, Training Ground 44, Forest of Death. Naruto and Kuno were recalled to the Forest of Death. As they looked around, and Kuno saw something on the ground, "Naruto, it seems that Sharpshot was right," Kuno said to Naruto. And then Naruto felt a point of his brain point to some point far away. That would be Sakura, Naruto thought as Kuno jumped onto Naruto's shoulder as they jumped up to a branch. He moved fast through the trees as he would sometimes vanish from his original point and reappear 10 branches ahead. "Are you sure that you should be using Shunpo?" Kuno asked Naruto as said blonde was getting closer to the point his brain was telling him. "Yes, and something is telling me that something bad has happened to my team," Naruto told Kuno, who nodded as she got ready to fight. As they moved through the first, a loud bang rang as Naruto picked up his pace before landing in a tree. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the people on the forest floor. First, there were his teammates Sakura, who was awake, and Sasuke, who was knocked out. Then there was the person he had met before. A boy a year older than him with a black bowl haircut dressed in a green full bodysuit with orange leg warmers. And then there was the team that Naruto knew belonged to the Auto Genin. "So what do we do?" Kuno asked Naruto thou her thoughts as Naruto started to form a javelin of water in his hands. Kuno hunched on Naruto's shoulder as she saw that he was going for the attack. The Auto Nin that had bandages over them started to run at the Konoha Genin, and that was when Sakura threw a kunai at him, and the gray in the bodysuit shoved his hand into the ground. The Auto Nin jumped over the kunai as the boy pulled out a tree root off the ground, and that was Naruto's signal as he threw the javelin at the Auto Nin. The javelin hit the Auto Genin in the back, and then he faceplanted the tree root. "What the Auto Kunoichi said as she and her teammate looked around. Naruto jumped off the tree with his right leg forward as they looked around and called out, "Ryu Entori." The Auto Genin looked up just in time to see their leader take a kick to the face before he got blasted into the earth beneath him. Sakura looked at Naruto, and she never thought she would want to hear his voice. "Hello there," Naruto said as he landed. The Auto Nin looked both shocked and annoyed that Naruto was dead. The other male, Auto Nin, said as he looked at Naruto, who looked over at him. Naruto ignored him as he looked down at Sakura. "You alright, Sakura-chan?" Naruto asked her as she nodded. And Sakura then saw that Naruto's eyes had changed as he had one look was purple, while the other was purple with a silver tint to it that was covered in concentric circles. Naruto leveled a glare with his Rinnegan at the Auto Nin with his hands making a claw-like hand. "Don't act tough." The Nin that looked like a mummy came at Naruto from behind with his arm forward that had the weird gauntlet. Naruto moved the gauntlet out of the way with one of his hand while he pushed one finger into the ninja with a fast strike, and it went into his shoulder bone of him. Shinra Tensei, Naruto called out as the Auto Nin was sent flying backwards by some unseen force as he rolled over the ground. Naruto then burst forward as the other two Auto Genin was surprised by their teammates saw Naruto coming at them before he jumped into the air and shifted his form. His hands turned into paws as his body became lean, and his hair grew out and around his neck into a mane. His body took on a feline-like body, and he turned into a lion. He landed on the male ninja that was not sent flying and bit into his arm as he used it to defend Aegis the lion. Zaku. The kunoichi cried as she tried to get closer, but the now named Zaku raised his other arm to Naruto's head and called out, Zankuha. A blast of wind shot out of his palm, but before it could hit Naruto, his teammate was in his place. Kin, what the fuck did you do? Zaku called out to her, but Naruto, still in his lion form, jumped onto his back before breaking his arm with his weight. Kin got up to see Naruto pinning down Zaku, and then a sickening crunch rang out as she saw that Zaku's arm broke before running over to Sakura and holding a kuni to her throat. Back off, or I'll slit her throat. Kin called out to Naruto but found herself on Zaku's back with Naruto behind Sakura. What the fuck is happening? Zaku said as he pushed Kin off him. As he got up to his feet with his broken arm bleeding before, he saw something on Kin's head. What the, he is saying before the something turned out to be Kuno, who let out a torrent of blue flame at him before jumping off Kin's head and landing in front of Sakura, who was stunned and amazed by what had happened. Kin turned to see Noro gathering chakra in his mouth that was glowing red before a beam shot out. She was barely got out of the way, and it still hit her arm and burnt it as she clutched it. All three Auto Genin saw Naruto walking around Sakura with his fangs dripping in Zaku's blood. As the bandaged Auto Genin walked with a limb arm and glared at Naruto, Dosu, what do we do? Kin asked him as Dosu looked at her. We leave, Dosu growled out as all three of them got ready to jump. Leave your scroll, or I think my teammate will go after you, Sakura said as Naruto locked eyes with all three of them, and they saw that she was right. So Zaku threw the scroll over to her with Kuno catching it in her mouth, and the three Auto Genin jumped off as Naruto shifted back to his human form. He then turned to Sakura with a smile as he smiled at Sakura and pulled down his Oni mask. So what happened when I was gone? Naruto asked her as Sakura looked at him gobsmacked. What did, how did, who is, what? Sakura stammered as she looked around. What did I do? How did I do what I did, and who is this sitting in front of you? Naruto asked her as Sakura nodded. Well, what I did was defend and save a beautiful girl that was molded by Aphrodite herself. I used my dojutsu and some of its abilities to beat them around before using an ability that I have thanks to my mother to turn into a lion. And she is Kuno. Naruto listed for Sakura as Kuno walked over to Naruto and gave him the scroll. Sakura looked confused by what he was saying. Who is Aphrodite, and you have a dojutsu? Sakura asked as she got up to her feet. Is it like the Sharingan? She asked him as they both walked over to have a sit down. Oh, you sweet Theros child. No, the Rinnegan is the eyes of the Rakudo Sennin, Naruto said before the boy in the bodysuit walked over. And Aphrodite is the goddess of love, beauty, lust, sexuality, desire and pleasure, Naruto said to Sakura, who started to blush at him, saying that the goddess of beauty made her. Your turn, Naruto said as Sakura nodded. After Orochimaru threw you into the forest, and they attacked us and bit Sasuke, Sakura told Naruto, who looked confused. Sasuke then gained a tattoo like the one you have on your stomach that holds back the Kyuubi, Sakura said as Naruto looked at her. The boy in the green bodysuit looked shocked at what Sakura had just said. He has what? He asked. Where is the seal? Naruto asked Sakura as she pointed at Sasuke's neck. Naruto approached his downed teammate and carefully looked at Sasuke's neck before spotting something. It was three tomo circling each other. What the Naruto muttered as he saw Sasuke sweating. Lee, can you help me for a moment? Naruto asked the boy in the bodysuit, who nodded. What do you need, Naruto-san? Lee asked him as he walked over. Carefully lift Sasuke up and support him. I need him sitting, Naruto said as Lee nodded, and both of them got Sasuke sitting. Before Naruto could have a better look at the marking on his neck, flame-like patterns started to come out of the mark, but before it could, Naruto quickly placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and pressed a finger in like one would a piano. The flame-like patterns stopped crawling over the Uchiha. Naruto-san. Lee asked Naruto as he saw Naruto narrow his eye at the marking. If that is what I think it is, then we need to get to the tower as soon as possible and inform the Hokage Gigi, Naruto said as Lee looked confused while Sakura looked frightened. What do you think it is? She asked him as Lee nodded. I believe it is called a curse seal that is a vile yet beautiful thing, Naruto said as he pressed Sasuke's shoulder with another finger. It draws on the mind of those that have the seal placed on them, and while it's like a drug, only someone that wants to use it for power can draw out its full power, Naruto told the two of them. Can you remove it? Lee asked Naruto. Naruto leant forward to examine the seal closer before Naruto shook his head. No, and even if I was able to do just that, I don't think that it would come off, Naruto said as Lee looked at him. What do you mean? Sakura asked him. Naruto looked over to her with a frown. A curse seal is a parasite that, once placed, you need to find a way to seal it, but the only work if the person that has the curse seal does not want power, Naruto said as Sakura nodded, but the person who places the seal normally leaves a portion of their soul or chakra inside the seal, Naruto told her as Sakura's eyes shot wide open. Can't you remove it or stop the seal like Orochimaru did with you? She asked Naruto, who shook his head, shocking her. Why? She asked as Naruto let out a sad sigh. The seal that holds back the Kyuubi is called a Hake no Fuin Shiki. And it was made to link my chakra with the Kyuubi, but Orochimaru used something called Gogyo Fuin, and that was made for people like me so that it makes sure the Jinchuriki is kept in check, Naruto said as Lee nodded along with Sakura. A curse seal does not hold back a Biju, but it does work on the chakra, but unlike Biju chakra it sends the vile chakra into the normal chakra and tricking the body in thinking that it's normal chakra, Naruto told them. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Our bodies can only handle chakra that we humans make, Naruto said as Sakura nodded, but for a Jinchuriki, we have to hold back a Biju, so we are given seals that slowly trickle the Biju chakra into use. Well, that is the case for me so that we can use it, but the seal that we have stopped use from chakra poisoning, Naruto told Sakura who got it. But the curse seal does not do that, Sakura said. Sloss telling her got to her brain, with Sasuke wanting to kill someone and he said he needs power. So the curse seal will feed that, she said as Naruto nodded sadly before he looked to the sky. It's going to be dark soon, Naruto said as he turned to Lee. You head back to your team. I got things here, Naruto told him as Lee nodded before he jumped off. Naruto laid Sasuke back down and pulled out kunai, which had a yellow tag that dangled on end, before placing them around Sasuke. Naruto then formed the snake seal as golden chains burst out of each kunai and formed a net above Sasuke. That should stop him if he goes berserk, Naruto said as he walked over to a tree root and sat down as Sakura saw that the purple of his eyes turned blue and blue-silver, but they kept the concentric circles. Naruto pulled out a brown scroll before setting it on the ground and unrolling it, and Sakura saw seals over it before Naruto unsealed meat and some vegetables. He then crossed his fingers and summoned 3 clones, who walked off to gather firewood. Naruto formed the tiger seal before calling out, Mokuton, Kiseisaku, and the roots around Naruto grew out of the ground and started to weave together and form a table. He then unsealed a knife that looked to be made out of silver and started to cut up the meat. Sakura walked over to him and saw him move his knife quickly and perfectly cut the meat. I didn't know you could cook, Sakura said as she watched him. My summons taught me how, Naruto told her as Kuno nodded. You gained a summons? Sakura asked him as Naruto moved onto the vegetables while nodding at her. When? She asked him. After Orochimaru placed the Gogyo Fuin on me, you tried to save me, and what Kuno tells me is I used Kuryudo no Maku on you. I fell to the forest floor, was almost killed by a tiger if not for a pack of wolves, 3 bears and Kuno, and then one of my summonses which was looking for someone to be a summoner found me, brought me to their home where time flows different, removed the Gogyo Fuin and worked with my mother and grandmother to train me, Naruto said with one breath as Sakura looked shocked before her eyes narrowed slightly. You met your mother and grandmother? Sakura asked him as Naruto nodded. Then why aren't you living with them? She asked as Naruto gained a sad smile. All I can say is that there are rules that my mother and grandmother have to follow, and they hate them, Naruto said as one clone came back with water while the other started to make a fire pit. He then moved the camping pot over to the fire pit before he took the water from the clone and poured it to the pot. He then knelt down and snapped his fingers, and a small trail of fire jumped out of his fingers and into the firewood, that stared to turned into a campfire. Naruto returned to cooking while Sakura watched him. and she would have never known that seeing Naruto cook looked so cool. The way he handled a knife, how he cut the meat, and the way he prepared everything. Not to mention the kuno, but before she could talk more, Lee returned with his team as Naruto looked out the corner of his eye at them. The first was the kunoichi of the team, who wore a pink sleeveless kipao-style blouse with red sleeve trimmings, yellow fastening buttons, dark green pants with a pouch adjusted to her thigh, and her forehead protector and sandals were both blue. She had dark brown hair and eyes with her hair up and put into two buns, making it look like she had panda ears. Then there was Lee's male teammate, who had fair skin and dark brown hair tied back into a loose ponytail tied a few inches above the end and featureless pale lavender eyes. He wore a beige-colored shirt, a soft blue shirt beneath that, and mesh armor beneath that with dark brown shorts, blue shinobi sandals, and wrapped bandages around his right arm, chest, and right leg, and he wore a black forehead protector under which was a smaller headband with two straps that framed the sides of his face. "How can I help you, Lee?" Naruto asked him as his teammate narrowed his eyes at Naruto. "Naruto, is it all right if my team spend the night here?" Lee asked him as he walked over to Naruto with a smile. Naruto gained a small smile. "Sure, Lee, do you want something to eat?" Naruto asked him. "Why are you only talking to Lee?" his female teammate asked Naruto with narrowed eyes as Naruto looked over at her. "Maybe because I don't know your name," Naruto said as he set out 4 plates and summoned a clone who walked over to a stone. "Oh," she muttered as she looked sheepish as the clone walked back with the stone and gave it to Naruto. Lee's male teammate looked at Naruto before holding his hand out. "Hand over your scroll. It has been fated that we would meet, and if we fight, I woe," he was saying before he felt a great weight on him as he looked up and saw Naruto's eyes drilling into him. Lee looked back and forth between the two of them before seeing that his teammate started to froth at the mouth, with tears beginning to fall from his eyes. "Neji," the other kunoichi said as she looked at the boy on the floor who had taken out a kunai and was lifting it to his own thought before he came back to life and looked at Naruto, frightened. "What was that?" Neji asked Naruto as he looked up at the blonde. "Me putting you in your place," Naruto told him as he returned to the table and continued cooking. Neji saw red and rushed Naruto with his kunai ready, but Naruto spun around as things shot out of his sleeve and wrapped around Neji. The thing that had burst out of his sleeve was 2 dragons that resembled giant snakes with long, serpent-like bodies that had a bright, brilliant coloration and pattern that served as an indication and warning to its extreme levels of toxicity. Much like many other animals, it has numerous large fangs and teeth capable of injecting, transmitting, and spraying venom. In contrast, it did not have a forked tongue. It had a series of sharp spines of various shapes and sizes on the top of its head. "Now you can behave, or I can have my dragons take a bite out of you, and that will kill, thanks to their venom," Naruto said as the snake-like dragons coiled around Neji. "Your chose," he added as the dragon bore their fangs at Neji. Neji said nothing but dropped the kunai. "Good chose," Naruto said as the dragon released Neji and turned to Naruto. "All right here," Naruto said as he unsealed some fish that the dragons ate before they returned to the summoning realm. Lee moved his team over to sit them down. "So what are we having?" the kunoichi asked as Sakura looked at her, and she soon realized that she still had not identified herself. "I'm Tenten," the now named Tenten told them. "Traveler's stew," Naruto told her as she nodded as Naruto returned to cooking. "Naruto, what do you summon?" Sakura asked as Naruto looked over to her. "I mean, they looked like snakes, but," Sakura said before trying to find the right word. "Stronger," Tenten asked as Sakura shook her head. "Meaner," she gave as Sakura nodded. "Dragons," Naruto told her as Sakura looked shocked. "The type of dragons I used to restrain Neji are called Silverwing, and I use them in a jutsu called Bakuryu Noroi," Naruto told them as they nodded, and Neji looked annoyed, and if Neji had not stood down they would have bit him, and with them being one of the most venomous dragons, Naruto said as Neji looked shocked now along with annoyed and if you looked in his eyes frightened. A hush was soon over the small camp as Naruto cooked, so Sakura turned to Tenten, and the two started talking while Lee walked over to help Naruto while Neji brooded. After 10 minutes, the food was cooked. Naruto and Lee plated the food up with Naruto eating from the pot as Sakura looked at Naruto. "Is Sasuke going to starve?" she asked him before she saw him point to Sasuke and saw one of the golden chain going into his stomach. "I'm sending chakra to the chains at the same time I'm having to convert chakra into nutrients," Naruto said as a golden chain shot out of Naruto and linked with the I turn my chakra into I'm also turning nutrients into chakra, Naruto said as the four others looked shocked. They were amazed by what he was doing. Neji could not believe it as, to him anyway, Naruto was a failure and would never do anything meaningful. But here he was, doing something extremely risky but beneficial. How are you doing that, Naruto-san? Lee asked Naruto as Naruto gained a cheeky smile. It's a jutsu I made called Shokugi, and it's like the Akamichi calorie control, Naruto said as Lee looked amazed, and to put it plainly, it turns the food I eat into chakra while taking all the nutrients and sending them to my muscles, bones, eyes and brain as well as hair, Naruto said as Sakura looked at his hair. Is that why it's so long? Sakura asked him as Naruto nodded. Yay, and I doing the same for Sasuke, but only with the nutrients, he told her as they nodded and continued eating. And while they ate, no one saw that Naruto had put some food into the fire and sent out a prayer. Once they finished, Lee got up and collected the plates before taking them to be washed as Tenten turned to Naruto. Do you know how to use that? She asked Naruto as she pointed to the sword on Naruto's back. You mean Yoto? Naruto asked as Tenten nodded. Yay, the dragons aided me in making a kenjutsu style that I could pass on to my kids one day, Naruto said as Tenten nodded before she looked thoughtful. How about this in the morning, you and me in a kenjutsu duel, and the winner takes the other scroll, she asked Naruto, who nodded. Deal, Naruto said as they waited for Lee to come back, as he pulled out a yellow scroll before unsealing items that looked like a tent and sleeping bags. The other three looked at him strangely. Mom was going to Konoha, so I gave her money to buy something that I would need, and she came back with this and some other things, Naruto said as they all nodded. How are we going to sleep with the Uchiha out here and us in a tent? Neji asked as Naruto looked at him. I'm going to use my Mokuton Kiseisaku to build the trees together and move the roots around the tent so that it's hidden under the roots and for Sasuke, Naruto said as he pointed at the tent, put the tent over him when we put it up, he said as Neji nodded as moved over to Sasuke and started to put the tent up with Sakura and Tenten helping him. After a few minutes and Lee returned and helped them. The tent was up as Naruto formed the tiger seal, and the trees started to bend to Naruto's will as they began to change shape with the roots, branches and trunks moving in a way that hid the tent from view unless you knew where to look. I'll take the first watch, Naruto said as he looked into the forest. Everyone else nodded. Then Neji, Sakura, Tenten and then Lee, Naruto said as they all nodded before they all went into the tent for the night. The next day after everyone had woken up and Naruto made everyone breakfast, he and Tenten, who had brought out a katana, stood not that far from each other, with Naruto holding the Yodo in his hand. Naruto and Tenten looked at each other as the others looked on, with Sasuke still out like a light before a wind blew in and pushed a leaf off on the tree, and as it fell in the middle of them, they jumped at each other. The moment their swords clashed, their eyes focused on one another before the Yodo started to get coved in chakra. Tenten saw that her katana was getting cut, so she used a second sword and started to fight Naruto back with two swords as Naruto tracked both swords fight them both off. Kimono Kenryu Takahiko, Naruto called out as he slashed at the air sending out a wave of air that pushed Tenten back. Naruto then seemingly teleported in front of Tenten and cut thou one of her katana. Kimono Kenryu, is that your kenjutsu style? Tenten asked him as Naruto gave a slight smile, as Tenten pushed him back, as Naruto stopped himself from falling over. I don't have a kenjutsu style myself, but I get by, she said as she zoomed in on Naruto who pushed her sword to the side. And then what happens if you hit a block? Naruto said as he blocked another strike from Tenten. What will you do then? He asked her as she narrowed her eyes at him. Then I know I don't have what it takes to be a weapons mistress, Tenten said as Naruto nodded but set out a sigh. What? She asked him. Do you know what a sword is to a kenjutsu user? Naruto asked her as she looked confused. A sword to a kenjutsu user is an extension of ourselves, and when I make a style or use a style, it forms a bond between us and our swords, Naruto said as the Yodo gained a black aura around it that spread up to Naruto as his eyes glowed red. Tenten watched this as she looked at her katana as she saw the aura vanish, but the Yodo started to glow a golden orange, and behind him, Tenten swore that she saw a wolf getting ready to attack. Kimono Kenryu Roge Geppa, Naruto said as he slashed at the air and released a crescent wave of chakra as it cut through Tenten's katana and the rest of the forest behind her. But Tenten did not see a crescent wave of chakra flying at her. No, she saw a golden wolf with glistening fangs ready to bite her, but all it did was bite thou her katana and then the forest behind her. Kimono Kenryu is the kenjutsu of the wild, and I call on their ferocity to aid me in the fight, Naruto said as Tenten fell to her knees. Always have a backup, Naruto said as he looked at Neji, who threw him his team's scroll. Kuno caught the scroll in her mouth like she did the scroll that belonged to the Auto Inn, and once Naruto saw that it was the one his team needed, he pointed out into the rest where his Kimono Kenryu Roge Geppa went. I think I killed a team over there, and if I'm right they had both scrolls, Naruto said as Neji turned to look where Naruto was pointing before the veins around his eyes popped out as he looked at the spot before he looked back at Naruto with a nod. After a while, and when Tenten had stood up, Neji and his team left, with Tenten looking back at Naruto. Will you help me find a Kenjutsu style that I could use? She asked him as Naruto nodded. She then jumped off with her team, laving Naruto and Sakura with the unconscious Sasuke. Time to wake him up, Naruto muttered as Sakura looked anxious at the downed Uchiha. Naruto activated the Rinnegan as Sakura saw that the blue turned to purple, even if one of them had a silver hint to it, and then the golden chains net turned into separate chains before joining to Naruto and pulled the kunai out with them as they retracted. Naruto held his hand out as a puff of smoke formed in his hands as it showed a small robin. It was the size of an average robin but had what looked like pierced wings. It flew out of his hand and landed on Sasuke as Naruto got the Yodo ready as he had the robin peck Sasuke, who started to stir, but Naruto kept his eyes on the seal. Sasuke opened his eyes as he looked at both his teammates and the fox next to Naruto. Naruto? Sasuke asked the blonde, who narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha. How are you feeling? Naruto asked him as he gripped his sword. You, Sasuke said as he started to sit up. Fell, almost died, look different, Naruto asked as Sasuke nodded. I'll tell you later, but first, let's get out of here, Naruto said as Sakura nodded, but Sasuke looked down. I lost out a scroll, he told the blonde with a growl. How am I meant to be Chunin if I lose that easy? Sasuke said as Sakura looked at him. Don't you mean how are we meant to become Chunin? She asked him as Sasuke scoffed. Please, you are weak and only hold both me and the dope back, and I'm the only one strong enough to become Chunin. Sasuke told her. Sakura looked hurt by what he said, but Naruto walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. Sakura looked over to him, and she saw caring eyes looking at her. Don't listen to him, Naruto said as he looked over to Sasuke, who was getting up. He only cares for himself, Naruto said as Sakura looked down and nodded. They then turned to Sasuke, who forced, Sasuke. Sakura called out to him as he turned to her. We already have the 2 scrolls, she told him as she held them up. Sasuke's eyes widened before he scowled at her. How did you get them? He asked her. Naruto fought back the Auto team to get a Heaven Scroll, and he beat Tenten from Lee's team in a duel to get our Earth Scroll, she informed Sasuke, who was getting angry with each word but got pissed when Sakura turned to Naruto and asked, what's the plan now? Sasuke was about to open his mouth, but Naruto crouched to the ground and slammed his hand down. We ride, he told her as a sizable jutsu formula formed beneath them before a plume of smoke formed. When the smoke was blown away, it showed 3 bears of different sizes. The biggest was adorned with 2 large vambraces with Greek meander around the top and the bottom, a pauldron over its left shoulder with a fox head and an Uzumaki forehead protector acting as a collar. Then there was the bear with spiked claw gauntlets with an Uzumaki forehead protector tied around its left first leg. Then the final bear which a spiked collar and chains around its front legs and an Uzumaki forehead protector on its head. Meet Alpha, Beta and Delta, the 3 bears that made sure that I did not get eaten by a tiger, along with Kuno and a large pack of wolves, Naruto said as he walked over to the middle-sized bear and started to stroke their head, and these 3 are our way to the tower in the middle of the forest, Naruto said as Sakura nodded as the most miniature bear walked over to her and the biggest walked over to Sasuke. Sakura climbed onto the bear, and Sasuke got on him while Naruto got on the 3rd bear, and all 3 bears took off running through the forest. And Sakura saw the way Naruto was riding as he seemed to move with the bear he was riding as she gained a slight smile at it. As they ran through the forest, they soon started to gain a crowd running with them as it was wolves, a few foxes and more bears. Genin teams that were heading for the tower watched this herd of animals with 3 humans charging through the forest. And to say they were freaked out was putting it lightly. The herd burst through the forest with Alpha, Beta and Delta taking them to the main door. Thank you, 3. Naruto told the bears as they slid off, and they walked over to him with the rest of the animals and started to nuzzle him. A large bear walked over to the 3 bears that Naruto summoned. Before looking at the large bear that Naruto summoned. "Are you a summoned bear?" they asked with a female voice. "No, there are no bear summoning clans, but we joined the dragon so that he could be of use to the young lord," Naruto's bear said as the large bear nodded. "Do you wish to join us?" they asked as the bear nodded along with the wolves and foxes as they turned to Naruto, who raised a brow. "Will you allow them, my lord?" the bear that Naruto rode asked him. "If they want to, Beta," Naruto said as he stroked the bear's head. Beta joined the others as they returned to Shinki Sakai with the new arrivals. Sakura walked over to him as Kuno jumped onto Naruto's shoulder. "What happened?" she asked him. "The bears, wolves and foxes that joined us wanted to join Alpha, Beta and Delta in allowing me to summon them," Naruto said as she looked amazed. Sasuke glared at him, but for the first time, Sakura ignored him. "So what does that mean, you summon dragons, birds, foxes, bears and wolves?" Sakura asked him as Naruto nodded slightly. "Almost, dragons, foxes, bears and wolves. The bird from earlier is thanks to my dojutsu," Naruto said as both he and Sakura walked into the building with a brooding Sasuke following behind them. "And it allows me to make animals that I can control," Naruto told her as Sakura nodded. They stopped before finding a giant statue of the ram seal with a small stone tablet in front of it. Naruto just looked at it with his right eye twitching. "Why the fuck do I struggle with kanji when my grandmother is the goddess of where this comes from?" Naruto thought as to his eyes. Every kanji character was dancing with each other. "It looks like we opened the scrolls here," Sakura said as Naruto pulled them out, handed one to Sakura, and they both unrolled them before Naruto's eyes widened. "Chuck it," Naruto said as he threw the scroll, and Sakura did the same before a puff of smoke formed before it cleared and it showed a Konoha Chunin with a scar across his nose. "Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked him as Iruka smiled at the 3. "Hey, you 3, Iruka told them as he stood before them. "It's been a while," he told them as he pulled out a pocket watch. "What are you doing inside a summoning scroll?" Sakura asked him as he gained a smile as Naruto narrowed his eyes at him. "The scroll was used so that a Konoha Chunin and or your sensei could meet you at the end of the second exam," Iruka said as he looked at his pocket watch, "and with how your sensei is, I was asked to do me your messenger from Hokage-sama," Iruka said before he gained a smile. "Messenger for what?" Naruto said as Iruka closed his pocket watch with an audible click. "Congratulations, you 3 passed, and you have a few days to rest up," Iruka said as everyone smiled. "Well, Naruto and Sakura did." Naruto and Sakura jumped at each other, hugging and jumping around before they realized who they were hugging and jumped away from each other bright red in the face. "Iruka-sensei, what does that poem mean?" Sakura said, and Naruto looked back at it. "And what the Hades does it says?" Naruto said as everyone turned to him. "I have both ADHD and dyslexia, and to me, it looks like they're dancing with each other," Naruto said with narrowed eyes as Iruka and Sakura winced. "Well, the first part says, if heavenly qualities are your desire, acquire wisdom. Take your mind higher," Sakura read as Naruto nodded. "It means if you are weak in mind, find knowledge," Iruka said as Naruto nodded. "So kind of like me then," Naruto said as Iruka nodded at him. "The second part is, if earthly qualities are what you lack, train your body. Prepare to attack," Sakura said as she worked it out. "This part means me," she said as Naruto looked at her. "If you lack strength, go out and train, work your body and your skills and push your limits and break them," Iruka said as Sakura and Naruto nodded while Sasuke said nothing. "And the final part is, when are open together, the perilous path will become righteous forever," Sakura finished. "So that means you have to balance the heaven and the earth out to find their true balance," Naruto said as Iruka nodded. "That's right. As a Chunin, you will need both of these to succeed in your missions in the future," Iruka told them as Naruto and Sakura nodded, and Sasuke grunted. "Now that me congratulating you 3 is done with, I have a few things to ask," Iruka said as Naruto and Sakura nodded. "Naruto, what happened to your eyes and hair? Why the hell is it so long? Why do you have different cloths, and who is that?" he asked the blonde before pointing at Kuno as Sakura then looked at Naruto. "I just noticed that you have new clothes," Sakura muttered as Naruto gave a cheeky smile. "Well, for my eyes, I awaken a Keke Genkai and, at the same time Keke Mora that goes by the name of Rinnegan," Naruto said as Iruka's eyes shot wide open as he looked at Naruto. And it can do a lot, and I am still figuring it out, Naruto said as the man nodded. My air is like this because me and my new summon, or rather the clan that I summon, helped me reverse engine the Akamichi calorie control and make it so that any food that I eat will be rendered down into chakra and nutrients for my body via the brain, bones, eyes, skin, organs, and other things, Naruto explained as Iruka nodded. And the rest, he pointed to the streaks in his hair and the blonde turning crimson. The strikes are something that you would not believe, and it is also the reason why one of my eyes is slightly silver but the other crimson. Well, I found out that is natural for me, Naruto told him. Looked at him, and the first thing is not that you and Sakura are thinking about, but it is cage-level secret, Naruto told them as Iruka looked shocked while Sakura looked interested while Sasuke showed nothing. The clothes are a gift from my summons as they want something that fits with a summoner of the Dragon Clan and me being the son of someone very important, Naruto said as Sakura narrowed her eyes at Naruto. And finally, this is Kuno, who is my ninja companion and ninja animal, Naruto said as Iruka looked down at Kuno and started to look her over. Do they know any ninjutsu? Iruka asked as he gently picked up Kuno and looked her over. She knows at the moment 3 ninjutsu and 2 taijutsu, Naruto said as Iruka nodded as he put Kuno back down. Now what I know about ninja animals is that she is just fine, and you are in luck as Hana Inuzuka is here to look at all the ninja animals, Iruka told him as Naruto nodded, but his eyes turned cold at the name he said. Iruka checked his watch and, seeing the time, he pointed to a door. If you go there, you will find a set of stairs that lead you to where your rooms are located, and Naruto Hana is on that floor, so have her check out Kuno, Iruka told him as Naruto nodded before all 3 members of Team 7 walked over to the door. All members of Team 7 walked through a large hall with a large variety of seating before Naruto split off from his team as he found a door marked for ninja with a ninja animal. Naruto walked up to the door with a neutral face as he knocked on it, and after a few seconds, he heard a come in from inside. Naruto walked in and saw that the room looked like a veterinary office with a metal table used for checking on the animals. Sitting on a chair off by a computer was Hana Inuzuka, who was looking at a clipboard, but he kept his face natural and cold as Hana looked up at him, and he saw her winced when she looked at him. I'm here for Kuno to have a checkup to see if she is alright, as Iruka did not know what to look for, he told her as Naruto placed Kuno on the table as Hana walked over. Hana looked over Kuno with eyes that showed years of veterinary experience, and Naruto tensed as Hana lifted a hand that glowed pink above Kuno. After a while, Hana moved her hand away before she looked up at Naruto. She's healthy. I can do all her shots now so that she can build up her immune system, Hana told Naruto as he said nothing but nodded as Hana's face fell slightly. She had hoped that he would say something, but it seemed that his hate for her, her mother, and some of the members of her clan was still there. Hana walked over to a cabinet before pulling out small bottles and some syringes, and she walked back over to Kuno. Kuno saw the needles coming over as she steeled her nerves, as she knew that with Naruto in the room, he would not let Hana hurt her. While Hana gave Kuno the shots, Naruto looked around the room before he saw a photo on a counter. It showed his mother while she was in her mortal shell, Hana with 3 pups, a purple-haired girl with a katana at her side and a black-haired girl with red eyes. He then moved on. The next thing in the room was a picture of Hana, her mother and her little brother. As Naruto looked around, he failed to notice Hana looking at him as she moved on to the next syringe for the next injection. Both he and this little fox have a bond, Hana thought as she administered the next injection. It's like how I'm with the triplets, she thought as she moved on to the next injection before she saw Naruto stiffen and his head snap to the door. Naruto narrowed his eyes as one hand slowly moved to the Yodo before she heard Kuno yips at him, and before she could ask Naruto what was happening, he spoke up. We have another Jinchuriki here, Naruto said as Hana looked shocked. How many tails? She asked him as Naruto closed his eyes. Naruto said nothing as he closed his eyes before he let his senses and extended his reach as, in his mind, a black and white area of the tower formed. And from within the building, he saw countless people that were surrounded by cyan flames, which he knew was chakra, but 8 were not like that. Well, they looked like flames, but they were not cyan. Someone who had just entered had entered with navy chakra, then someone with midnight blue chakra and someone with pink chakra walked towards them, and another 2 walked toward them. One was green, while the other was silver. Above Hana and Naruto were 2 people, one with red chakra and the other with white. And then there was the final, who Naruto found was just outside the door and had yellow chakra. All 9 of us are here, Naruto told Hana. As he opened his eyes, he slowly opened the door slightly to have a lookout and found who was setting his demigod senses on guard. And he saw that it was the person he had met before the exams. It was a boy who had fair skin, green eyes, and short spiked auburn hair. He lacked distinctive pupils or eyebrows, but around his eyes, he had tanuki-like black rings, which looked like they came from insomnia, and he had the kanji for love, I, on the left side of his forehead, and his hair was parted for it to be kept visible. He wore a black bodysuit with an open neck, t-shirt-like sleeves, and almost full-length leggings with a white cloth over his right shoulder and the left side of his hips and a wide leather band from his left shoulder to his right hip with which he carried his sand gourd and around which he wrapped his forehead protector. Naruto narrowed his eyes at him before he closed the door and looked at Hana, who was looking at him frightened, as was Kuno. You were my mother's student, and you went on a similar exam, right? Naruto asked her as Hana nodded. Not getting where Naruto was going. Was it here in Konoha or was it somewhere else? He asked her as she looked confused. No, it was in Suna, Hana told him as Naruto nodded. Did she have to tell them ahead of time that she was going? Naruto asked her as her eyes widened, and she nodded. I'm going to need to ask Gigi about that then, Naruto muttered as he looked at her. They stayed looking at each other for a while before Hana realized that she did not finish doing the injections, so she finished them off before giving Kuno one last check and saying, all done for the rest of the day. She should rest, so no training with her for the rest of the day. Then, by tomorrow, she should be all right, Hana told him. Naruto nodded as he picked up his fox partner, placed her on his shoulder, and walked over to the door. When the exams are over, can we talk? Hana asked him as Naruto stopped by the door. I want to make it up to you for not being there when sensei was forced away, she added as Naruto said nothing before he turned to her as he looked her in the eyes as his rippled eyes looked deep into hers as if they could see her soul. All right. We'll talk then, Naruto said before turning around and opening the door. Just before he walked out, he heard a faint thank you before he continued walking out. As Naruto closed the door behind him, he saw that the boy he was looking at looked up at him before he walked off to find the Hokage. It took him a while before he found him. Naruto walked up to the room where he knew the Hokage was and knocked on the door. Entra, he heard the Hokage from within say as Naruto opened and walked in. The elderly man saw Naruto and gave the blonde a light smile. Naruto, what can I do for you? Hiruzen asked before he saw Naruto's eyes and looked shocked. Naruto saw that the Hokage was not alone in the room as he was with his old teammates, but he kept his attention on the Hokage. Gigi, has any village said that they're Jinchuriki going to attend? Naruto asked him as he narrowed his eyes. His 3 teammates also narrowed their eyes as they turned to the man. Yes, Kumo, Kiri, Iwa and Taki have said that they were sending their Jinchuriki, Hiruzen said as his teammates looked at him but nodded. Why? He asked the boy he heard Naruto Kursenshuriki here. Naruto said as one of the other people in the room sat up. Are you sure, boy? He said as he opened his visible eye. Yay, and it's thanks to be awakening my dojutsu. I can now sense chakra, and all 8 of my siblings of burden are here, Naruto told him as Hiruzen stood up along with the others in the room. Do you know where he is at the moment? He asked Naruto, who nodded. Let us there, he said. Naruto nodded as he opened the door as Anbu appeared around the Hokage. Naruto became cold when he saw the Anbu with purple hair and a cat mask. They all walked out of the room with Naruto leading them slightly as Kuno got ready just in case something happened. They entered the lounge room and found the Suna Jinchuriki still sitting there. There he is, Naruto said as he nodded at the red-haired boy. So he holds the Ichibe, the elderly female said as Naruto nodded. Hiruzen told us about who your mother is and while I would not like to believe it, I must know. Did she at least train you how to fight another one of your kind? She asked. Naruto raised a brow at her. Hiruzen seeing their brow, I believe she means Jinchuriki, he told him as Naruto of a face that said, oh, before nodding. Yay, mom taught me how to fight them. She also taught me her chains, Naruto said as a golden chain dropped from his fingers. Hiruzen nodded, along with the other 3, I'm going to have a talk with his sensei to see why and then I would like to know about your dojutsu. But for now, return to your team, he told Naruto as Asuna Jonin walked in before spotting the Hokage. Naruto walked off to where he sensed his team before he found the room they were in and opened the door to find that Sakura was sitting on a bed with a happy face, and Sasuke was looking out into the forest broodingly. Sakura turned to him while Sasuke looked over at him before he turned back to look out at the forest. But when she saw the look on his face, her face fell. "What is it?" she asked Naruto, who looked at her. "We're going to have to be more careful than before now," Naruto said as he walked over to a bed. 2 days later, Chunin Exam Tower, main hall. All the teams stood in a room with the giant ram seal statue as the teams that passed were lined up next to each other, showing that only 13 teams had passed. All the sensei of the 13 teams were standing in position near the Hokage as he looked over the genin with, "Congratulations on passing the second exam," he told them as a woman with purple hair looked around and gained a slight smile. "We started with 78 teams this year, and Ibuki only got rid of 4 teams, she thought as she looked at the genin before a sadistic gleam formed in her eyes, "and I did say that we were going to thin the herd a bit then get it down to below half, but this many," she added. The gleam in her eyes became dark, "But there are still too many," she said in thought. While the genin teams were waiting for the information, they each looked at the other teams, and genin, with Sakura, looked at some of the others in the room with her hand moved to take Naruto's, who gained a small smile at her. She smiled back as she wore new clothes as Naruto asked the dragon that made his clothes to make some for Sakura. Her clothes now consist of a red top with the same design as the upper half of her old dress, accompanied by black gloves, low heel, knee-high boots, black shorts underneath a short pink apron skirt, and pink elbow protectors. The cloth of her hite was changed from blue to red. "What's this forehead is going for the dope?" a Konoha genin asked herself as she looked at Sakura and Naruto. "That means I can have Sasuke all to myself," she added while another person saw this, and her heart broke. "It seems that your team has made it," Kakashi, a man that looked like an older form of Lee, said to the man next to him. "I wonder thou how much of it was dumb luck," he added with a smile. Kakashi wore the normal Konoha uniform but had a mask over the lower part of his face with one eye covered. Kakashi said nothing, so the man continued, "It does not matter as my team is bound to knock your team off of this round," he told Kakashi, who was well not looking at him, "and the next round is about those that have the ability or those that do not, so will your team be able to manage with the heartbreak," he told Kakashi, who finally looked over to him. "What did you say, Guy?" Kakashi asked as the now named Guy started to break down. A woman in a battle dress with long black hair and red eyes looked at the ninkin on her team, and she looked shocked. What got Akamaru freaked out? She asked herself before she looked over to Naruto and saw that the hateful glare was being from at her by him. She could not help but flinch at the clear as she remembered what her sensei had told her, and she felt a phantom pain around her wrists that had faint brogues on them. "You all right, Kurenai?" a man next to her asked her. She nodded but could not help but remember the talk with her sensei she had the day before. The day before, Kurenai walked through the tower as she waited for her team before she bumped into someone that she did not think that she would bump into here. Her old teammate Hana Inuzuka asked, "Hana, what you doing here?" Kurenai asked her. Hana looked happy for a second before she looked across the room with a frown, and Kurenai looked over to see what she was looking at and found Naruto talking with someone she did expect to see. It was her sensei. "Is that?" Kurenai asked as Hana nodded, but Kurenai tried to say, but Hana looked away. "Sensei is not mortal," she said as Kurenai turned to her. "She's a goddess, a real one, and she is not happy at her son's treatment," Hana told her as Kurenai's eyes shot wide. "Mom almost died. I heard that Mebuki Haruno's arms are broken," Hana said as Kurenai's shock slowly turned to fear. "Me and Yugo got off lucky as she had other things to do, and we both have excuses. But we knew that we could have done something," Hana said as Kurenai's fear started to grow. "What happened to you and Yugo?" she asked as Hana looked at her with great sadness. "Yugo was slammed into a wall by Sensei's chains, and from what I saw, if Sensei wanted, she could have broken her back," Hana told her as Kurenai started to shake. "To me, well, I was bidden by our clan's ninkin until I said that I would marry Naruto and help him bring back the Uzumaki clan," Hana said with a sad smile. "And do you know the sad thing?" she said as Kurenai looked at her. "We deserve all that punishment as we could have. We should have looked after him, and a small part of me hopes that I fail so that I can face my punishment," Hana said as Kurenai looked truly frightened. "Is that so, Hana?" the voice of their sensei said as Kurenai turned to the right and found her walking over. I will follow the oath that I made to you, but, Hannah said as Artemis waved her hand waving it away. Oh, I know you will, as out of the three of you, you were the only one that could follow her word, Artemis said as Kurenai opened her mouth, but it seems that I should have taken Enko while I could have so that I knew that at least one of my students looked after my son, Artemis growled as her silver-purple eyes drilled into Kurenai's red. Kurenai froze while she looked at the woman. So tell me, Yuhi, where were you when my son was growing up? It better be fucking good, Artemis asked her as Kurenai felt sweat roll down her neck. Kurenai held her hands out in front of her as if trying to calm the goddess down, but all that happened was she gave the goddess a target to wrap her chains around. Sense, Kurenai was saying before Artemis slapped her. Kurenai's head snapped to the side as tears formed in her eyes. As I told Azuki, you do not deserve to call me sensei, Artemis told her with a quiet voice, but they both heard it as it held authority, and I can tell you where you were, and that was fucking Asuma Sarutobi, and letting him cheat on you, the moon goddess said as Kurenai looked over at her. Why he do? She muttered as Artemis raised a brow at her. Please, Yuhi, he has 5 women on the go, and that is not to mention that one of them is a goddess, Artemis said as Kurenai opened her mouth to ask a question. I would never lower myself to a pig like him, but the goddess that he is sleeping with is married to my favorite half-brother, Artemis informed Kurenai as the black-haired woman did not want to believe it. Do you want me to show you? Artemis asked as Kurenai looked into the eyes of the goddess and saw that she held up a hand. And you can try to disperse this like you would a genjutsu if you want, but it will not work, Artemis said. Kurenai closed her eyes and nodded as Artemis waved her hand. A rainbow formed before the rainbow's center started to shift. And Kurenai moved her hand into the ram seal as a picture formed in the rainbow. It showed a man and woman naked on a bed, but the man drew Kurenai's attention, and she called out, Kai. But it did nothing, and she tried repeatedly but ended up with the same result as tears falling from her eyes. But she could not turn her eyes away as the woman mounted the man she was both with and in love with. Before you ask, no, he is not under any genjutsu or under the effect of charm speak, but he is doing this of his own free will, Artemis told her former student as she made the rainbow vanish. Artemis released her chain as Kurenai fell to the floor in a heap as tears fell from her eyes. Know this, Yuhi. You have not only failed me as my student, and when your parents passed, Minato and I looked after you, and so you failed me as your mother as well, Artemis told her as she looked down at the red-eyed woman before she disappeared. Hannah helped pick Kurenai up as she walked to her vet's office so that Kuriani could have some peace. After talking with Hannah and Yugo after she arrived, she agreed to help Naruto and those in the Forest of Death Tower. They felt 2 small earthquakes. Present Kurenai looked back at Naruto with a look that spoke of strength as he held his gaze, and her eyes turned from sad to something that Naruto could not place. The Hokage looked over the genin that was there. It's astonishing how many had passed, and what's more, a lot of them are fresh with hardly any training, he thought as his eyes met with Naruto's, who nodded at the man before he glanced at the jonin. And I can see why the senseis put them forward, he added as the woman in purple hair stepped forward. All right. Listen up. Maggots Hokage-sama will explain the third part of the exams, she yelled out as everyone straightened their backs. They're all yours, Hokage-sama, she told him as she stepped back. Thank you, Anko, Hiruzen told her as he brought his pipe out. Now, before the third part of the exam starts, I want you all to know the specifics of how it will be conducted so that it pertains to the underlying purpose of the exam, he told them as he took a large puff of his pipe. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Sakura tightened her grip on Naruto. What do you think he means? Kuno asked Naruto as he looked over at her. Probably that we are showing each village our strength so that we both show good relations and also that our strength should not be messed with, Naruto said to her as Hiruzen looked over everyone. This exam is to both show and grow bonds between both our nations and villages by conducting miniature wars between our nations, he told them as everyone bar the red-haired Sand Genin looked shocked, and if you read out history, you would find out that it was only 17 years ago that we had just come out of a world war, Hiruzen said as people looked shocked at the knowledge that he was giving them. During the time of war, each village would agree that we would have a ceasefire so that we could all allow our genin to reach the next stage, so the Chunin selection exams were created. Hiruzen explained to them all as they all nodded, but they all stayed quiet, and this exam is like the one that was held back then with removing the weak ones from this exam, and by doing so you will bring honor to your homelands, Hiruzen told them as they looked shocked. A Konoha Kunoichi could not help but ask, bring honor to your homelands. The third part of this exam shall be watched under the eyes of the many guests from other villages and the leaders from the other villages. That also means the royal family along with countless ninja from their villages. Hiruzen told them as they all nodded, and if any of the applicants show a great deal of skill, those nobles shall be quick to select the village to go thou with their mission. He added as people looked down at their poor performance in the forest, but Naruto tightened his grip on Sakura's hand as she looked at him as he gained a smile. And smiled back with a dusting of pink on her cheeks. So I want you all to know right now that you are all putting your hopes and dream forward in this exam from this point on. And so you must know that you must show the strength of your village while also strengthening the bonds we have with the other villages. Hiruzen told them as a sickly-looking Jonin stepped out. Hokage-sama, do you mind if I take over? He said as Hiruzen looked over to him with a nod before the Jonin turned to the Genin. Hello. My name is Gecko Hayate, and I shall be the referee or the prelims that are going to take place, he told them before he coughed into his hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the man but said nothing as Sakura looked at the Jonin and asked, what do you mean by prelims? Hayate looked over to her with a dark look in his eyes as Naruto covered his line of sight to her as he looked around and spoke. Now, while I don't want to say that the previous 2 exams were easy, but we still have too many genin here, he told them as they all looked at each other, and with the amount that we have right now we want to cut you all down to at least half if not only a small handful of you making it thou. Hayate told them as they nodded. He swiped his gaze over them again. Now then, before we begin, I want to know if anyone would like to step out now, he asked them. 2 people raised their hands as Hayate looked at them. Names, please, he asked them. Kabuto Yakushi, a teen with silver gray, said as Hayate nodded at him as he turned to the next boy with short spiked orange hair. Jugo, he said as Hayate nodded once more as they both walked off. Seeing that no one else said anything but Sasuke gripped his shoulder while Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha and turned to Kakashi. If he so much as uses that seal even a little bit, he will have his chakra sealed, eyes taken out and given to someone more fitting for them, sperm taken so that we can fertilize eggs and then we will kill him, he told the man as Kakashi looked down. Are you sure, Hokage-sama? Kakashi asked his leader sadly, who nodded. Very well, he muttered as he saw Naruto and Sakura talking. And not looking at Sasuke. Why do they not care for their teammate? He asked himself in thought as Hayate looked around once more to see if anyone else was going to quit, and when he found that no one was, he started speaking once more. Now then, for this part of the exams it will be a one-on-one fight and the fights will be picked by a lottery, Hayate told then as they nodded. Open it, Anko said as a wall section opened to show a large screen. Names then started to be shuffled around before they stopped on 2 names. Sasuke Uchiha vs Yoroi Akado. Everyone started to walk nearby elevated walkways as Sasuke and Yoroi were left on the floor. Kakashi walked past Sasuke. Don't even think about using that seal or your Sharingan, or I'll be forced to take action, Kakashi told him as Sasuke looked at the man before nodding as Kakashi joined Naruto and Sakura. May the first match of the preliminaries begin, Hayate called before Yoroi formed a hand seal as chakra formed around one of his hands while Naruto narrowed his eyes and activated his Rinnegan. So that's what he doing, Naruto muddied him with a raised brow as Yoroi threw shuriken at Sasuke, who deflected them with a kuani. What is it? Sakura asked him as Naruto looked at her with Kakashi looking over at them. That guy Yoroi is using a jutsu that can drain chakra, Naruto said as he watched Sasuke clutch his shoulder and fall to the floor, and while it is like my Gakido, Naruto was saying before getting cut off. His requires tough, someone finished as everyone, bar Sasuke and Yoroi, looked over to Artemis standing next to Naruto. Naruto looked to his mother with a nod. That right, Ka-san, Naruto said with a small smile while Kakashi's eyes shot wide. How is she alive? Is Minato-sensei alive as well? Kakashi thought, but she ignored Kakashi. Yoroi threw more shuriken at Sasuke, who was defenseless on the ground before he stabbed his kunai into the ground and used it to oved his body. Gakido, Sakura asked the mother and son as Artemis turned to her with a thoughtful look on her face. Thanks to Rinnegan, Naruto has gained abilities with 7 primary abilities that are called the Rakudo no Jutsu, and it allows him the main 6 powers of the Rinnegan are called Tendo, Shirado, Ninjendo, Shikushodo, Gakido, Jigokudo, and then finally there is the Gedo, Artemis said as Sakura nodded. Tendo allows me to use forces of gravity to a point with me either pushing something or someone away or pulling them or IR in, Naruto said as Sakura gained a look of understanding. Like what you did to that Auto Nin, she asked him as Naruto nodded. Naruto then held his hand out as one of his fingers shifted into a drill. The Shirado lets me turn my body into weapons, Naruto said as the drill was pulled back into his hand and his finger returned to normal. Ninjendo allows me to read minds and to remove souls from people with just a touch, Naruto told Sakura as she looked down at Sasuke with a contemplating look. Only a death god would be able to remove that soul from the Uchiha, Artemis said as Sakura looked over to her. Ninjendo, while it can take out a soul, it targets the entire soul, and when a curse seal is placed on someone it messed with both the chakra and with what Naruto told me of the curse seal he has on him. They're a part of Orochimaru's soul within the seal, Artemis said as Sakura looked disgusted. What do you mean, sensei? Kurenai asked her as Artemis looked at her for a second before looking down at Sasuke. What mom means is that there are 3 types of curse seals. The first type is called the power type, which allows the user 4 times as much power as they would normally have, Naruto said as Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as the information was given. Then there is the sealing type, which is normally used to make the most powerful seals that are around, Artemis said as she looked over to the red-haired Suna Nin. The Ichibu's sealing abilities are shown with this curse seal, she explained as Kurenai nodded. Then there is known as the slave type that does as it is said, as the person who has been given that seal will follow the person as it grants them a small about power but acts like a drug that makes the person want more, but it tells the person to serve the one that placed the seal. Naruto finished as Artemis nodded at him as Naruto gained a smile. So Sasuke has a slave type? Sakura asked him as Naruto and Artemis looked at each other, conversing silently. While this was happening, Sasuke rolled forward and wrapped his legs around Yoroi's leg, and brought him down to the floor, took one of Yoroi's arms and started to break it, but then it growled with chakra as he grabbed Sasuke's shirt. My chakra, Sasuke thought as Yoroi broke out of Sasuke's hold and surged forward at Sasuke. Yoroi griped Sasuke's head as his hand once more glowed with as the Kunoichi of Team 10 yelled out, Sasuke. Naruto looked down at Sasuke, breaking the silent conversation with his mother. Yep, just like Gakido, Naruto muttered as he looked at Yoroi, and with the curse seal on Sasuke, Naruto said as he narrowed his eyes at Yoroi as Kakashi, Artemis and Sakura looked at him. What is it? Kakashi asked him as Naruto looked up to the other walkway, scanned the ninja there, and then looked back down to Yoroi. I think that Yoroi may know that Sasuke has the curse seal, Naruto said as Artemis narrowed her eyes. Why do you say that, Naruto? A boy with pineapple-looking hair asked as Naruto looked over at him. If I'm right about the curse seal, then Yoroi is making it so that Orochimaru has an easy way to get Sasuke. Shikamaru. Naruto told the now-named Shikamaru, who narrowed his eyes in thought before they shot wide. You mean that thing can tell when Sasuke is out of chakra and feed him more? Shikamaru asked as Artemis caught on to what her son was saying and nodded grimly. So that means that the drug part of the seal will slowly take hold of Sasuke, Sakura said as Kakashi narrowed his eye at Yoroi. But how would he know about the curse seal? Kakashi asked his student. How did that Kabuto know everything about that Gaara, and how did he know that Gaara completed every mission without a scratch? Naruto asked Kakashi back as Naruto pointed to his red-haired Suna Jinchuriki brother. Kakashi clenched his fist and turned to the Hokage, who moved a hand. Sasuke kicked Yoroi away as the taller genin rolled away but stopped as he looked at Sasuke and got his hand ready before running. What do I do? Sasuke thought as he looked around before his eyes landed on Lee. That's it. Sasuke thought as he waited for Yoroi to get closer. Sasuke kicked Yoroi into the air with a powerful kick as Shikamaru's teammate was going ballistic over it while Naruto, Sakura, Lee and Guy had gone stone-faced. Isn't that? Sakura asked as Naruto nodded. What Lee used on Sasuke when they first met, Naruto asked her as Sakura nodded. Yep, and like his sensei. Sasuke used his Sharingan to copy it, he added as Artemis scoffed. It makes sense as there was only one Uchiha that never did that, and she was my best friend for a reason, Artemis said with Naruto nodding as Kakashi looked annoyed at what his students were saying. Lucky I don't have to worry about that, Naruto said as Sakura looked at him. Naruto moved his shirt and kasode that hid part of his neck and showed a seal that was on the base of his neck. This is the Boshi Sharingan Fuin so that I can keep my jutsu to myself and eventually pass them down to my children, Naruto told Sakura, who looked at the seal. Kakashi narrowed his eye at the seal's name. What does it do, and why did you make it? He asked the blonde demigod, who did not look bored by the man. Artemis smiled at him. Why do you think he made it? It's to stop copycats like you, database, she said before blushing as Sakura looked. So that's where you get it from, she muttered as Naruto, and before they could talk more, saw Sasuke move to behind Yoroi and place 2 fingers behind his back. Kage Buyo, Yoroi muttered as he looked over his shoulder at Sasuke. Sasuke got ready to attack Yoroi, but then the curse seal pulsed and flame-like markings started to flow out of it as Hiruzen gained a dark look and Kakashi clenched his fist. Yoroi and Sasuke started to descend to the floor as the curse seal marking moved over Sasuke. I wouldn't, the Uchiha thought as the markings stopped moving. Naruto and Artemis looked at each other after seeing that the markings started to crawl back. They sighed and looked at each other. I will not let it consume me, he yelled in his mind before Sasuke sprung into action. Sasuke moved his leg around Yoroi before kicking the other Konoha genin into the floor. Shishi Renden. Sasuke called out as he slammed Yoroi into the ground, knocking him out as Hayate walked over to Yoroi. Sensei, what is Sasuke's curse seal? Karanai asked Artemis, who sighed. First, you still have not re-earned the right to call me sensei, Artemis told Karanai, who nodded slightly before she looked down at Sasuke, and that boy has a mixture of 2 types, Artemis told them. Oh muttered as he looked at the curse seal. It's a mix between a strength type and a salve type, he told them as everyone looked shocked. Hayate named Sasuke the winner before Kakashi took him away so that he could do something to the seal while everyone, on their side, did not know what to say. Sakura turned to Naruto. Naruto, you were saying that your Rinnegan's abilities, Sakura said trying to get everyone's minds off the information. Artemis smiled at the girl a small bit. From where we left off, the next one would be Chikushodo, which allows Naruto to summon animals that he makes in his mind, and he can control them, or he can summon people that he knows, Artemis told her as Sakura looked at him. So that, Robin, she asked Naruto, who nodded. That right, I can also summon people who I know, Naruto said as Sakura looked amazed. We already told you about Gakido, and after that is the final of the main 6 Jigokudo, which allows me to summon the King of Hell so that I can make people tell me the truth and heal people that are literally near death, Naruto told her as Sakura nodded. What about the finale ability that you said? Tenten asked Naruto, who looked sad at her clothes. It's called Gedo, and it allows Naruto the power to control life and death, Artemis said with a sad look on her face. He can bring someone back to life, use a body as a puppet or just summon the soul of someone, she said as everyone looked amazed, but one of the genin saw the look both mother and son had. Why do you look like that? Sakura asked them as Naruto looked over at her. When I was fighting the Auto team, what would you say my face looked like? Naruto asked her. Sakura looked confused by the question but said, a warrior. Naruto nodded, yay, and would you say that is my face whenever I get into a fight or when I'm fighting? Naruto asked as Sakura nodded. You see, it's a part of my Uzumaki blood, Naruto said as the names on the screen started to shuffle. All those with Uzumaki blood know deep down know that we are tools for the Shinigami. We are her will on the battlefield, Artemis said as she looked at Sakura, looked shocked at her. I may have been put into a mortal shell, but I am still an Uzumaki, she told her as Sakura nodded. But why the look then? Shikamaru's female teammate asked them. As the Shinigami's tools and will, we do not mess with the power over life and death, Naruto said as she looked confused. The Uzumaki clan have a Fuinjutsu that calls on the Shinigami for aid in sealing, but we give up our soul in the process, Naruto said as she looked shocked. And the Uzumaki does so willingly as we are her servants, so she blessed all Uzumaki with longevity and 2 masks, Artemis said as they looked amazed by the information. 1 mask is in the Uzumaki mask storage temple, while the other one was held by the head of the family, Artemis said as Kurenai narrowed her eyes in thought. Sensei, did your parents have a mask? She asked the goddess, who opened her mouth, but Hayate cut her off. Can Fu from Taki and Kiyomi from Nadeshiko come down? He said as 2 girls walked down. Fu was a tan-skinned kunoichi who wore an orange clip in her short, layered mint green hair that matched her eye color, which was also orange. Her clothing consisted of a short sleeveless white midriff shirt with fishnet armor underneath, long white armlets, and fishnet shorts with a short white apron skirt over it with her hite was worn on her right arm, and Fu also carried a cylindrical object in red wrapping on her back. Kiyomi, on the other hand, had black spiked hair that had grown out to reach her mid-back with dark eyes and tan skin and was dressed in a high-collar shirt and bike shorts with black sandals. Fu and Kiyomi looked each other down, with Fu smirking as Kiyomi was straight-faced as she looked at Fu. Naruto looked at the mint-haired girl with narrowed eyes as Sakura looked at him. "What is it?" she asked him as Artemis looked at her son. Naruto nodded at Fu, saying, "She is my sister of burden," and all three of Konoha-sensei's eyes shot wide, along with Sakura's, Lee's and Artemis. "How many tails?" Lee asked as he looked at Fu. 7, Naruto said as Hayate looked between both girls before he raised his arm. "May the second match," Hayate said as he looked at both girls, "begin," he called out as he brought his hand down. Fu jumped into the air as insectoid wings formed out of her tailbone, and she started to fly higher as Kiyomi looked up at her. "Let's get the ball rolling," Fu said as she formed the tiger seal and she breathed in, "Ninpo. Jishin Sapika," she called out before sending out a roar that made everyone cover their ears as Kiyomi covered hers. Fu charged forward forming the rat seal. "Cho Shaka," she called out as a ball of lightning from above her head before it sends out a blot at Kiyomi. Kiyomi held her hand out as a puff of smoke formed within her hand before sending out a chakra slash. The wave of chakra moved through the lighting as Fu looked at Kiyomi with a wide smile. "I'm so glad that you're not a pushover," she told the other girl. "Well then, shall I step it up?" she asked as she raised her sword as everyone saw it. It was a moderately curved katana with a light purple edge and a distinct blue hamon with the appearance of flames with a golden tsuba shaped like a rounded cross pate, and the hilt was wrapped in purple. "That Kiyomi has some talent," Artemis said as Naruto nodded, although he looked at Fu. "Fu has also got some bite to her as well, but I can tell that there is something not right," Naruto muttered as Artemis smiled as she looked at her son. "What do you mean, Naruto?" Shikamaru asked the blonde going crimson-haired boy. "I don't know, but I can tell it's something," Naruto muttered as the Taki Jonin approached them. The Jonin was a young, quite tall, and slim kunoichi with fair skin, short light brown unkempt spiky hair, azure blue earrings, red lipstick, pupil-less black eye irises, short, thin, light brown eyebrows and wore a white hairband over her head, holding the hair out of the way from her eyes. She wore a pink tube top with dark red linen, an open, light blue shirt, navy blue pants, and ninja sandals, and she wore her shuriken holster on her right leg. "I could not help but overhear what you were saying about my student," she said as everyone turned to her, "and I think I know what you think is missing about Fu," she asked as everyone nodded. "Yes, it seems that she has a good grasp on ninjutsu, as we Jinchuriki have almost unlimited chakra reserves, and by watching her flying and the muscles on her arms and legs, you can tell she is no slouch for taijutsu," Naruto said as he looked at the woman who nodded. "And with us, Jinchuriki Genjutsu is a toss-up," Naruto added. "You're right with all that, but you're wondering if she can use any of the abilities that her Biju gives her." The Jonin Naruto nodded. "She can use all insectoid jutsu," she told Naruto, who looked amazed. "So, while I can sense negative emotions, she can use a type of jutsu that I never heard of," Naruto said as Kurenai looked over at one of her students who twitched slightly. "I mean, sure that the Aburame clan from Konoha and the Kamizuru clan from Iwa," Naruto said as both of them turned to him. "Along with all the Iwa ninja. So you remember my clan then," Kurenai's student said as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, I mean, if I want to become Hokage, I have to know what the clan do and what they are best suited for," Naruto said as Sakura gained a smile. "Take the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans are both good at tracking, but the Hyuga would be better at medical ninjutsu with their Byakugan," Naruto said as Kurenai's eyes shot wide before she looked over at her female student. While this was happening, Kiyomi's sword burst into flames as she looked up at Fu before she swung her sword sending out an arc of fire that flew towards the flying Jinchuriki. Said Jinchuriki flew higher and dodged them before turning to Kiyomi, going through the tiger seal Anans before she breathed out a powder that blinded Kiyomi. Fu then flew in close with a leg out and yelled, "Kurogi Keru." The kick landed right in Kiyomi's chest as it sent her flying through the air and into a wall, where she fell to the floor. Hayate walked over and checked Kiyomi around before shaking his head. "Winner Fu from Taki," he called out as Fu landed, walked over to Kiyomi, and helped her up as her sensei smiled down at her. "Thank you," Kiyomi said as Fu took her to her teammates. Fu smiled back at her. "No problem," she said before walking to her team. "She did good," Artemis said as she looked at the green-haired girl walking over to her team. Her sensei nodded while everyone watched the screen as names flew by before they landed on the next two. Dosu Kinuta vs Shino Aburame. Dosu walked down as he waited for his opponent to walk down, and it was one of Kurenai's students. The boy had short spiked dark brown hair, black glasses that covered his eyes, and a sea-green jacket with a high, upturned collar and brown pants. The two genin looked at each other, studying them while Hayate looked them both over and raised his hand. "Let the third match," he called out as both Shino and Dosu tensed before the man brought down his arm while calling out, "Begin." Hayate jumped back as Dosu jumped at Shino with his working arm, as Shino moved out of the way. Shino's female teammate looked down and saw that Dosu's other arm was just limply hanging there and swayed with each movement. "Why is he only using one arm?" she asked as she looked at Dosu while Naruto gained a smirk. "Naruto did something to it when defending me in the forest," Sakura said as Naruto's smile gained teeth. "You used Ryudangan against him?" Artemis asked her son, who nodded as she looked at Dosu. "I have to say I don't know whether to be proud that you made that technique or annoyed," she told Naruto, who laughed while Guy looked over to her. "I don't think I've ever heard of Ryudangan before," he said as Artemis looked over to him. "Oh, Naruto has made a taijutsu fighting style that he could pass on to his children one day and so that they could pass it on to their children and so on," Artemis told Guy, who looked amazed by what she was saying. Naruto gathered multiple types and fighting styles from the past, and he slowly putting them together and then made Maryukin, she added as Guy nodded as it made sense to him before he turned to Naruto. "Can you tell me about your Ryudangan?" Guy asked him. Naruto nodded. "Well, first, I aim at a nerve in the arm of my target along with the tenketsu before using Shigen to perceive the component, both the tenketsu and nerve destroying it and severing on chakra going to the arm while using Zeden to add distance making sure that the Shigen travels through the arm," Naruto explained as Guy shivered at the explanation while Niju and Kurenai's Kunoichi student looked frightened. Shino jumped into his opponent and landed a solid punch before he flipped over Douse. "Hinata, did Shino get him?" Kurenai, another male student, asked his teammate as she turned to look down at Shino as the veins around her eyes bulged out. She looked at Dosu for a moment before she nodded before everyone else with a dojutsu turned them on as they looked over at Dosu. "Do you see it, Naruto?" Kuno asked Naruto from his shoulder. "No," Naruto muttered to her as he narrowed his eyes and looked at Dosu. "Lord Naruto, check out his head," Akamru told Naruto, who looked over to the dog before doing just that. And Naruto did see something that was on Dosu's Hite 8 was a small bug. "Did you find it?" Artemis asked her son as Naruto nodded. "That is the skill of the Aburame clan," she told her son, who looked at her. "So when Shino punched Dosu, he sent one of his bugs over?" Naruto asked his mother. "Yes and no," she informed Naruto as Sakura looked at her. "You see, the Aburame clan have parasitic insects that feed on chakra, and they are called Kakaichu," Artemis told them as Shino and Dosu fought while Sakura narrowed her eyes. "But wouldn't the Kakaichu turn on the Aburame?" she asked the goddess. Artemis looked at Sakura out of the corner of her eyes before she returned her attention to the fight. "If this Aburame was an infant, then yes," Artemis said as Sakura's eyes shot wide. "You mean?" she asked as Artemis nodded. "From what Shibi Aburame once told me that when an Aburame turns 5, they are given their first Kakaichu queen," Artemis said as Kurenai nodded. "He told me the same thing when I started to train Shino," she said as Sakura looked over to her before Kurenai turned to Artemis. "Sensei, do you know how I could train him in ninjutsu without the Kakaichu affecting him?" Kurenai asked the goddess. Artemis narrowed her eyes in thought before she shook her head. "Does he only use Kakaichu?" Artemis asked as Naruto watched the fight as Shino sent out a wave of Kakaichu that turned into a clone of himself. Shino said that he wants to use more than Kakaichu and branch out to the other insects as well, Kurenai said as ideas started to form in Artemis' head. "Well, first, tell him to learn how other insects work, how they hunt and make ninjutsu around that," Artemis said as Kurenai nodded, but the look on her face showed it was a struggle. "How do I help him with that?" she asked the moon goddess. Strangely, it was Naruto who answered. Well, strange to everyone except his mother, Sakura and Guy's teammates. "To make a jutsu, you first need to know what type of jutsu it's going to be, then you have to know when element it's going to be or if it needs an element," Naruto started. not looking at Kurenai as he watched the fight between Shino and Dosu as both Shinos were attacking Dosu ruthlessly. Then you add hand seals if needed, but as we are talking about an Aburame, you will not need them, but you will need to know what insect will represent, Naruto added as people looked shocked, and Sakura smiled at the information. Is that how you made your shokugi? She asked Naruto, who nodded. Yay, and with how the Akamichi just uses the food that is eaten and turns into fat that can then be used to turn into chakra to make them stronger, Naruto said as he looked at while Shikamaru's teammate looked shocked at Naruto. Shokugi turns all food and drinks I eat into nutrients for my body before only half of what is left gets turned into chakra while the rest is the waste, Naruto explained as people looked shocked. At the same time, Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Are there any other clans you have taken inspiration from? Shikamaru asked Naruto as the blonde going crimson nodded. Yay, I make Omoi Rinku so that I can link my mind with another, and I based it off the Yamanaka clan's mental jutsu, Naruto said as Shikamaru's female teammate's eyes shot wide open with mouth hanging open. Thanks to mom's blood in my veins, hunting is like second nature to me and some of the dragons. I can summon them, and they act like the Kakaichu, Naruto said as Sakura nodded. Shikamaru and his team looked both amazed and annoyed at him. Prove it, the Kunoichi said as Naruto raised his arm at her. Otatsu, Naruto called out as the arm he held out grew in size but stopped before it got too big. Naruto then closed his eyes and let out a breath as the arm sank back to normal, but only a few saw that his arm was shaking slightly. Sakura, one of the few who saw the arm shake, looked at him worried. It's still in the phases where my body needs to adjust to going big and then back to small, Naruto told her after seeing her worried look. Shikamaru's male teammate nodded as he looked at Naruto. It makes sense as I did the same. You need to do it 2 to 3 times a day for a few months before it becomes second nature and your body adjusts to only a part of your body growing, he told Naruto who nodded. Thanks, Choji, Naruto said as he made a mental note to do just that. Or just his Kage Bunshin to help him, but Artemis turned to him with a shake of her head. It needs to be Yoshin, she told Naruto, who grumbled at her. Back down on the fighting stage, the Shino clone broke into a cloud of bugs as it swarmed over Dosu. Hijutsu. Mashidama, Shino called out. The insects gathered at once, forming a sphere around as Dosu tried to fight them off with his arm, but it was not working. As he looked up at Naruto, he saw his eyes looking down. And what he saw next to Naruto frightened him. It looked like a demonic visage as it looked over Naruto's shoulder at him. It was much larger than Naruto and possessed long, shaggy, white hair, from which 2 red horns protruded in purple-hued skin. It is draped in an oversized white kimono and carries a set of prayer beads. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp, jagged teeth and a long, almost serpentine tongue. And Dosu knew who that was. One of the 11 element nations, gods. The goddess of death, Shinigami. And that was the last thing he saw before he was knocked out from chakra exhaustion from the Kakaichu as they moved away from Dosu, returned to Shino Hayate, walked over to Douse, and checked if the Auto Genin was still breathing. Once he was sure that Dosu was still alive, he stood up and held his arm out to Shino. Shino Aburame is the winner of this match, Hayate called out as Shino's team started clapping for him. Names once more names started to cycle down the board as Guy turned to Naruto. So how many taijutsu and fighting styles have you trained in to make your own? He asked the younger ninja. Well, the ones that I put into making Maryuken are boxing for fast fist work, Muay Thai for fast leg work as well as using my knees in fighting, Atsuryoku Ten Kogeki to direct the attacks and fight some of the weak points, which is why I added Kai blocking and Tenketsu blocking strikes. Naruto started off with Guy nodding his head. That makes sense, Guy said to Naruto. When I found out that I wanted a taijutsu fighting style that either blocks the chakra or destroyed the target, I started to add more, Naruto explained to the man. So to work on my kicking power, I added Kuroashi no Vaza, along with its 2 other forms, Jiaokun Du and Goken, and with arm power I was told about Mutoryu, Naruto said as Guy looked surprised. The fighting style the samurai uses, he asked Naruto, who nodded. That makes sense, as they are wealthy fighters even without their swords, he muttered as he waited for Naruto to continue. To make my body more flexible, I use the Nan no Kaizo, and for speed, I started to use the Zanzoken, Naruto told the man, who nodded. That also adds in the forms of haki, chakra-enhanced strength and all 6 forms of Rokushiki, Naruto added as Guy nodded. And then, before long, 2 more names were picked. Kegan of Taki versus Samui of Kumo. Kegan has short, brown curly hair and small black eyes. His outfit consists of a violet jacket, green inside, a black top, his midriff exposed, and dark pants. He also has 2 holsters attached near each of his elbows. He wears a blue Hite 8. On the other hand, Samui was a tall, fair-skinned woman with a curvaceous figure who generally wore a stoic, aloof expression. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. She wears a very low-cut outfit which displays her sizable cleavage, with mesh armor underneath, a short skirt and red handguards, high boots, and what appears to be a modified Kumogakure flak jacket that covers her stomach only, similar to a girdle. And she also carries a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower back. As Naruto looked at Samui, he glared at her as Artemis looked at her son before she let out a sigh. "Naruto," she said as Naruto turned to her. "You don't have to hate them," she told him, but Naruto turned away as Sakura looked at him. "Mom told me what happened to my clan," he told her as she nodded. "Kumo, Iwa and Kiri all throughout the Second Great War attacked my clan's homeland, and during the last few days of the war, it then fell with only a handful of Uzumaki making it out alive," Naruto told her as Sakura gasped. Artemis looked at her son as Hayate started the match with sad but understanding eyes. "Naruto, you have the Uzumaki clan scroll, so you know that there are more of us out there," she told Naruto as Kurenai looked at her strangely. "I may be back in my normal form, but I am still an Uzumaki," Artemis told Kurenai, who nodded. "It's not just that, Ka-san," Naruto said as Artemis looked at him with a raised brow. "Kumo kidnapped you when you were about to graduate from the academy as well," Naruto growled as he glared down at Samui with pure hate. Artemis sighed as she looked at him. "You really are too much like me, aren't you, Databane?" she told Naruto with a fond smile. "Well, the only thing that you and Ba-san told me is that I look a lot like Tu-san but with whiskers, Dabayo," Naruto said back to his mother, who laughed at that as Kurenai looked at Naruto, shocked. "You know who your father was?" she asked him. Naruto nodded as Sakura looked at him confused. "Konoha's mountain count to 4. Naruto told her as Sakura did just that before her eyes shot wide open. "Yep, I was number 1 most hated Konoha ninja," Naruto told her as a puff of smoke formed behind them, and it was Kakashi that appeared then behind them. Everyone there turned to them with a salute. "Yo," Kakashi said. Shikamaru's sensei turned to him with a raised brow. "Did you seal it?" he asked Kakashi. Like Kakashi, he was dressed in the Konoha uniform but had a sash around with waist that had the kanji for fire. Huo. A pair of black bangles, and bandages wrapped around the arms of his sleeves, and he was a tall man, with brown eyes, olive skin, short black spiky hair, and a beard. And he was the man Kurenai saw when Artemis showed her boyfriend cheating on her. "That I did, Asuma," Kakashi told the now-named Asuma with an eye smile. Before Artemis could talk to Kakashi, Hayate called out, "Winner Samui of Kumo." Everyone looked down to the floor to see that Samui had a sword to Kegan's trough, and he was holding his hands up as Samui stepped back. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sword, but the next 2 names were picked before he could say anything. Sakura Haruno versus Ino Yamanaka. Sakura looked shocked as Naruto looked at her, but she nodded at him. Ino is a fair-skinned woman of average height with light green eyes and long, platinum blonde hair with bangs framing the right side of her face, and her hair was hip-length and tied into a high ponytail. Ino was dressed in a purple high-collared blouse and matching apron skirt with bandages on her abdomen and legs, small hoop earrings, her Hite 8 worn as a belt, and for a time, white arm warmers. Both Ino and Sakura walked down to the main floor, and they stared each other down as Hayate stood in the middle. Ino and Sakura looked each other over. Ino narrowed her eyes with a smirk while Sakura took a deep breath before tightening her gloves. Ino only needs line of sight, unlike her father, Sakura thought as she looked at Ino. Naruto looked down at Sakura as he turned off his Rinnegan and, with 2 gold coins in his hand, made a fist around it and placed his other hand over it. Hayate looked between both girls, raising his hand as Naruto closed his eyes and whispered a prayer. Artemis felt divine energy appear from Naruto's hand as she looked over and heard him whisper the prayer before looking over to Sakura to see her adjust her stance. "Who did you pray to?" Artemis asked Naruto in his mind once Naruto opened his eyes and opened his fist to show that the olden coins were gone. Lady Taish said that Sakura can have good luck in this match and Lady Athena said that Sakura can make a good strategy, Naruto told her as Artemis. Hayate brought his hand down and called out, "Begin." As he said that, Sakura pulled out pellets from her pouch and threw them onto the ground, and once they hit the ground, they burst into pink smoke. The smoke covered both Kanuchi and Ino looked around. Trioreshi ran to where Sakura was. But Sakura was no longer there. Naruto looked down into the smoke and followed something that, while Artemis did the same thing and looked at the same spot as Naruto. "You taught her how to move silently," Artemis said as Naruto nodded but said nothing. Kakashi looked amazed that his kunoichi student was going through this as he could not find her and to hear that Naruto had taught her this. Sakura moved through the smoke with her hair bending into the smoke as if she could see where Ino was, and with her fist cocked back, she shot it forward into the Yamanaka's chest, sending Ino out of the smoke. Ino flew out of the smoke skidding across the floor as she clutched her stomach. When did she get so strong? She asked herself in thought. Ino moved her feet to be ready to move as the smoke started to clear. But more smoke bombs flew out of the smoke and burst, allowing more smoke to form. Where did she? Ino started to say but was soon covered by the smoke. Shikamaru looked at the battle zone in shock at how the fight was going as Naruto watched silently while Artemis turned to Kakashi. "What have you thought her, Kakashi?" she asked him. Kakashi turned to the moon goddess with an eye smile. "Oh, nothing much," he told her. "That does not answer the question," Artemis said as she turned fully to Kakashi. "All you taught my son that was any use to a ninja was the Ki Nobori no Shugyo, so what have you taught her?" she asked Kakashi once more, who looked at her in shock. "Who told you that?" Kakashi asked her with sweat on the back of his neck as he felt disapproving eyes from both the Hokage and his fellow Konoha Jonin. But it was not just the Konoha Jonin but the Jonin from the other villages. "Naruto did, and when I secretly checked his mind and found that he was telling the truth, I wondered what you taught your team's kunoichi," Artemis said. Kakashi got ready to answer, but Naruto beat him to the punch. "The same as me," he said to his mother but did not look to see the look on Kakashi's face or the Artemis' narrowed eyes aimed at Kakashi. "Now why?" Kakashi said before Artemis cut him off. "Minato would be disappointed with you," she told him as Kakashi's visible eyes shot wide. "I was unable to raise Naruto because of a law my bastard of a father had made, but you did nothing to aid your sensei's son," Artemis told Kakashi as the man felt that he was being stabbed. Asuma scoffed as the moon goddess turned to him. "He's an Uchiha," he told the goddess as she raised a brow at him. "He means that all Kakashi cares for is the Uchiha clan and would do anything for an Uchiha," Kurenai said as Kakashi glared at both of them, but they were not affected by the glare. Before Kakashi could speak again, Ino was sent out of the smoke again, but this time her feet were not touching the floor, and the smoke was dissipating again. "She only has 3 smoke bombs left," Naruto muttered. 3 smoke bombs flew out once more, and pink smoke covered the area once more, "and now she has none," Naruto said with crossed fingers. Ino landed on her back as she got up and looked around before pulling out a kuani and throwing it into the smoke. She waited and waited, and she looked into the smoke waiting for it to dissipate, and when it did, Sakura was not there as Ino looked around. People with dojutsu activated them, or in Kakashi's case, pulled up his Hite 8, and they saw that Sakura was standing in front of Ino. "Where is she?" Shikamaru asked before a portion of dust was kicked up as Ino as soon punched them in the cheek. "What jutsu is she using?" Artemis asked her son as she saw Naruto gripping the railing. "The Mujin Maise, as the smoke bombs I made for her, a special blend of liquids, and one comes in contact with the air, it turns to smoke," Naruto said as Artemis looked amazed by her son. "But she cannot hold the jutsu for long," Naruto said as he looked at Ino being pummeled by the invisible Sakura. "How long can she use it?" Artemis asked her son. Naruto looked over to his mother. "From what we timed, she can use this jutsu for 2 minutes, Naruto told her as Artemis nodded. Sakura kept punching and kicking Ino around the arena floor while Ino tried to defend Aegis, the invisible opponent. "She is hitting harder than normal. What the fuck is happening?" Ino screamed in her head. Before Ino could punch where she thought Sakura was, she felt something hit the side of her chest, and it took her off her feet, and she felt a crack in her ribs before she was sent into the center of the area. Shikamaru and Choji looked shocked by the battle happening. "How is Ino losing?" Choji asked Shikamaru, who did not know. I mean, she's part of the Yamanaka clan. Show how is she losing? He asked, but he did not get an answer. Being a part of a clan does not mean that you can win every battle, Artemis said as both boys looked over to her. When I was training my 3 students, Yugo Azuki was the best out of them and was the one that had beaten all others that she fought, and that meant those from clans, she explained to the boy. Asuma nodded as both his students as they looked at him. She's right. I fought her, and I was beaten black and blue and was lucky that I came out of that fight with my arm on my body, he told his students as Artemis raised a brow at him. Come on, she was trying to cut off my right arm, Asuma told her as Artemis rolled her eyes at him. My old teammate was not trying to cut your arm off, Kurenai said as Asuma looked over at her. Sensei taught all 3 of us how to use a sword, and she was not going to cut your arm off. She was going to dislocate your shoulder as she was using the back of her sword, Kurenai said, rolling her eyes as Asuma looked shocked. Naruto not listening to them. He kept an eye on the battle as he followed the invisible Sakura with his dojutsu, and he saw that the flow of chakra was slowly fading. She's about to become visible, Naruto muttered as Artemis looked at him before she looked down to see that he was right. Why, it's too early for her, Naruto muttered as he narrowed his eyes. He saw chakra coalesce around Sakura's right fist and start to resemble an animal's head. Tarakasaki-kun, Sakura called out as the chakra turned into a tiger's head and shot out of her fist at Ino as a beam. Ino's eyes shot wide as the beam hit her square in the chest, as she saw a new side of Sakura that she never saw before. Ino slammed into the wall behind her as she lost consciousness, and Sakura fell to her knees. Hayate walked over to Ino but kept his eyes on Sakura before he knelt down to check on the downed blonde, and after checking to see if she was breathing, he stood up. Winner of the 5th match is Sakura Haruno, Hayate called out as Sakura let out a sigh and started to fall back as she was out of energy. But before she could fall, she felt something appear behind her. She looked behind her to see Naruto with a loving smile as he looked at her. You did good, Naruto told her as he gently lifted her up as medics walked over to Ino. But next time when you need to finish a fight, don't use something as taxing as Ryokan, Naruto told her as he teleported back up to the observation area. I know, and it's called Tarakasaki-kun, Sakura muttered to him as Naruto placed her down gently on the ground. I thought that only a tiger could stand up to a dragon, Sakura told him as she saw Naruto's eyes fill with joy. Asuma soon appeared back with his team like Naruto did, but he had Ino in his hands as he placed her gently against the wall. Where did you look that, Sakura? Shikamaru asked Sakura, who looked over at him. For the 2 days before today, Naruto aided me in my training by showing me how to fight, but when he was training with his clones, I saw him using a technique that I made a version of, Sakura told him as she held right arm as it was shaking slightly. It seems that I was not ready to use it, she muttered as Artemis looked Sakura over. You need to train your strength more before you can use that, she told P. You just used chakra-enhanced strength, don't you? She asked. Sakura nodded as Artemis sighed. What? Sakura asked her. Naruto uses another fighting style called Geki Juken to form a base for him to use his Maryuken, Artemis told her as Sakura's eyes shot open, and with him using the dragon aspect of Geki Juken to make Maryuken, Artemis said as Sakura hung her head. It hurt my body as I was going against the dragon aspect, Sakura said as Artemis and Naruto nodded as Naruto rubbed circles into her back. Naruto, can you? Sakura started off as she turned to Naruto. Yay, I will, Naruto said as Kakashi scowled at his students. Why don't you ask me? He asked Sakura, who looked up at the one-eyed man with a raised brow. Why would I ask you when you only teach Sasuke? Sakura said as she looked at him. Kakashi blinked. I mean, Sasuke has learned how to use both fire release, and you started teaching him how to use lighting release, Sakura said as Naruto nodded. My summons taught me how to use one jutsu of each of the basic elements, and I taught Sakura how to use both of hers, Naruto said as he looked at Kakashi from the corner of his eye as the next 2 people walked down. The first was Yoroi's final teammate Masumi Tsurugi. Masumi's appearance was greatly concealed by the mask he wore around his mouth that hung around his neck in Hite 8, which he wore like a bandana, and he also wore what team's clothing that consisted of a high-collared, sleeveless, purple shirt with a short-sleeved, white one underneath, a simple obi around his waist, purple pants, blue sandals and purple fingerless gloves, along with a pair of round framed glasses. The other person was Fu's other teammate Yoro. He has short spiky black hair and small black eyes, with his outfit consisting of a dark violet vest with 2 scrolls attached to it, a light violet turtleneck, and dark green colored pants, and he wears a blue Hite 8. But Naruto and Sakura did not care about the match as they wanted to tear Kakashi a new one, and with the foreign ninja here, it added to the man's humiliation. Mom taught me most of everything that I know. Naruto started off the verbal attacks, the rest was taught to me by the dragons, but you have only taught me and Sakura how to work as a team, with only me and Sakura working as a team while your favorite student was doing none of the sorts, he added as Sakura nodded. And like always, you would play a blind eye, and when we were in wave, you taught us the Ki no Bori no Shugyo, not when we just came out of the academy like you were supposed to, Sakura said as Kakashi turned to her as he felt the eyes of the Hokage drilling into him along with Guy, Asuma and Kurenai's as well. And with had happened during the exam in the forest and Sakura realizing that she needed training, she came to me so that I could help her, and I did, and even though I did not mind that everyone here knows that she should go to you, Naruto said as Sakura nodded while Kakashi looked between his students. And let's not forget that Sasuke does not care for me or Sakura as he wants only to kill someone and would do anything to do just that, he added while Kakashi had nothing to say. Hiruzen hearing this and to say he was disappointed was an understatement. Kakashi, meet me in my office when these matches are over, he told the man as Kakashi looked over and nodded. And I was right, Minato really would be disappointed with you, Artemis said as Kakashi looked over to her and could see pure hate being aimed at him from the goddess. Even Rin and Obito would be disappointed with you as you said when you found out that Minato and I were going to have a child. You said that you would help them and teach them what they needed to know, Artemis added as Kakashi flinched at the names of his dead teammates. And from what most people did not see was that one of the Kiri Nin flinched at the name Rin. Kakashi had nothing to say as everyone turned back to the match to see that Hayate was calling the match a draw. Hayate looked at everyone as they all looked confused. Masumi was using Nan no Kaizo to make Yoro pass out from lack of air while Yoro was using lighting release to do the same. He told everyone as medics came and carried the 2 boys off the field. As the names started to shuffle once more, Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura as they talked about going out for food when the prelims were over. His mind was going over what both of them had said along with what Artemis had said, but for some reason, something was stopping his mind from fixing the mistakes. A picture formed in his mind of a 4-point pinwheel spinning as he blinked and shook his head before the image vanished as the next 2 names were picked. Karen Uzumaki versus Shikamaru Nara. All of the Konoha nin eyes shot to the board, with Artemis and Naruto being the most surprised as Naruto pulled out his clan scroll and opened it before he found the name and showed his mother. Karen has crimson eyes, fair skin, and the characteristic red hair of the Uzumaki clan, which she wears in an unusual hairstyle with her hair cut short and spiky on the right side, while longer and straight on the left side, and she wears narrow brown glasses, which have a serrated blade hidden in them, and her outfit consists of mesh shirt and stockings, a purple skirt, a light brown short-sleeved jacket with an orange stripe going across the chest, and black sandals and a Kusagakure Hite 8 on her forehead. Shikamaru looked over to the girl he was fighting before he looked at Naruto. Is she? He asked her. She is my cousin on my mother's side, Naruto said as Sakura looked at him in question. I'll say in a bit, Naruto told her as she nodded. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes at what Naruto told him but nodded as he walked to the battle area. So how is she? Sakura asked him as Naruto turned to her. Is she from your uncle or from when she was? Sakura asked as Naruto nodded at her. Mom was one of 3 children that were the heir of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto told her as Sakura nodded along with him. Mom had a younger brother Nagato and a younger sister Rias, he added as Artemis nodded with her son. Kurenai turned to Artemis. I didn't know you had siblings, sensei, she asked the goddess. Before I was in my shell, I only had younger twin brother Apollo, and when my bastard of a father put me in my shell, I had 2 younger siblings, Artemis said as she gained a gentle smile. My little brother was such a baby and would always stick to mom or me so that he could get away from the evil man, who was his teacher, Artemis said as Naruto smiled. What about your sister? Sakura asked as Artemis's face turned dark. The best way to put it, Nagato was the angle that always did as he was told and was sweet and a little wimpy, Artemis said as they nodded, not getting where she was going. Rias was a devil that was caused chaos and would once a week blow up a building just for the hell of it, Artemis growled as Naruto looked amazed. Shikamaru, who was taking his time getting down, hearing this, started praying that Karen was the daughter of Nagato. But his prayers were not answered by what Artemis said next. While her eyes are not the same as Rias's purple from our mother, she looks like a little Rias, the goddess told Sakura as Shikamaru reached the middle of the area. Karen met him in the middle with Hayate standing in the middle of him, but if you looked closely, you could see that he wanted to jump away, and those with sharp ears heard him say, "Not another Uzumaki." Naruto raised a brow at what he said as he saw Artemis crack a grin and chuckled at what Hayate said. Hayate raised his hand as he looked between them before he bought his cry of, "Begin." Kane pulled out a kunai with a paper tag that was attached to it before she threw it at Shikamaru. Shikamaru jumped back as the kunai landed in a line in front of him before they exploded, making a large cloud of smoke, and Shikamaru did the smart thing. And waited. Now of all the things out of the smoke, a golem of stone was not one of them. Shikamaru ducked under the fist that the golem sent his way as he looked it over with narrow eyes while up on the observation deck. Naruto was looking down at the fight with narrowed eyes. "What is her plan?" Naruto muttered as he looked into the smoke and tried to see what she was doing. "If she anything like Rias, she going to use more explosions or other destructive things," Artemis said with a twitching eye. Sakura looked into the smoke as she looked where Naruto was looking but could not find anything. "How are you seeing her?" Sakura asked him. "I'm not really seeing her." "Well, not really," Naruto said as he looked over to Sakura, who looked confused. "I'm using Mantra's presence sensing to see thou the smoke and find her aura," Naruto explained as Sakura still looked confused. "You see, Naruto-san is using Haki, and that is allowing him to use extranet abilities, and the one he is using is called Mandra, or better known as Kenbunshoku Haki," Guy told Sakura as she looked to the older-looking Lee as the man's 3 students were doing the same, and with him using that type of Haki he can see the aura of a person that is hidden in something, Guy explained as Sakura gained a look of understanding. On the other hand, Lee looked amazed. "Can anyone learn this?" he asked his sensei. Guy shook his head. "Yes and no. Haki has 3 parts to it," Guy told his student, and when Naruto said that he has all 3, that means he is one in several million people born with this ability, Guy said as Hizuan nodded while Neji looked shocked. "He speaks the truth as I only know a few men that had this ability that Guy speaks of," Hiruzen said as everyone, apart for Shikamaru, who was jumping from the golem, and Karun, who was looking at Shikamaru with narrowed eyes. From Konoha there were both Hashirama Senju and the second was Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen said shocked while everyone was amazed by that. "What about from the other villages?" Sakura asked as people from the other villages nodded. "Well, from Suna, I think that Miyawa the 3rd Kazekage has this type of Haki, and the current Mizukage Mei Terumi has this Haki as well," Hiruzen said as the Suna and Kiri ninja looked amazed by what he was saying. Both the current and 3rd Raikage as well and Onoki the Tsuchikage has the Haoshoku Haki. The Hokage finished as Neji was having a mini breakdown. "Do you not have this ability, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked as he looked shocked that Sasuke did not have it. But that was nothing new. But he shook his head. "No, I only have Kenbunshoku Haki, and the ability we were talking about is hereditary, and from what Hashirama-sensei told me, he got his Haoshoku Haki from his mother," Hiruzen said as Neji looked over to Naruto. Then what told Sakura started making its way down Neji's head. "Konoha Mountain, the Hokage Rock," and he said count to 4. "That means that his father is," Neji said as he looked at Naruto, and when his mind took Naruto's whiskers away from his face, he looked like a younger Minato Namikaze. Not aware that Neji's world was crumbling around him, Shikamaru started to use his plan. He knelt down at the golem, turned to him, and formed the rat seal as his shadow shot out and attacked the golem. "Shadow imitation complete," Shikamaru said as he rose to his feet and moved his body to face the wall. The golem followed his movements, and Shikamaru and the golem clapped their hands. And while Shikamaru's clap did nothing, the golem, on the other hand, blew away all the smoke that the kunai was making as Naruto took a good look at the kunai and saw that the tag that was connected to it was not explosive tags. "Smoke tags," Naruto said as everyone looked at him. "That is what Karen is using. Smoke tags that allow for a ninja to work without being seen or having to go face to face, as they can work in the background silently," he said as Sakura looked amazed before looking at Naruto with puppy dog eyes. "Sakura, no, I know that you want to have something that can help you when you are going medical ninjutsu, but you must do them for yourself," Naruto said, not looking at her as he thought. "No, I will not look." He would not look, he would stay strong, he would not look. He saw pink in his periphery, he turned, he looked. He broke. Fine, I'll make them for you, Naruto said as he hung his head in defeat. Choji walked over and patted Naruto's back as Sakura kissed his cheek, and Artemis laughed. Oh, you are too much like me, Databane, she told her son as Naruto looked over. When your father wanted help with Fuinjutsu, he would be just like your girlfriend here, Artemis said as Sakura looked shocked but red in the face. Karen looked over to her golem and released it after seeing that it was no longer under her control. So do you think you can do that again? She asked Shikamaru, who raised a brow at her. Did you not that the Uzumaki clan have chakra reserves more than a cage when they reach 13? Karen told Shikamaru, whose eyes shot wide as he glanced at Naruto, who nodded. Your clan sounds troublesome, Shikamaru said with a sigh as Karen narrowed her eyes. Look, I don't want to fight a girl as I don't think that it's right, Shikamaru said as he heard growling from above him. And he dare not look as it was from both the goddess and her demigod son. While the other woman was not any better as Sakura pulled out a kunai and started to engrave it. Kurenai was planning to use a genjutsu on him. Tenten thought that he would make a good training dummy. Anko was planning to have her snakes play with him. And what was only the Konoha Kunoichi as the others were planning other ungodly things for him. As she was pure, Hinata's thoughts were nothing like them. And why is that? Karen asked him, a dark look in her eyes, and that was when Shikamaru knew he fucked up. But he could not stop his mouth. All Kunichi are weaker than the shinobi, he told her as his eyes shot wide as he felt the killing intent from the females around him, along with Naruto. I'll turn into a jack, Artemis said before seeing a dark smile form on Naruto's face. Oh, I have a better idea, Naruto said as most of the people, read Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai's final student, stepped away from him when they saw the smile. I'll turn him into a woman, and you curse him, Naruto said as Artemis gained an equally dark smile on her face. I like your plan, she said as Asuma looked shocked before bowing his head along with the other two men that stepped away. And all three of them said as one, better him than me. Shikamaru felt a chill go down his spine as he looked over to his sensei to see that man bowing his head and the dark look on the faces of the women. He then turned to Karen, whose face looked shadowed by her hair, and her crimson eyes glowed eerily as Shikamaru prepared for her attack. And he was bricking it. Karen shot at Shikamaru with lightning speed as the shadow user dodged slashes from the Kunoichi's kuni before he formed the rat seal once more, as his shadow shot forward once more and connected to Karen this time as she stopped in place. Shikamaru, seeing that he had caught her, sighed. Shadow imitation completes, he said once more before both Karen and Shikamaru started to walk over to the other side of the room. And with how Shikamaru had them placed, Karen was just in front of the wall while a few steps away. What are you going to do, you monkey? Karen growled at him. 1. I'm a Nara, so I'm a deer, Shikamaru said as he raised his head back as Karen did the same, and 2. I'm going to do this, he told her as he brought his head forward fast and hard. And with Karen copying everything he was doing, she headbutted the wall hard and knocked herself out when her head met the wall. Hayate walked over to Karen and checked on her before calling out, Winder Shikamaru Nara, he called out as Shikamaru nodded and started returning up. Shikamaru made his way up the sights as Naruto looked over to him, and so he took a deep BR magic that came from his mother's godly blood that flowed within him while keeping his target in his sight. He called on the feelings he used when changing his student, follower and little brother in all but blood from male to female. And there he felt a tug in his fingers, as if pulling an arrow across a bow. With the index, middle and ring fingers of his right hand curled, he felt the magic form, and he took aim at Shikamaru, who was walking over to his team. And when he was close, Naruto's 3 gingers shot out as if they had just shot an arrow, and the magic flew and made its way into the boy. Shikamaru felt something happen to him as he felt a tingling sensation wash over him, as he looked at his hand, as saw changes starting to happen. But we can get back to him. After a while, and Shikamaru felt funny as the next 2 names. Takiwa of Nadeshiko village vs Konkuro of Suna. Konkuro wore a Bunraku puppeteer's costume, a black, baggy, full body suit with a red and yellow circle on the front. He also wore a black hood covering his head completely, with cat-like ears and his hite on his forehead. Konkuro's face was covered in purple war paint, makeup, and he had 4 triangles with 1 on each cheek. 1 on his forehead and the last on his chin. two jagged lines that come down from his forehead to the bridge of his nose. He also had it around his eyes and mouth. Takiwa, on the other hand, had an imposing figure, easily towering over Kankuro and most of the others that were in the exam. She had a slender physique with a very angular face framed by her short brown hair along with a dark shade of red lipstick. She wears a short, backless, red, full bodysuit over mesh armor, a pair of arm-length gloves, a light orange sash, and a long blue-green apron open in the front, and wears bandages on her wrists, covering all of her right left as well as her left thigh and leg, and she carries an extremely long and thin katana strapped to her back. As they both met Hayate in the middle and then started the match, Takiwa looked over at Kankuro with a raised brow. "Are you by chance a puppet user?" she asked, catching the boy off guard as Kankuro nodded. "I see that I must concede this match as I do not believe I would win this fight at my current level just a puppet user," she said to Hayate, who looked shocked before he nodded and declared Kankuro the winner. "Smart," Artemis said as everyone looked at her as the two genin walked back to their respected teams. "Not many close-range fighters would attack a puppet user," she said as most of the jonin nodded. "Puppet user?" Naruto asked his mother as she looked at him. "The best way to put it is you with Shirato but not alive and made of wood," Artemis said to her son as Naruto's eyes shot wide. "Yep. I fought a few, and they were no joke," she told her son, who nodded. Before long, the next two names were picked as Shikamao's body changed. His figure started to become more like Ino's, and his hair became softer along with his skin. His mesh shirt gained 2 mounds over his chest. And the two names that were picked were Tenten of Konoha versus Akatsuchi of Iwa. Both people walked down as Asuma and Choji looked at Shikamaru with wide eyes as they saw him become a her. They looked over to see a smiling Naruto as they put 2 of 2 together. "Naruto, you did this?" Choji asked him as Shikamaru looked over to Naruto, who nodded. "Why?" he asked him. "Why, our dear friend Shikamaru decided that he had to say that all kunoichi are weak, and so I decided that he should feel that weakness," Naruto said with a smile that did not reach his eyes as Choji nodded. Artemis walked over to the boy-turned-girl and whispered in his, "Know her ear, and as a goddess of maiden girls, and I have a group of female hunters, I decided that you will not turn back to make until you know what power a woman really has," she whispered her as her eyes glowed as Shikamaru nodded. Tenten went down to the bottom, not before she unsealed a katana and handed both her scrolls to Lee, who was shocked. It was where she met Akatsuchi, who was also standing and walking down. Akatsuchi is a large and imposing teen with dark eyes and black hair that spikes out at the back from underneath his bandana-styled hite-8. He wears the red Iwagakure uniform, which has both its sleeves and accentuates it with a yellow scarf which he wraps around his neck. He also has large cheeks and a plump nose, which give him an overall look of constant joviality. Naruto looked over to Lee as the boy looked at the scrolls in his hands. "Has she learned a style?" Naruto asked him as Lee looked over and nodded. "When she reached the tower only a few hours after you, she hit the library to find a Kenjutsu style and found the Kokyuho," Lee said as Artemis and Naruto looked at him, then looked down at Tenten. "What is it?" he asked them. "Tenten may have found her perfect style," Naruto said as Lee's eyes shot wide, "but she must start with the sun and go from there," Naruto said as Artemis nodded as Lee looked in with a question on his face. "What do you mean?" he asked Naruto, who looked at the boy. "I know Kokyuho myself, but I only know the basics," Naruto told Lee, who nodded. "But when you learn Kokyuho, you always start with Hai no Kokyu," Naruto said as Artemis nodded. "I was able to master both Mizu no Kokyu and Tasuki no Kokyu," Artemis said as Kurenai's eyes shot wide, "but I could not even try to use the other 10 styles as it would not match my style of fighting," the moon goddess explained to her former student. "So, Lee, what else do you know?" Guy asked his student, who looked at him. "Tenten also wants to make her own style and change Naruto-san once more," Lee said as Guy nodded, "and I would like to spar against Naruto as well," he admitted as Naruto looked over to Lee with a raised brow. "Really?" Naruto asked him as Lee nodded. "Then if we do not fight in this exam, I accept your challenge," he said to Lee, who smiled widely. Both of them then turned to the match as both Tenten and Akatsuchi were in the middle. Hayate looked between them as Akatsuchi smiled at Tenten. "I hope we have a nice match," he told her as Tenten nodded with a smile before she looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at her and nodded. Tenten turned back to her opponent with her katana ready as Naruto looked at Tenten with his Kenbunshoku haki to have a look at her and saw that her aura was taking the form of a sun. Begin. Hayate called out as Akatsuchi went thou 4 hand seals and then a wall of earth from out of the ground in front of him and blocked Tenten from him. But she did not care because as soon as Hayate called begin, Tenten closed her eyes and took hold of her sword. She took a breath in and then breathed out, air in. Air out. Air in. Hot air out. Air in. White smoke out. Air in. Steam out. Akatsuchi then ran through the wall with segments of the wall over him as Tenten raised her sword as flames gathered on the outside of it. She then moved to the side as Akatsuchi barred past her, and she did an overhead arching slash with a blazing sword. The flaming blade moved through the stone that covered Akatsuchi and started to dry and crack as the blade cut through. Sensei, isn't that the Suna Kunoichi? Asked the man beside her. She has teal eyes and sandy blonde hair, which is gathered into 4 consecutive pigtails. Her outfit consisted of a long-sleeved purple blouse under a gray top, a dark blue skirt, and a longer sash arranged in a bow, in addition to incorporating fishnet worn over her legs, specifically on her right calf and her left thigh. She also wore her black hite around her neck and on her back was a large metal folding fan. The man she was talking to was Suna Jonin, whom Hiruzen spoke to. He's a very tall man with 2 distinctive, red markings on the right side of his face, the only visible part of his head, with the rest being covered by his turban-like headgear and by a sheet hanging from it on the left side of his face, and he dons the standard Adamplete with a hite 8 and flak jacket. Yes, Tamari, that is short release, but that girl is not using it like Bakura does. He told her as the now named Tamari looked confused. You see, Akashi left something out when she was explaining that Kenjutsu style, he told her. What do you mean, sensei? Kankuro asked him as the youngest of the team looked over as well. The Kokyu Ho calls on the elements so the stikes gain more power, he told them as 2 of his students nodded, and so with Hai no Kokyu being that of the sun and thus calls on short release, he added as they nodded. So now that Iwa Nin's rock Amur is getting too brittle, Tamari said as she saw the rock armor fall from Akatsuchi. Tenten's body seemed to relax as Naruto saw the sun turn to a calm sea. Akatsuchi turned around in time to see that Tenten had shifted her stance and crossed her arms while holding her sword before going for a concentrated horizontal slash that generated water that both cut through the front part of his armor and soaked the rock. That was the first form of Mizu no Kokyu, Artemis said as she looked over Tenten before taking in parts of her before turning to Guy. You good is she when it comes to weapons? The goddess asked him as Guy looked shocked. Hiruzen, shocked by the question, asked, why? Because if I'm right, Tenten may be like Naruto and is my half-niece, Artemis said as Hiruzen's eyes shot wide as he seemingly teleported over to Artemis before forming a seal so that only the Konoha ninja could hear the conversation. So her mother is like you, a goddess? Hiruzen asked as those that did not know looked either confused or shocked. Artemis nodded at him, yes, and by looking at Tenten, it is either one of the 2 twins of war, Artemis said as Guy looked confused. What do you mean? He asked before his eyes shot wide, and he sank to his knees. I mean, what do you mean Kushina-sama? Guy asked. Naruto's eyes gained a little bit of math in them as the people looked shocked, except for Sakura and Kurenai. Mom is the goddess of the hunt, the moon, animals, forests, archery, childbirth, maiden girls, radiance in the wild and is one of the 3 virgin goddesses of the Greek pantheon, he told them as they looked confused, and my mother's name is either Artemis or Diana, Naruto said before Sakura turned to him. What do you mean? She asked him. Ages ago, a civilization called Rome came about, and so they adopted the Greek gods, but they gained a new personality and some new domains, Naruto explained. Artemis' eyes became hard as she looked at her son, Naruto, she said as her voice was colder. Naruto turned to her. Yes, Mom, he asked her. Why must you tell them that I ageist so that I must shift over? Diana asked as everyone looked amazed. Yes, I am Diana, the other side of Artemis, and the domain that was added was woodlands, she said as she turned back to Artemis as her eyes lost the hardness. Hiruzen looked amazed before he shook his head. You said something about the twins of war, he asked Artemis, who looked at him. Who does she live with? Artemis asked as Neji and Lee looked at each other before returning to Artemis. She lives with her father, Lee said as she nodded. Then it's possibly my half-sister Enyo or her Roman counterpart is Bellona, Artemis said as a cough was heard next to Artemis. Everyone turned to see another woman standing next to Artemis. She had short black hair in a pixie cut with blue highlights, pure spirit white eyes of the damned that died in the war, and a crazy sinister smile. Her body is military-like, with a lean figure and strong biceps, and she was dressed in a purple crop leather jacket for women with silver fur around the neck, and a black crop top with the symbol of anarchy on it, black gloves over her hands, a shot purple and black skirt along with fishnets and biker boots, and at her side was a baseball bat. Naruto saw her, and his eyes shot wide, and he sank to the floor on his knee. Lady Enyo, Naruto said as the other Konoha ninja did the same, but they also saw something on Naruto's face that shocked them. Fear. Enyo looked over at the Konoha ninja and waved her hand. You may raise mortals, she told them as they all stood up, and you guess right. Tenten is my daughter, Enyo said as she looked over the match as Tenten shifted stances once more. Artemis looked at Enyo with a raised brow. Are you going to claim her? She asked the war goddess. Enyo looked over to Naruto and looked at him with narrowed eyes before turning to Artemis. I'll tell you after you tell me why you have not claimed your son, Enyo asked her. Naruto looked at her confused before he rolled up his sleeve to show his arm. Lady Enyo, Naruto said as the war goddess turned to him and saw his arm. My mother is both Artemis and Diana, and so to keep me safe from my grandfather Diana claimed me and mom told me she'll claim me at Camp Half-Blood. Naruto told her as Enyo looked at Artemis for confirmation. And with Artemis nodding, Enyo laughed and slapped Naruto on the back a few times. Ha ha ha. Oh, I like you, kid, Enyo said to Naruto as the demigod felt his back click from hard she slapped his back. And if I did claim her as my daughter Ares will be as stupid to her, Enyo told Artemis, who sighed and nodded. Guy, looking confused, turned to her. What do you mean, Enyo-sama? He asked the war goddess. My twin brother is a stupid to both mine and his own daughters. And before he claims his, they must prove that they deserve to be a daughter of Ares. Enyo said as she rolled her eyes, but when I have a daughter, and I claim them, he desired to personally give them a quest to prove that they can be his niece, she said before scoffing as she looked down at the field in time to see Tenten sheathing her katana, then redraws it and performs a singular horizontal slash following a crescent shape, creating numerous chaotic crescent blades along its path, before sheathing it once more. This here is why I'm happy, why I have Apollo as my twin, Artemis muttered as Enyo glared at her. But you did not answer my question, the moon goddess asked the war goddess. Enyo lost the savage smile as she looked down at her daughter as the crescent wave that Tenten sent out hit Akatsuchi and got rid of his armor before he formed a few seals and a stone golem, one like what Karen called out, formed out of the ground and loomed over Tenten. Yes, I will claim her, but I ask you one thing, son of Artemis, Enyo said before turning to Naruto, who nodded. Join her on her quest and make sure that she comes back alive, she asked as Naruto looked at her and saw that in her glowing golden eyes was the care that his mother held for him, but it was for Tenten. Tenten raised her katana above her head as she recalled the attack that Naruto used against her with the wolf. But she could not call on a wolf. No, she called on something just as powerful. Yabanarashi, Bofu, Tenten called out, and she brought her sword down and, as a bait of chakra, shot out of her katana and traveled across the ground and cut thou the golem. The chakra wave moved past Akatsuchi and looked at Tenten with wide eyes before raising his hands. I surrender, he called out. Hayate walked over as he looked up to the observation area to see Enyo looking down. He raised a hand. Winner of this match is Tenten of Konoha, he called out as her team started clapping. Well done, Tenten, Enyo said as Tenten heard her and looked up to see her mother. Tenten then blinked, and Enyo was no longer there. Hiruzen saw that Enyo had gone, nodded at Artemis, and reappeared at his chair as both ninjas walked back to their respective teams. Akatsuchi got back to his team as they looked at him while two of them patted him on the back, saying that he would do better next time. The last one berated him. Here are his teammates. The first was a very tall teen, dressed heavily armored, wearing red armor that covered his body and faces with only his light brown eyes. He was eyebrowless showing, and his armor extended all the way this face, covering it up, and he wore a white cloth which also covered both sides of his face and the top of his head. Aside from his red armor, he also wore a red kasa over the white cloth, which seemed to be composed of the same material as his armor, and he wore his Iwagakure Hite 8 on a black cloth and over his armor. The Iwa Genin wore a black gi, with the sleeves seemingly torn off, and black gloves, and around his neck he wore what seems to be a bronze-colored ring around his neck. Also, the armor covering his arms, legs and torso was plated. The next one was the Jonin sensei of the team, who had red hair, a mustache and a beard that tapered off to a point. He wore a large headpiece consisting of a three-pointed crown-like ridge, bearing both his Iwagakure Hite 8, a ring, and a prominent black piece of armor running across his cheeks and the bridge of his nose. He wore a long-sleeved magenta kimono shirt and pants, a mesh armor shirt and fitted black suit underneath, and calf-length sandals, and around his waist he wore a brown sash that held a brown armor-like breastplate with a pouch in the front, a brown back plate on the back that was connected to the show with mesh armor, and armored lapels falling to the sides. Then there was the kunoichi of the team, who had short, black hair and distinctly pink eyes, which were accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corners. She wears the standard attire of the Iwa Nin, consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, fishnet tights and a skirt over them. She also wears regular shinobi sandals and a pair of gloves. "Rayleigh Akatsuchi, you lost to a tree hugger," she asked him as Akatsuchi as sensei shook his head with a small smile. "While I would not have said not, you did well with fighting someone that uses the Kokyu-ho," he told him as Akatsuchi nodded. "I myself would not fare much better than you would have," he added as the Iwa kunoichi's eyes shot wide. "Rayleigh Roshi sensei," she asked him. "Yes, Kuretsuchi, as when I fought both the Akashi and the Shirashi, and I still have the scars," Roshi told her as he showed his arm, and her team saw a long scar going up his arm. "The Akashi did that?" Kuretsuchi asked as she looked at the scar, but Roshi shook his head. "No, her one was on my back. This one Shirashi did, and well as he was her father," Roshi said as both Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi gulped. Roshi looked over to his armored student as he looked at the red-haired Suna ninja. "What is it, Han?" Roahi asked him. "The Ichibi Jinchuriki is slowly becoming unhinged with each passing moment that he is not fighting," Han said as Roshi looked over and winced as both Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi looked over but could not see anything. "What do you mean, cuz?" Kuretsuchi asked Han. "As Roshi and I are Jinchuriki, we can tell if one of our siblings is off the deep end," Han said as Kuretsuchi widened. "And even though Roshi and I are not liked in the village, we are not attacked like what Suna does to him," Han told her. "What do you mean?" Akatsuchi asked. "Suna goes out of its way to try and kill its Jinchuriki," Roshi said as Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi looked sick, "and with how their seal work if worse than shit, the Jinchuriki is practically insane," he added as Han nodded. "And our siblings have taken note as well," Han said as Kuretsuchi and Akatsuchi looked around. The first was two Kumo ninja. The first was one of three Kumo kunoichi who had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes and wore red lipstick. She wore a short-sleeved black and purple blouse and black pants, both of which had a design similar to clouds, purple fingerless gloves and a chain of blue beads wound around her left hand, and she also wore the standard Kumogakure Hite 8, sandals and a kunai holster strapped to her right thigh, and on her arms and legs she wore bandages and a red belt around her waist. Then there was the Kumo sensei. He has dark skin with a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee, and on his right shoulder, he has a tattoo of the kanji for iron, and on his left cheek, he has a tattoo of a bull's horn, and his top lip also has a slightly darker hue than his bottom one. He wore oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored Hite 8 with his village's standard one-strap over one shoulder flak jacket, with a yellowish trim, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the traditional Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck, and he carries 7 swords on his back. Both were looking over 2 Suna Jinchuriki, with the female Jinchuriki looking ready to fight him while her sensei looked prepared to grow to his tailed beast tails. Next was the Kiri Jinchuriki. The first was the kunoichi, whose attire consisted of a black, backless, sleeveless undershirt and black stretch pants, a white crop jacket with a high collar, which covers the lower part of her face downward while bearing a good portion of the lower half of her, and the jacket has a zipper running along its entire length, which is open from the bottom upwards, that has beige air filters on either side just below the trim. The jacket's sleeves completely envelop her arms, terminating in black glove-like extensions at her extremities, resembling the appearance of a cat's paw. She had long, messy brown hair, 3 braided locks, and brown eyes. A large red sash around her waist and a Kiri Hite 8 sewed into the left sleeve of her jacket. On her head are some goggles, and she has thigh-length boots. Then the Kiri sensei, a tall, thin young man with pale golden eyes and brown hair that reaches to his shoulders with very narrow eyes, and the side parting let a large portion of his bangs cover the left side of his face. He wore a full-body gray suit and a variant of the village's flak jacket with very low shoulder guards, a zipper, and a pouch on the upper right chest. He also wore the village's Hite 8, fingerless gloves, and bandages on his forearms. Around his waist, he had an orange sash, and at his side, he had a bamboo jug with a pipe. The Kunoichi looked at the Suna Nin, and while the Iwa ninja did not know what she said, her team turned to the Suna Jinchuriki, and the ones with the swords got ready while the sensei shook his head. Fu also looked over to the Suna Nin. Her face had changed as she spoke to her team, smiling all day. But now she had a frown on her face. Then there was Naruto, whose eyes turned purple as he looked at the Suna ninja. Back over with the Konoha ninja, and when Tenten had returned to her side, she was asked by the Hokage to meet her in his office along with Naruto and their sensei. After a while, the next two names were picked out. Chojuro of Kiri versus Zaku Abumi. Naruto looked down at the Auto ninja. He bit into a lion before looking over to the now named Chojuro. Chojuro has short, tufty blue hair and dark eyes. From what Naruto could see, he had pointed shark-like teeth. He wore square, black-rimmed glasses connected to ear protectors, a blue pin-striped shirt and camouflage pattern pants. He wears his Hite 8 on the front of his holster, which he uses to carry his sword. That sword has a wide, flat blade with two curved indentations near its base, creating a sort of crossguard with two handles connected to one another by a short length of cord, and the overall sword looks like a flounder fish in shape. When not in use, Haramekure is wrapped in bandages, and it was on his back, leaving only the double hilt visible. He also has shuriken holsters strapped onto each of his legs. Both of them walked down, and Naruto saw that Zaku had broken arms. Naruto raised a brow and looked over to Sakura. "Didn't I only break one of his arms?" he asked Sakura, who nodded as Kakashi looked confused. "I was separated from the team, and when I rejoined them, I used an ability that I got from Mom to turn into a lion and from Zaku's left arm," Naruto told him as Kakashi nodded and looked down. "Kai's," as he looked at Zaku for a while, "it looks like he's faking it," Kakashi told them as Naruto narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zaku. "How can you tell?" Naruto asked as Hayate stood between them. "Look at his right arm and tell me what you see," Kakashi said as Naruto and Sakura looked down as the match started. "He's moving his right hand," Sakura said as Kakashi nodded. "The arm is not deformed," Naruto added for her as Kakashi nodded once more. "Yep, and that is only a small part of what you told me about your mother's domains, so I have to ask, do you have hunter's eyes?" Kakashi said. Then asked Naruto, who nodded. "If you look at him, you can see slight tremors from him over his left arm, but none from his right," Kakashi added as Naruto looked at Zaku and saw that Kakashi was right. "His left arm is slightly swollen, as you can see, and you can tell that his arm is slightly bleeding," Artemis added from Kakashi, who nodded as Naruto narrowed his eyes at Zaku and saw there was a bit of blood seeping down Zaku's arm. Zaku moved his arms as he moved his arms to point at Chojuro. "Zankuha!" Zaku yelled out as he sent out chakra, sound waves and airwaves from his hands. Now, his right hand sent the triple mix of chakra, sound waves and airwaves that shot out at Chojuro. While his left arm exploded off his arm. Naruto had not only broken it when he was a lion, but he somehow locked the hole and made it so that it blocked the chakra going to the hole in his hand. When the arm exploded with nothing left, the bone splintered and flesh and blood spread to the floor. Sakura looked away and hid her eyes in Naruto's chest as Hinata closed her eyes. Chojuro moved forward as he drew his sword and, with the flat side using it as a bat, knocked Zaku into a wall. As Zaku looked up, Chojuro had finished going thou a set of seals and had ended on the bird seal, Sweden. "Daibakufu no jutsu," Chojuro called out before he expelled a large volume of water from his mouth at Zaku. The water hit Zaku, basting him into the wall once more and forcing him to close his eyes, and when he opened them, he saw that Chojuro was running at him. Tried to raise his remaining arm, but Chojuro was faster. "Suiro no jutsu," he called out as the water around Zaku formed into a sphere around the Auto Nin. Chojuro placed a hand on the sphere and looked at Zaku. Please give up, or I will use lightning release to electrocute you from within that sphere. Chojuro asked him, but Zaku moved his arm so Chojuro's hand that was on the sphere started to gain electricity and he started to shock Zaku. Chojuro cut the electricity off and asked Zaku once more, but before he could, Hayate walked over and shook his head and called out, "Wielder Chojuro of Kiri," he said as Chojuro released the water sphere and Zaku raised his arm to fire a blase at the Kiri nin but Hayate at a sword to Zaku's thought. "Don't even try it," Hayate said as Zaku glared as medics came and took him away. Sakura, who had turned back to the match to see Zaku lose, took a deep breath and then let it out before turning to Naruto. "How are you okay with watching that?" she asked him. "I wasn't," Naruto told her as the Konoha nin looked at him, "but I know what this job needs, and so I knew that I need to keep a cool head," Naruto said as he looked down at Sakura. "It's not easy to do," he added as she nodded, "but it helps you deal with what we have to do in this job," he said as the older ninja nodded. After the battlefield was cleaned, the next two names were picked. Karui of Kumo versus Shizuka of Nadeshiko village. The next two combatants walked down as Karui was a dark-skinned kunoichi with long spiky red hair and amber eyes who wore a long, short-sleeved dress with frilly edges complete with something that looked like the Kumogakure flak jacket, two simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles and a hite which she wears like a bandana, and she was carrying a long sword on her back. On the other hand, Shizuka was a fair-skinned girl of average height with an athletic yet curvaceous build with green eyes and waist-length black hair in a Heim-style cut tied in a high ponytail with short bangs and chin-length strands framing her face. She wore a black hite and wore her village's form-fitting kunoichi uniform, which was gray-colored with a right shoulder guard, gray gloves, and an opening in her shirt, which revealed some of her sizable cleavages. "May the 11th match begin," Hayate called out as both kunoichi charged at each other. Naruto once more glared down at the Kumo ninja as the blonde Kumo Jinchuriki walked over to Naruto. "Why are you glaring at my teammate brother?" she asked Naruto. Naruto looked at her with narrowed eyes. "How about that Kumo tried to kidnap a good friend of mine when she was younger as well as my mother when she was younger," Naruto said to his sibling of burden, "and let me not forget that my clan's homeland is no more than rubble because of your village," he hissed as his Rinnegan looked into the Kumo Jinchuriki. Yo, you got to let that go. Our villages are seeking peace, so set your mind at ease," the Kumo-sensei rapped at Naruto, who looked at him with a raised bow. "My brother brought the body of the man back, and he would like to apologize for the attack," he added as the female Jinchuriki sighed. "Sorry about my sensei," she said as she bowed to the ninja who looked at the man. "He dreams of becoming a world-famous rapper," she added as the man looked over to her. "Yugito, why are you being harsh, so stop being an ass," he told her as the now-named Yugito's eyes started to twitch. Naruto let the words from both of them go through his head. And he knew that they were telling the truth. Naruto looked to his mother, who looked at him with a caring smile. She even turned to Diana, and she was still smiling at him, so Naruto let out a sigh. "I apologize for what I was doing," Naruto said as he bowed to his Jinchuriki siblings. Both Yugito and her sensei turned to him and looked at him. Sakura smiled before she turned to Yugito. "You said that Naruto was your brother, so does that mean?" she asked her. "That were Jinchuriki?" Yugito asked Sakura, who nodded. "Yep, I'm the Jinchuriki of Matabi the Nibi," Yugito said as Sakura looked both amazed and confused. "And so were most of the people. Now my name, know my fame, don't be lame," the Kumo-sensei started to rap as his students sighed. "Eight tails, that's me. Da rapping, Killer Bee. Jinchuriki of Gyuki," the now Killer Bee said as everyone looked at him. "You named your Biju?" Kakashi asked them as they both looked at him confused. No, they were named by the Rakudo Sennin," Killer Bee said as people looked amazed. He then looked at Naruto's eyes, and with the eyes of Thin Nin, Bee added, "But Yugito beat him." "With your Rinnegan being the eyes of the Rakudo Sennin," Yugito told Naruto as the blonde going crimson nodded. "Yay, he came to me and told me before blessing me and my children with the Rinnegan," Naruto told her as Yugito looked amazed before he turned to Sakura. "And no, I do not know the name of the Kyuubi," he told her as she nodded. Karui and Shizuka were fighting kunai to katana, neither giving an inch to the other. Shizuka then slipped past the katana, kicked away from the Kumo kunoichi to the side, and held a kunai at Karui's throat. Hayate walked over to them and saw that Shizuka had another kunai to Karui's liver and called out, "Winner Shizuka of Nadeshiko village." Shizuka removed the kunai, bowed to Karui and then returned to her team as Karui did the same, cursing her way up the stairs as the names shuffled once more. Artemis looked over to B with a smile. "Your student did good," she said as B nodded, "but I think her opponent was holding back," Artemis added as B nodded once more. "What do you mean she matched her?" Samui said as she walked over. "Exactly, think back what you said, and you will realize that it's a fact she won," B said. People looked confused. Artemis. "If I'm right that Shizuka is the princess of Nadeshiko and was trained to take down a platoon of genin," Artemis said as B nodded, "and so that means that she matched your teammate so that she would not feel down on herself," the goddess told as Samui nodded. "That is both cool and not cool at the same time," Samui said before Naruto laughed as Samui turned to him. "What?" she asked Naruto. "Just a thought, and it's that if she was fighting a shinobi would she fight on the same level, or would she go all out on them?" Naruto asked aloud, "and I just find that funny, Dabbeo," he added as Artemis turned to him. "And you are right as the law of that village," Artemis said as Naruto looked at her and saw that she had a tweaking eye. "What is it?" Naruto asked her. "Your grandfather beat a Nadeshiko kunoichi once. And instead of following their rules, he told her that she must not follow them. And so she saw that their students or children would fight, and if he had a son and beat her daughter, they must marry," Artemis growled as Naruto looked at his mother confused. "Then when asking to become Aloys, the daughter of the woman that your grandfather defeated, met your father who turned her down, and now her daughter is here. And I can't help but think that this time it's going to stick," she added as glared at the ground. "Which grandfather?" Naruto asked her. "Your father's father," Diana growled as the next two names were picked out. Guren of Kusa vs Omoi of Kumo. Omoi is a young, dark-skinned Kumo nin with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wore a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, red bandage handguards, Kumogakure shin guards, a black hite 8, and something that looked like with Kumogakure flak jacket, and he carried a long sword on his back. Guren wore a short teal kimono with a gray turtleneck and short sleeves with a jade green rope belt around her waist, red shorts, light purple wristbands and navy blue sandals. She had strands of hair that framed her face were shorter with dark teal hite 8 on her right bicep. Hayate stood in the middle of the two of them as he looked between them before he raised his hand. "Begin," he called out as he jumped back. Omoi drew his sword and started running at Guren before he froze. He could not move. "Wow," Naruto muttered as he looked down at the battlefield. People looked amazed by what they saw. From under Guren's feet and covering Omoi from the waist down is covered in crystal. "Is this a Kekkei Genkai?" Kakashi asked as he looked at it with his dojutsu. She sent her chakra across the floor to make it crystal, and Omoi stepped on it. "She trapped him," Yugito said as she shook her head. Naruto narrowed his Rinnegan as he looked at the crystal before drawing everyone's attention. "It's a Kekkei Genkai, all right, and it's made of earth release and something else, but I'm having trouble seeing what that other is," Naruto told them as they looked amazed. "You can see that?" Asuma asked him, and Naruto at the blonde going crimson's nod. Asuma looked down. "Does the other element have a color?" he asked Naruto. Naruto looked intensely at the crystal, so much so that his veins bulged near his temples. Lee turned to his teammate and cocked his head to the side. "Is he activating Byakugan?" he asked Neji, who looked at Naruto. "It looks like it," Neji said as he blinked at Naruto. "No, he's using a technique from a Mangekyo Sharingan," Diana said as she decided to watch for a while. "It only looks like he's using the Byakugan," she said as Neji nodded. The veins around Naruto's eyes returned to normal after he blinked a few times. "All right, I have it," Naruto said as the people around him turned to him. "Crystal release is made up of both earth release and lightning release," Naruto told them as they looked down at the crystals. Omoi tried to move as he called electricity to his sword. "I can't lose because if I do, Kumo will be seen as weak, and then Raikage-sama will punish the one responsible by having them help B-sensei make a rap video," Omoi yelled out as everyone looked at Omoi questionably. Naruto and Sakura looked at each other, then turned to Diana, who looked confused. Kakashi blinked and cocked his head to the side. Tenten looked at Neji, who shrugged. Kurenai shook her head at what was just said. Hinata looked confused. Tamari looked at her sensei, who looked amazed by the stupidity of the Kumo nin. "There he goes again," Karui said as Choji turned to her. "What do you mean?" he asked her. "Omoi has this habit of being pessimistic and blowing it out of proportion," Yugito said as the other Kumo ninja nodded. Hayate walked over to Omoi. "Can you move?" he asked the Kumo genin, who shook his head. "Winner of the 12th match goes to Guren of Kusa," he called out as he turned to Guren. He pointed at the crystal around Omoi, and then it broke off him as they both walked back to their teams, with Omoi walking back with his head hung low. The names got shuffled once more as Omoi returned to his team and found them talking to the Konoha ninja. "What happened while I was down there? Did B-sensei current the Konoha nin believe that he could make music?" Omoi asked before he dummy slapped by said person. But before something could be said, the next names were picked quickly. Tamari of Suna versus Kinsuchi. The remaining auto ninja walked down as Tamari jumped down and unconnected her fan from her back. As Kin reached the battlefield and met Tamari there, she looked ready to fright as she placed her hand in her pouch. "Begin," Hayate called out as he jumped back, and Kin threw Senbon at Tamari, who moved her fan in front of her and opened it to show a purple circle, and a blast of wind blew the Senbon away. "First moon," Tamari said as Kin's eyes shot wide. "Wind release," she muttered as she looked at Tamari, who nodded. She then looked up at her sensei to see snake-like eyes looking down at her. And they held a message. "Do not fail me." So Kin pulled out more Senbon and threw them at Tamari, who opened her fan more to show a second purple circle and sent a blast of wind out that sent the Senbon back again, but this time it was more powerful. Kin had some of the Senbon stuck in her second moon, Tamari said as she looked at Kin. "There is only one left before I end this match, so do yourself a favor and quit now," she told the Auto Kunoichi. But Kin, even though she knew she would not hit the Suna Kunoichi, sent more Senbon out. Still, Tamari fully opened her fan and sent another gust of wind. "Third moon," she said before she took hold of her fan and waved it in Kin's direction. "Kamaitachi no jutsu," Tamari called out as she sent out currents of wind to collide with each other, making something that looked a cyclone that had Kin trapped in the center. Kin was getting cut up by the countless blades of wind within the cyclone. She was getting hit at all sides by wind currents. She did not know what was happening before her world went dark. As she fell, Tamari closed her fan, and Kin fell on it with her back, landing on the fan. Tamari was named the winner as she walked back up. "That match was brutal," Naruto muttered as people around him nodded. "It goes to show that there are people younger than yourself but stronger," Kurenai said as the other sensei nodded. Kamaran Uminahara vs Kiba Inuzuka. If you can guess who Kamaran Uminahara is, you may have a cookie. The Kiri female Jinchuriki walked down, as did Kurenai's final student and Hana's little brother. Like most of his clan, Kiba has messy brown hair, sharp black eyes with vertical slit-like pupils, pronounced canine teeth, and nails that he can change into claws. He also has the distinctive red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan on his cheeks. Kiba's attire consisted of dark grayish pants reaching to his calves and a gray, hooded fur-lined coat, with the hood usually placed on his head, with a blue forehead protector and blue sandals. At his side was his Ninken partner, WHH White, and some brown fur on his ears and resembled a Great Pyrenees. He was being carried on Kiba's head with the dog's eyes squinted, appearing closed, and he had a brown nose, as well as brown patches on his ears and a brown outline around his mouth, and the fur on top of his head is styled to somewhat resemble a mohawk. Kamaran and Kiba stood in the middle as Hayate looked them over before setting his gaze on Kamaran. "She looks familiar," he thought as he raised his hand. "May the 14th match begin," Hayate called out. "Shikyaku no jutsu," Kiba called out as he sank to the floor on all fours with chakra coming off him. Kamaran looked at him with no emotion as Kiba growled at her before she held out her hand, gained a puff of smoke, and a weapon appeared. It looked to be a cross between a trident, a Bishaman Yari, a Japanese spear, and a Chinese halberd, with a crystalline appearance that bears a blue horsehair tassel. Similarly, the two side blades are straight with concave edges as opposed to the usual crescent blades of the Bishaman Yari, and the end of the trident turns into a corkscrew shape. But she just held the trident in her hand as she twirled it, and water formed from the corkscrew bottom at the end. Kiba did not heed the trident as he threw something at his Ninken, who ate it, and it turned the dog's fur red. "You ready, Akamaru?" Kiba growled at the hound as both ran at Kamaran. She spun her trident around as water spewed out of the corkscrew, forming a circle of water and making a mirror out of the water before she hooked one of the trident's blades on the mirror and flipped around. After a few turns and a second, Kiba and Akamaru came out of the mirror. As the copies ran into the real ones, they pushed the real ones back before they burst like water balloons, and Cameron spun her trident once. Kiba and Akamaru shook off the water on them as Naruto looked down at them. She has good control over water, Naruto muttered as he looked at his Jinchuriki. Yay, Yugito said as she watched the match closely. From what Matabi tells me, Isobu, the Sanbi, give his Jinchuriki the ability to control and make Kurel, a strong water affinity and a Genjutsu mist, she added as everyone looked amazed. Not going to move, Kiba growled at her. Well then, let's go, Akamau, he called out at Akamaru and jumped on his back. Kiba, don't let your ego get the better of you, Kurenai thought as Hana approached them. Kurenai smiled before she looked down at her student. Jujin Bunshin, Kiba called out as Akamaru turned into a clone of Kiba while still on his back. Supanaru Samakogo, Cameron called out as she formed water beneath her that turned into a drill-like vortex that shot at Kiba and Akamaru. Hana turned to Kurenai before she started to shake her head. I don't think that Kiba's going to win, she said as Kurenai nodded. After hearing Cameron's voice, Kakashi thou narrowed his lone eye as he looked at her. Who is she? He thought as he looked over her. Diana switched back to Artemis and then looked down at the battlefield as she heard the voice before her eyes widened slightly. Is that, she asked herself. Seeing that he was constantly getting pushed back, Kiba looked over to Akamau, and then they both jumped into the air and started spinning at high speed before they made their way to Cameron. She jumped in the air, and seeing that one of them was coming, she formed a shell on her back. The drilling cyclone bounced off the shell as Cameron held out her trident and pointed it at the oncoming cyclone. Boritekusu Kurashu, she called out as water burst out of the trident and shot at the cyclone and not only pushed it back but forced it to stop spinning. But she forgot about the other as it hit her in the side, which sent her flying to the ground on her back, her jacket around her mouth cut. Shit, I got overconfident, she swore in her head. Well, you did spend 13 years in a coma, her Biju told her as she stood up, and I had half my power in somebody else, so I could not heal you fully until I fully returned to you, he added as Cameron nodded. Both vortexes go by the name Kiba and Akamaru, around and head back to her. Cameron held up her trident before she slammed it into the ground, as water burst out from under her before she started to go thou a tone of seals. She then ended up on the bird shield as the water started moving, rising and taking shape like a serpentine dragon. Sweden. Suiryuden no Jutsu, Cameron called out as she sent the water dragon at the cyclones, and it pushed them back. Kiba and Akamau, who were still transformed and looked like Kiba, stopped their cyclones as they looked at Cameron. And found that she was running at them, leaving her trident in the ground as she formed the shell on her back once more in a single long armored tail before she jumped into the air and then curled up into a ball and started to roll at Kiba at high speed. With Cameron on the attack this time and Kiba jumping around to try to dodge the attacks soon, he was hit in the chest by the rolling Kiri Kunoichi. The people on the observation decks were watching in amazement as both Hana and Naruto gained a look in their eyes. What you thinking? Sakura asked Naruto. Well, I was thinking about making something like that but a me version, Naruto said as he started to go over plans about how he could do it. What would you call it? Artemis asked her son as Naruto turned to her. Is it going to be a taijutsu or a normal ninjutsu? She asked as Naruto closed his eyes as he started to think. Before they could speak more, the ball named Cameron jumped in the air, stopped rolling and formed a seal familiar to Team 7. Kage Bunshin, no jutsu, she called out as two clones formed next to her, and then all three of them turned into balls and made their way to Kiba. Now that is just not fair, Shoji said as he looked down at the battlefield. Not only does she have a jutsu that is like my clan, but she has a better version, he whined as Asuma laughed at his student. That is life, Shoji, Shikamaru said as she turned her head at the laugh that escaped Naruto's mouth. Shut up, you bastard, she hissed at him. Kiba and Akamaru were soon running out of steam, and it showed as more quickly Kiba moved out of the way of one of the rolling women. Another hit him in the side, and then he knew that it was over as one of the clones hit him in the chest and steamrolled over him. Soon followed by another, then another before, more quickly, a large cloud of dust formed. Everyone waited to see what had happened to Kiba and Akamaru, and when the smoke had cleared, It showed that both of them were knocked out as the three Camerons uncurled and stood up. Hayate walked over to Kiba and checked on him before he raised his hand. "Winder, Cameron Uminahara," he called out as Cameron's clones popped out as she walked over to her trident and picked it up before stopping and then walking over to Kiba. Hayate got ready to attack but said, "I know medical ninjutsu," as Hayate let her pass. She knelt by the downed Kiba and held her hands over him as they started to glow green, and she began healing him. "Now that is just strange," B said for once, not rapping as Naruto and Yugito nodded. "What is?" Kakashi asked him. "She's a Jinchuriki, and she can perform medical ninjutsu," Artemis said, equally shocked as the Jinchuriki. Cameron then stood up and looked at the Hokage, who looked her in the eye before nodding slightly before she walked back to her team as the next two names were picked. Suigetsu Hazuka vs Han of Iwa. Han walked down as Cameron passed her teammate on the up. Suigetsu is a lean-built young man of average height with straight white hair, a light blue tint, and almond-shaped purple eyes. He has pointed teeth, one of which sticks out even when his mouth is closed. He wore a purple, sleeveless shirt with blue pants, sandals and a belt around his waist with water bottles attached to it, and he also wore another belt strapped to his chest. A sword that had all members of Team 7 looking amazed and shocked. Naruto blinked before turning to Sakura. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" Naruto asked her as she nodded. "Zabuza's blade?" Naruto asked as the Kiri ninja looked over to them. "You knew Zabuza-sama?" Chojuro asked as he walked over to them, and Team 7 nodded. "Can you tell me how he died and why Kabikirabocho was in the ground with his body?" he asked as the Kiri-sensei nodded as Hayate started the next match. "Well, he was hired by Gato, who was trying to take over the wave," Sakura started as Naruto nodded. "My team was sent there on the pretense of a C-rank mission, but when we met Zabuza, it was bumped up to an A- rank," Kakashi added as the Kiri ninja nodded as Suigetsu held his hands out on finger pistols and started to shoot water bullets at Han. "We fought him and his apprentice twice, with the second time leading to the apprentice's death first before Gato turning on Zabuza and then Zabuza killed him, but the wounds that gained killed him," Naruto said as the swordsman nodded. "As for the sword in the ground, we were using it as a grave marker," he added at Sakura and Kakashi's nod. "I see," the sensei said as he took a breath in before he sighed. "Thank you for telling me. I'll inform the Mizukage about this so that she knows what happened," he said as Kakashi nodded before stopping. "Sorry, did you say she?" Kakashi asked as Artemis also turned to him. "Don't you mean he, as the Youngdem Mizukage, is in charge?" Kakashi added as the man nodded. "Did you not know that our tyrant of a cage was killed and replaced?" he asked the Konoha nin, who turned to the Hokage. Along with most other villages, they did not know a new Mizukage existed. "I did say the current Mizukage has the ability of Houshoku Haki," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Oh," Guy said as he looked at the Kiri-sensei. "Anyway, I'll inform her, and so you will have the reward for the information," he said as he turned back to the field to see that Suigetsu had trapped Han in a large ball of water, and just like that, Suigetsu has lost, he said as Cameron nodded as Chojuro looked confused. "What do you mean Utakata-sensei?" he asked. "The Gobi has the power over boil release," the now named Utakata said as Chojuro's eyes shot wide. "If Suigetsu stuck to Kenjutsu, he would have had a chance of winning, but now," the Jinchuriki said, shaking his head. And to prove his point, Han started to let out chakra as the water around him began to bubble, what the Suigetsu said as he felt the water heat up until steam began to come off the ball of water. "Ow, ow, fuck," Suigetsu said as he let the square of a water drop as he held his hands before Han zoomed in on him with red chakra around his fists. He punched the Kiri nin, and all Suigetsu could do was take each punch. And before Suigetsu knew it, he was knocked out. "He is not going to like that," Cameron said as Utakata nodded, and Hayate called the match and named Han the winner as Han walked back to his team. The 8 remaining people looked around as they waited for the next 2 names to be picked. Naruto had a small laugh, so Kakashi turned to him. "What is it?" he asked him. 3 of the remaining 8 are Jinchuriki, Naruto said as the Konoha Jonin looked around and found that Naruto was right as Naruto and Yugito hadn't gone yet or the Suna Jinchuriki. Kakashi looked at the board before saying, "Make that 2, he said before looking down at Naruto. "You're up," he told him as Naruto looked over and saw that Kakashi was right. But what shocked him was that it showed his full name. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki vs Kuretsuchi of Iwa. Kuretsuchi looked shocked, then Madara's as she looked at Naruto as he jumped down. Kuretsuchi, Roshi said as she turned to him, your grandfather does not want his blood or attack Konoha, so do not do anything rash, he told her as she also jumped down. They met in the middle as people looked shocked by Naruto's middle name, but then they saw that Kuretsuchi glared at Naruto. And Naruto was doing the same to her. I'm going to destroy you for what your father did to my village, Kuretsuchi growled at him. Then I'll do the same in the name of my clan's men, Naruto growled back. Hayate looked back at Hiruzen as Artemis sighed. Why does he have to be more like me than Minato? She asked aloud. Hiruzen nodded, so Hayate turned back to the battle to see both of them were ready to fight. He raised his hand and then brought it down. Begin, he called out. The two ran at each other with a fist cocked back, with Kuretsuchi's fist becoming stone and growing slightly while Naruto's fist was glowing golden orange. And then the fists met, but with the power that both of them were using, they were both pushed back before Kuretsuchi went thou the snake, ran, and bird seals before the ground turned into spikes around Naruto, who grabbed the Yodo and took a swipe with it sending out a thin blade of wind. And like in the forest, Tenten did not see a blade of wind. She saw a hawk flying thou the rock spikes and heading for Kuretsuchi. Naruto's right fist moved out a small bit as rockets appeared out of his arm before he raised said arm and fired all the missiles at Kuretsuchi. The missiles surged around in the air before and then flew to where Kuretsuchi was, but a large dome of earth formed beneath her, shielding her from the explosions and the wind blade coming at her. The dome crumbled to the ground to find that Kuretsuchi was no longer there. Naruto cursed under his breath as he held his hands out. Shinra Tensei, Naruto called out as he sent out an invisible blast of chakra from around him. It hit Kuretsuchi, who was invisible, as Naruto turned to her. Naruto then appeared in front of Kuretsuchi. With his sword raised high, Kuretsuchi pulled out a kunai, and another kunai versus sword match happened. Artemis saw Kakashi look at the spot where Naruto once was before she looked back to see Naruto and Kuretsuchi fighting. You've worked out his technique, she asked as he nodded to her. He can change places with something within visual range, right? He asked her as she held her hand out and rocked it side to side as if to say yes and no. But before she could say any more, Naruto formed another hand and went thou seals before placing a finger on Kuretsuchi's shoulder. Raiden. Byakurai, he called out as a blast of lightning shot out of his finger and thou Kunoichi's shoulder. But she did not take the hit, lying down as she kicked straight up, her left leg hitting Naruto in the chin. But the two kept the sword and kunai in places as people watched the battle. They're even, Han said to Roshi as the older Jinchuriki nodded. It's a battle to see whose ideals are stronger and who has the bigger resolve, Baki told his students as Kuretsuchi pulled out a second kunai as Naruto stuck with the Yodo. So you must not take your eyes off the battle at any moment, Asuma said to his three students, Ino, who had woken up to see the fight. As so, each sensei had told each student to watch who had the bigger resolve. Avenge hundreds of Iwa ninja. Or, avenge hundreds of Uzumaki. No one could take their eyes off the fight as Naruto and Kurotuchi cut each other up, but they did not care. In a twist of the fight, they both managed to disarm the other as Kuretsuchi's kunai flew into a wall that they became embedded in it, while the Yodo did the same but to the other side of them. Both of them jumped away from each other but not before launching a jutsu at the other. Yoton. Sekaigyo no Jutsu. Kaden. Gokakyu no Jutsu, they called out. Kuretsuchi spat out a glob of quicklime as Naruto breathed a large fireball. Flames and quicklime met each other and became hardened rock as they fell to the floor. Naruto narrowed his eyes. This is getting me nowhere, he thought before he held out a hand. Bansho Tenin, he called out as Kurochi was pulled off her feet and was heading straight for Naruto at an alarming rate uncontrollably, and Naruto raised his leg and made sure TD called out, Ryu no Kyubi, and slammed Kuretsuchi into the ground so hard that the ground beneath her cracked on impact. Naruto looked down at Kuretsuchi, pulling his fist back and then shooting it forward into Kunoichi and going further into the ground, and all the air from her lungs was taken out. Kuretsuchi looked dazed as Naruto opened his hand, as Yodo jumped out of the ground from where it had been invaded and spun thou the air into Naruto's waiting hand. She looked up at him and felt fear him as he looked down at her. She saw a beast ready to kill her and send her to the Shinigami. Do it, she said as she looked at Naruto, who just looked at her. Come on, you monster. Be like your clan of bloodthirsty warriors and take my life, she said as she slowly pickets herself off the floor. No, Naruto said as he turned around and started walking away before stopping and then looking up to his mother, who smiled and nodded before he looked back at her. I won this battle, and unlike Iwa, I don't take innocent life, Naruto told her as the Konoha ninja smiled as he continued walking away as Kuretsuchi looked at him before she fell back knocked out. As he walked off, he saw his mother looking at him as steam came off his body, and he rejoined his team as they saw that all his injuries had healed up. Hinata looked at him, seeing that he was all healed up, and put the pot she was holding away in her pouch as Kurenai smiled down at her. Maybe next time, she told her student. Artemis looked at her son with a smile as the medial ninja took Kuretsuchi away. I'm proud of you, and I have no doubt that your father and grandfather would as well, she told him as Naruto gained a small smile. But he could not help himself. Which grandfather? He asked her. Your Uzumaki grandfather, she said right back with a motherly smile. Before they could talk more, the next two names were picked. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Hinata is a slender girl of fair complexion who, as a Hyuga, her most distinguishing trait is the Byakugan, giving her featureless lavender eyes. She has dark blue hair that she keeps in a hime-cut hair that is cut just above her forehead akin to a bowl cut with chin-length strands framing her face. Hinata wore a cream-colored hooded jacket with a fire symbol on the upper sleeves and fur around the cuffs and hem with navy blue pants and kept her hite loosely around her neck. Hinata met Neji in the middle of the area with Hayate standing between them. Hello ne Neji ni, Hinata said to him timidly. What the fuck? Naruto asked as he was hit over the head by his mother as he looked down. Don't curse around your mother, Artemis told him. Did Hinata ever say she had a bother? Ino asked Sakura, who shook her head. No, from what Neji told me. Hinata is the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and he is her cousin, Lee told them as they looked at him. Hinata-sama, I must ask you to. Neji started speaking before the voice of Kiba called out. Hinata fight, he said as everyone turned to him to see that he was getting held back by doctors. Show him who you are, Kiba said before his sister dragged him off as Artemis looked at her with a smile. Like brother, like sister, Hannah heard in her head as she saw Artemis with a large smile. Hannah said nothing before she went after her brother. Both Hyuga started activating their Byakugan as they both took a stance. The same stance. Begin, Hayate called out as Hyuga ran at each other with great speed and started hitting small points in the body. No one said a word as the cousins found fast as only a few could keep up with their eyes. What are they doing? Ino asked as she watched the fight. They're not hitting the other, Shikamaru added as she looked down at the fight. Wrong, Naruto said as they looked at him. They're hitting the Tenketsu, he told them, his eyes not leaving the battle. Those around him saw his eyes moving quickly as he saw every hit aimed at both Hyuga. And it's not looking good for Hinata, Naruto said as everyone looked at him. Neji is aiming to shut down her arms while Hinata is going to the main points where chakra forms, the blonde Uzumaki said as people saw both Artemis and Kakashi nod. All she needs to do is hit the right spot, and she can finish this match, Artemis said as Hinata started to push Neji back. But that was what he wanted. Neji went forward with a double strike, one aimed at Hinata's heart and the other at the upper part of Hinata's arm. Naruto closed his eyes as those around him looked at him before they realized what had happened. Neji had won. The strike that hit Hinata's heart made her cough up blood that fell onto her jacket as her eyes shot wide. And so Neji started to go harder in his assault on her as each hit was harder and faster than the last until Hinata fell to the floor and Neji began to walk away before a gasp was heard through the room. Neji stopped and turned around to see that Hinata was back on her feet. Why do you get back up? You're a failure to our clan, he told her, but she did not hear his words as she looked at him. You fight for nothing but hope when you have been fated to lose to me, Neji added. But once more, the words did not go thou to her as she looked at him. That is where you are wrong, Hinata said as she struggled to stay standing. You are the one who is fighting for the hope that you can break the chains of the caged bird, Hinata said as Neji's face became murderous. And you said that I was fated to lose, but you are currently fighting fate yourself as you try to kill me. But we are no different, she told him as Neji laughed himself at her with a strike right at her heart. But the sensei and Hayate stopped him with Kakashi holding one arm while Kurenai was holding the other arm. Guy hooked his arm around Neji's neck as Hayate stood just in front of Neji with his sword. You won. Walk away, Kakashi said as Hinata collapsed to the floor coughing up blood. The care for the main branch is shown once more, Neji scoffed as Guy tightened his hold on his student. Naruto appeared next to her as his chakra chains shot out of him and into Hinata, and steam started to come off Hinata. Someone get a fucking medic here now, Naruto called out as he allowed Hinata his healing ability. But it was working slowly. Neji was dragged back to the observation area as a medic came over and started to heal Hinata along with Naruto and Kamaran jumping down, as well as the three of them worked on healing as they downed Kunoichi. I must have a word with them, Hiruzen said as he watched with bated breath at the healing before Naruto retracted his chains with a sigh. The medic nodded in thanks as he rushed Hinata away, and Naruto took both him and Kamaran back up to the observation area. She's going to live, Naruto said as people around him sighed as people made sure that Neji was nowhere near them in case Shino or Kurenai were to try and kill him. But before they could do anything, the next two names were picked. Gaara of the Sand versus Rock Lee. The Ichibi Jinchuriki appeared in a small cyclone of sand as Lee jumped down to join Gaara at the bottom, but the Suna team and the other Jinchuriki were on the edge as they looked down at the crazy sand user. With the Jinchuriki ready to jump down if Gaara started to let his beast out. Naruto-san, may I ask why you're like this? Guy asked him as Naruto looked out of the corner of his eye. Gaara is what happens when a Jinchuriki goes off the deep end and lives in the darkness, Naruto said as Guy's eyes shot wide. Lee heard what Naruto had said as he looked at Gaara before narrowing his eyes as he grabbed the cork from the gourd that was shot his way. Please don't rush things, Lee said to Gaara. Hayate smiled slightly at Lee before raising his hand. May the 18th match begin, Hayate called out. At that, Lee jumped forward with a kick, but sand rose around Gaara, defending him, so Lee moved in fast with another kick but had the same result as Naruto looked on. How is he controlling the sand? Sakuho was still watching the match, explained. It's his Jinchuriki ability, Naruto told her as she looked at him. As you know, each Jinchuriki have an ability. I can sense negative emotions, as we've seen with Han. He can use boil release, Naruto said as Sakura nodded along. I can make all fire release jutsu stronger, and when I do, the fire turns blue. B-sensei can make ink, Yugito added as Sakura nodded. I have a strong water release and can make coral, while Utakata-sensei can make acid, Kamaran added as Sakura took the information in. I can use bug jutsu, and if I remember right, the Yanbi had a strong lava release, Fu added as she walked over. So does Lee have a change? Sakura asked the Jinchuriki. But all she got was silence. And what shocked people more was that Han and Roshi appeared with the other Jinchuriki. Thank you, Uzumaki-san, Roshi said to Naruto as Naruto looked at him with a raised brow as Lee moved out of the way of a tendril of sand. What for? Naruto asked him as he returned his gaze to the match as the 8 Jinchuriki stood together. Thank you for sparing my student when you had all the right to slitting her thought, Roshi said as everyone looked at him. When Miu-sama ordered the attack on Uzu, my older brother and I was the current Tsuchikage Onoki tried to persuade him to not and ask them to step out of the war, Roshi said as Artemis looked at him. Still, he looked down, but Miu-sama was persuasive, and I regret with my brother what he had done to Uzu, Roshi told him as he pulled out a scroll and handed it to Naruto. Naruto looked at the scroll before looking at his mother, who nodded, so Naruto accepted the scroll. Thank you for your truthful words, Naruto said as he turned back to the match to see that Lee was kneeling on the statue. Lee, take them off, Guy shouted as everyone looked confused as they saw Lee look over to Guy. But Guy-sensei, you said never to do that unless I was defending lives precious to me, Lee asked him, but Guy smiled at him, and Naruto swore he saw a sun behind the man. Lee laughed as he rolled down his leg warmers to show that he had weights on. Leg weights, Naruto thought. Oh, that's good, I can move freely now, Lee said as he held onto the weights. Before dropping them. There's no way that a few weights will let you keep up with Gaara's sand, Tamari thought, but that was soon replaced by a shocked look once the weights landed, making a loud bang, and the weights left creators in the ground. What the fuck, Guy? Artemis said as his eye twitched as she looked at the weights. Why does he have an elephant's worth of weight on each leg? She asked him as the other Genin's eyes shot wide. Guy laughed at that, seemingly forgetting that Artemis was a goddess for a second. Now go, Lee, Guy told his student. Yes, sir, Lee called out before disappearing and reappeared behind Gaara. The sand just managed to catch a punch heading to Gaara, along with 2 more punches and a kick, before Lee disappeared again and delivered an axe kick. And the kick landed. Lee, like me, picked up a rare chara disease that messes with us so that we have a small amount of chakra, and my father did not have the money to pay for my operation, and as Tsunade-sama is not here anymore, Lee could not have it either, Guy said as Artemis and a few other nodded, so I trained Lee purely on taijutsu, he informed the goddess. I see, so the weights, Artemis asked him. Gaara looked up at Lee, showing he now had a cut on his cheek from Lee's sandal. As per Lee's request, I triple the weights each time he gets accustomed to them, Guy told her as she nodded. He then turned to Lee. Now, Lee, show the power of youth, Guy called out as he crouched down. Yes, sir, Lee called out again as he rocketed at Gaara. Lee then disappeared and reappeared behind Gaara once more, and as the sand user turned to face him, Lee was not there. He was in front of Gaara once more, and he delivered a strong punch that took Gaara off his feet and a few feet back before the sand attacked Lee, but the boy moved out of the way, but a sound filled the room. It sounded like something cracking as things started to fall off Gaara. This is bad, Konkuro said as Tamari and Baki nodded. It was Gaara's face that was cracking. Or, to be more accurate, it was a layer over Gaara's face made out of a sand like a moor that was cracking and falling to the floor and showed that Gaara had a deranged smile on his face. The Jinchuriki was getting ready to jump down with Yugito's nails becoming claws, Kamaran holding her trident. Rochi's skin started to head up along with Hanzamur. Utakata had pulled out a blowpipe. Fu had formed her wings. B taking hold of one of his swords and Naruto as the points of his chains sticking out of his body. The sand rose once more, but this time over Gaara, and started to fix the Amur. It also covered up the deranged smile like it was never there in the first place. Is that all? Gaara asked Lee, who looked shocked then saw that Guy had nodded at him. Hence, he started to undo the bandages that covered his arms. Guy, please tell me that you did not teach this boy the, Artemis asked him, but Guy nodded. I did, and with Lee having no one, I took him in and did what my father did, Guy told her as Artemis closed her eyes before looking at him. Does he knows the risks, she asked him as Guy nodded, and he has accepted them, Artemis asked as Guy nodded again. Come on, hurry up, Gaara told Lee, who glared and was running around Gaara at high speed. As you wish, Lee said as he landed a kick to Gaara's chin sending him into the air. That's not all, Lee called out as he repeatedly kicked Gaara into the air higher and higher away from Gaara's sand. Genin, Artemis called out as they all turned to her, watch, and you shall see the pinnacle of taijutsu and know that even if Gaara somehow services this attack, he would not come out of this uninjured as this is one of the strongest taijutsu, she told them as they all looked back to the match as Guy closed his eyes in prayer. I can't take my eyes off him even if I'm hurt, Lee thought as he winched, but he fought to keep his eyes open. Soon he was behind Gaara with the bandages wrapped around Jinchuriki before he tightened them, and then Lee started to spin them at a great speed as they headed for the ground. Omet Renge, Lee called out as they both hit the ground before Lee jumped out of the way as Gaara lay on the floor with cracks forming over his body. But he was slowly getting up, but the armor fell off him, showing everyone that Gaara was covered with small cuts from the stones on the ground, and Lee was winching. What's the matter with Lee? Sakura asked. It's the Omet Renge kid, Roshi said as she turned to him and found that the Jinchuriki had arranged themselves according to the number of tails they held, with Naruto standing next to her. It's a strong taijutsu technique, Utakata added as she turned to him. But it's a double-edged sword for the user as it puts a lot of strain on the body with how fast they move, B explained to her, again not rapping just to tell Sakura how serious this was. As of right now, Lee is just a mass of pain and weakness, Kurenai said as Sakura turned to the red-eyed woman. But that is slightly fortunate that even if Gaara is a Jinchuriki, he's in the same boat as Lee, Asuma finished off as his 3 students turned to him. So what's going to happen now? Ino asked as she looked down at Lee before she saw Lee gain a smile along with Guy. Why is he smiling? Neji asked as he looked down at the field. He's going to lose, he added, but Guy laughed. He's about to push Gaara back soon, Guy said as everyone turned to him. Kakashi's visible eye widened as the conversation between Guy and Artemis went through his head. The lotus of Konoha will bloom a second time, he told them as Lee crossed his arm in front of his face, and Gaara looked confused. Guy, you taught him the 8 gates, Kakashi shouted at Guy as Kurenai and Asuma's eyes shot wide equal shock. Yes, that's right, Guy said as people looked shocked and confused. He has the talent, Guy said, but Asuma cut him off. It does not matter if he has a talent for it. You taught him something horribly dangerous and forbidden, Asuma said as people turned to him. The Ura Renge is something that should not be taught. It's at the top of fucking list, in fact, he added as Kakashi and Kurenai nodded. This I know, but I would not teach it to him if he did not have the skill for it, Guy said as he looked down at Lee, and so no matter what you all say, I know that I did the right thing for my student as Lee has the same drive I do. And the same self-rule, Guy said as Kakashi and the Konoha-sensei looked away from the man. How many gates can he open? Kakashi asked him as Kuno looked down. What are the 8 gates? She asked Naruto, who looked at her. He can go to Toman, Guy said as Utakata turned to Chojuro. Chojuro watched closely as this fight is going to show how the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichinen Shu lost to one man, he told his student, who nodded and waited with bated breath. What are you talking about? What are the 8 gates? Sakura asked them. The 8 gates are a set of limiters set on the body, Kurenai said as she looked down at Lee as chakra started to form around him. And in order to perform the Ura Renge, you must release the first 3 of the limiters, Asuma added as rocks started to float around Lee. Remove the limiters, both Sakura and Kuno asked them. There are 8 points in the body that are called gates that are on the chakra network that is called Kaimon the gate of opening, Kumon the gate of rest, Simon the gate of life, Shoman the gate of pain, Toman the gate of closing, Kimon the gate of joy, Kiyomon the gate of shock and Shimon the gate of death, Kakashi said as he showed his Sharingan. These gates limit the amount of chakra flowing through the body, and by opening the gates, the user can draw power 10 times what they normally can do even if the body is destroyed afterwards, Roshi added. When the user uses Omid Renge, the first gate is opened, Guy told Sakura, and unknowingly Kuno, and to start performing the Ura Renge, he will need to open the 3rd gate, and at this moment, he has the 2nd gate open as well, Guy told her as she looked down at Lee. But with how Lee is at the moment shows how much of a double-edged sword this technique is, Kakashi said as he looked at Sakura. The state and technique where all 8 gates have been opened is called Hachimon Tonko no Jin, and anyone who uses that technique will, no matter how brief, active power that surpasses the power of the 5 cage, Kakashi told her as she looked shocked. No one said anything as Naruto turned to him, as more chakra started to form around Lee. What's the downside? He asked. They'll die from power overload as they moment literally meet the power of the gods, and it burns them up, Artemis said as Guy sighed. Naruto, you have helped me, and you are like me and yet you have beaten fate, so know this. That if I do fall, I will make sure that you can help him. Lee thought as a picture of him and Naruto laughing in his mind formed. As steam started to come off his skin, Guy-sensei watch as I develop my Nindo, Lee said in his mind as he flung both arms out as his skin turned red. Simon the gate of life, release, Lee called out as Gaara looked shocked at Lee. Even if I fall here, I will aid others in taking you down. Shoman the gate of pain release. Lee called out as he released more power from him, but blood started to fall from his nose. He then once more rocketed at Gaara, but this time he was faster, and when he moved, he destroyed the ground beneath him. No one bar the goddess could track him as Lee kicked Gaara in the chin and sent Gaara into the air. As the sand came up to defend him, Lee wanted none of that as he zoomed around, punching and kicking Gaara all over the place in the air. Toman the gate of closing, release. Lee called out as he zoomed in on Gaara once more as Neji looked at Lee. You are no longer my rival, Neji, as I have found someone better for me to fight, so watch as I was going to use this on you, Lee thought. Lee delivered a punch to Gaara's chest that sent Gaara crashing to the ground, but the Jinchuriki failed to notice that Lee had wrapped bandages around his waist. Lee then pulled the banged up to him as Gaara was dragged along. The sand can't keep up, Tamari thought as she saw Gaara helpless in the air. This is not good, she added. Lee could feel his consciousness slipping as he got ready to deliver his last attack. I'm sorry that I could not fight you in the finals, Naruto, but if you face Gaara, I will make sure that not even the Ichibi will heal this attack. Lee thought as he moved a leg by his fist that held the bandage, and as Gaara moved higher Lee punched and kicked him at the same time. Ura Renge, Lee called out before he fell unconscious in the air. Gaara landed on the ground, but his gourd turned to sand as it cushioned his fall. Gaara looked up at the unconscious Lee in the air as his eyes changed from green to yellow irides and pupils, each taking the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. He slowly got up and held his hand out, but before he could do anything to Lee, the Jinchuriki jumped in. Yugito had long claws covered in blue flames pointed at the back of Gaara's neck as her eyes were not her normal color. Her right eye was yellow, and the left was green. Kamaran had her trident pointed at Gaara's chest as it trickled with water, and her eyes were now red with yellow pupils. Roshi and Han had locked their legs around Gaara's to stop him from moving, with Roshi's leg covered in lava and Han's armor giving off steam. And like the others, their eyes had also changed, with Roshi's eyes having yellow irides and white pupils and Han's turning to dark blue-green. Utakata had put Lee in a bubble that held the unconscious boy, and his eyes were completely black. Fu was in the air with orange-red eyes as she looked down at Gaara with a jutsu ready to defend Lee. While no one could see B's eyes, they saw he had a sword to Gaara's neck. And Naruto had his golden gains out as his rippled eyes were now red with a slit. No one said a word as Gaara looked at his siblings of burden as they were all ready to take him out, and something told him that he must stand down. And for once, he listened to it. But he could not help but ask, "Why are you helping him?" Gaara asked them as they saw he did not know what they were doing. "Bloodshed is unnecessary on this day," Yugito said as Gaara looked at her. "This day is to see if we can show the power that we hold," Kamaran added as Gaara turned his head to her. "For villages to come and be one," Roshi said as Gaara looked at him. "And for us to put aside grievances," Han piped up as Gaara turned to him. "But do not mistake us, brother," Utakata told him as the bubble that held Lee floated over Guy as Gaara looked at Utakata. Fu then flew closer to the ground. "If you decide to take his life," she said as she formed a seal. Then, as the only interloper in Konoha, B told him as lighting started to form over his sword. "We will take you from my fox den and make sure that you do not see the light of day for a while," Naruto finished as all the ninja did not see the Jinchuriki. No, they saw the Biju. Gaara looked at them for a while before his eyes turned to normal. "Never mind," he said as the sand beneath them turned back into his gourd. "Winner Gaara of the desert," Hayate called out as Gaara started to walk away. Gaara's team looked at the Jinchuriki. "Are they?" Kankuro asked as Baki nodded. "Yes," he said as both his students looked at him, "and the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is the one that found out that Gaara was here," Baki told as both students looked shocked. All the Jinchuriki bar Yugito was left as Hayate looked at her. "It's only me and that boy up there that are left," she told. The board had the names. Choji Akamichi vs Yugito ni. Choji met Yugito at the bottom as Omoi looked at his teammates and found that Karui was looking at Choji. "He looks cute," she thought as she looked at him. "May the final match of the preliminary matches begin," Hayate called out as he jumped back. Choji made a seal similar to the bird seal as his body got bigger. "Go, Choji, roller her over," Ino yelled out. Yugito crouched down as her body gained blue flames over it. "Are you going to be my cat toy?" Yugito asked him as Choji started rolling at her. "Nakuden Sensha," Choji called out as he rolled at Yugito. But the Jinchuriki jumped over the ball by the name of Choji and rolled into a wall. And got stuck. "Oh fuck," Choji thought as he tried to roll out of the wall, but Yugito descended on him, shrouded in blue flames, and her fist cocked back. "Juoken," Yugito called out as she sent a blast out of her fist in the form of a lion's head that rammed into Choji, and when Yugito cut her attack off, everyone found Choji knocked out. "I think you went overboard there, kitten," Yugito heard Matabi in her head said as she looked at her opponent. "Winder Yugito ni," Hayate called out. Medics took Choji away. "May all the 17 finalists come down here," Hiruzen called out. The others walked down to meet Yugito at the bottom as Enko walked out with a box with a hole in it. "The next stage of the Chunin exams will start in 2.5 months, but as of right now, we need to know who you are going to be fighting," Hiruzen said as Enko started to walk around. "Now I would like for people who fought to come and pull out a number," he informed them as Enko walked over to Kakashi who was pulling for Sasuke. "Sasuke has the number 2, Kakashi said as he pulled out a ball with the number 2 on it. Enko walked over to Fu. "I got 9, she said as someone wrote down the names. "I have 3, Shino said after he pulled out his ball. Samui was the next person, and she called out, 5. Sakura was next and then saw the number before saying, 9, as Fu smiled at her. I got 4, Shikamaru said as she yawned. Kankuro was next before saying, 3. After him was Tenten, who pulled out the number 8 before Chojuro pulled out his, 6, he said as someone nodded. Shizuka was next, and she pulled out, 7, she called out. Guren pulled out hers and called, 8, before she and Tenten locked eyes. 4, Tamari said as Shikamaru looked at her before swearing under her breath. Kamaran was the next one who looked over to Shizuka. It seems that we will fight, she said as she showed the ball to Shizuka, which showed the number 7. As Anko walked away, it seems your old number is back, the Three Tails said to her. Yay, Kamaran said back. I got 6, Han said as Chojuro looked at his Amur. Naruto pulled his ball and laughed, number 1 already, Naruto said. Neji was the next one, and he pulled out the number 1 ball as well. He could feel eyes on him as a dark smile formed on Naruto aimed at him along with the fox on Naruto's shoulder. Gaara then pulled out the number 2, and Yugito looked at Samui and held the number 5. So the matches of the next round of the Chunin exams are the following. Hayate called out as everyone turned to him. Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki vs Neji Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara of the Desert. Shino Aburame vs Kankuro of Suna. Shikamaru Nara vs Tamari of Suna. Yugito Ni vs Samui of Kumo. Han of Iwa vs Chojuro of Kiri. Kamaran Uminahara vs Shizuka of Nadeshiko Village. Tenten of Konoha vs Guren of Kusa, and finally Sakura Haruno vs Fu of Taki. Hayate finished as he took a breath. You will meet in the Konoha arena in 2.5 months, Hiruzen said as everyone nodded. Now then, go off and train and bring honor to your homes, he told them as the sensei started to lead the genin out. World of the Gods, United States of America, New York, Montauk, Northeastern Long Island, Camp Halfblood, the big house. Centaur walked through a red-painted house and went up to the attic. The centaur was a middle-aged man from the waist up, with thinning brown hair, bushy eyebrows, intense brown eyes and a scruffy beard with his lower half as a white stallion. He wore a white dress shirt with a red and gold striped tie, a black jumper, and a frayed tweed jacket. He entered the attack, walked over to a mummified woman, and looked at her with a heavy heart. What is to happen next? He asked the mummy. The mummy came to life as it spewed out green mist from its mouth and took the shape of 6 people. The first was a 9-year-old girl with mousy brown hair and fire-red eyes. She was dressed in a plain brown dress. Son of the maiden shall arrive, she said before going silent. The second was another woman that looked to be in their early 20s, had long blonde hair the color of ripe wheat, and wore a bright green dress with a dark cape, which gave her the appearance of fresh plant shoots breaking through fertile earth whenever she moved, and on her head, she wore a crown of woven corn leaves and adornments of poppies. Daughter of lightning returns alive, she told him before going silent. The last of them was a beautiful woman who looked to be just going out of her 20s, with silver hair braided over one shoulder. She wore a dress that shimmered with colors like peacock feathers. Hate for the gods is born, she told him. The next that spoke was a very tall, imposing and very muscular man with albino white skin, intense black eyes and shoulder-length black hair, with bangs usually covering most of his forehead and wearing black flowing robes. The camp will be torn, he told him. The next one looked like Poseidon. A ninja shall lend aid, he told him before the centaur turned to the last one. He was tall, imposing, and very muscular, with shoulder-length black hair and a gray and black neatly trimmed beard with brilliant electrically blue eyes, with a serious and proud, but very handsome face, and his attire was a dark blue pinstriped suit, and the sea's choice has been made, he told him before the people returned to the green smoke as the centaur wrote all of what they said him down. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.